cold. I woke up about 9:30, and I sat outside, upset and fed up. And now I'm freezing. And it's 11:13. 11:13. Oh. 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 I've been looking through history on Facebook. I always fancied Lisa Chase. Lisa Chase was my daughter's friend, and she was lovely. I got a picture of her wearing my hat, and then there's pictures of my mother and my brother. I was quite close to my little brother. We'd all meet in town, and it was crazy. I'll set that up. I am freezing. I can't believe it. I'm going to lose weight. I just can't wait to die. Oh. Oh. I'm only fat because of Matt's Bakery. Matt's Bakery is across the road. I ended up eating their food, and then I was massive. I was fat. It was crazy. I hate the NHS and the police putting me through section units. Uh, uh, oh, I need a cup of tea, and I better just microwave some noodles and beef. Uh, 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 Lisa Chase, I loved you a lot. I was so shy. I didn't go too close. You know, it's crazy. Oh well. I helped Kim Dayton with her 5 kids. Claire, Amy, Adam, Ian, Robert. I helped um, Jane Crawford. Oh, hello, Ian. I'm fine. I'm all right. I've been to Poppins restaurant today. All day I've been sat there playing Oasis. I don't mind being on my own. Yeah. Uh, you know what? I don't know what it's like to be in love. I help people. You know, I actually do go out of my way to help people. Yeah, Lisa Chase, she was lovely, she was. But I was a bit too old for her, really, I suppose. She was my daughter's friend. And yeah. And there was a homeless guy, a nipper in town, right? And he used to get on well with my daughter. And, And all these pictures are on Facebook. It's crazy. I can see my mum, my brother, people in town. But at some point, I was eating at Max Baker's with William Beanie, Bill Beanie, the Saints football player, and I ended up putting on so much fat. I was fat, just like I couldn't believe it. And I've been sectioned so many times over the years. It's crazy. Going back, I don't know, 15, 20 years, I was still sectioned at times. You know, like in and out of section units. My mum done that. Yeah, I've just been sat outside for a good 2 hours and just going through all Facebook and all that. Memories. So I come back in and I thought, I better go on YouTube now to see her and talk, and just say, here I am, and my nose is blocked up. I'm cold. I'm like, oh dear. All I've got is about 40 quid. I get my benefits on Tuesday. I used to act silly, stupid, you know. Yeah, I'm sad today. Yeah. Yeah. I am sad today. My nose is terrible. Oh. I'll give a gold chain to the guy at Poppins restaurant. I said, yeah, you can have this. Oh. Oh. I got this. The other day I got 2 packets, £5.50 a packet. But it's a bit hard to smoke. I normally pay £33 a packet. Oh. 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 Yeah. I shaved my head today, look. I'm cold. Uh, I'm all right. I don't know if you're local or not. Do you know what? This is crazy. Nobody comes here. There used to be a time when it was social services and bloody doctors and psychiatrists and police. They'd all turn up, and it was mad. And I've been here so many years. October '99. And the lady next door, she was a bit difficult. Well, actually, it used to be Mark and Jackie. Um, oh yeah, well, what it is, I should lay down. Do you know what? I got a mate in Brazil, and he worries about my feet and all that. Yeah, well, actually, I got to warm up. Yeah, next door. Right, it was Mark and Jackie, right? Jackie, she kind of liked me, but I didn't get involved because she was in a relationship with Mark, and Mark Gallagher. He works on containers and things like that, and he was kind of a mate and all that, you know. So I did like Jackie; she was nice, and then they moved, and then it was Helen next door. Helen, well, she sits there drinking bottles of wine. You know, I come home one day, you know, my ponytail. I saw a Freelander and all that. Well, I've had different cars. Uh, I remember I had a Renault 11 Turbo. I had Savannah, minibus. But I like my Freelander. That was quite cool. Anyway, I come home and she was drunk on the doorstep next door. So I went upstairs with her and we had some fun. And then she she locked the door and she said, "You're in my bed tonight." You know what I mean? And it was crazy. It was. I thought, oh my god. So I went straight to sleep in her bed, and I said I didn't touch her at all. And in the morning, she's like this, like that, right? And yeah. And now she goes out with a house angel. Oh, is it really the Brazilian? Uh, I use a nickname here. I wasn't able to send a message via messenger. Oh, really? Yeah, you normally worry about my feet, don't you? That's great. Yeah, nice to meet you, mate. Yeah, I think I've got a bit. Well, no, I'm all right. I'll be right. My nose is blocked up. I'm like this because I'm trying to warm up my chest and everything. It's cold out. You know, it's crazy. Oh. Yes, so I went upstairs. I had some fun with next door, right? A little bit of sex, and then I went. And she said, "You're in my bed tonight," and then I laid in her bed and I didn't touch her at all. And after that, right, I realised my balls were aching, and I thought, "Oh my god, this is crazy," and it was mad because me and my little brother went to the hospital, and they said, "Oh, you've been shagging prostitutes," and I said, "No, it's my neighbour, Helen." He said, "Well, you got an STD, sexually transmitted disease." I thought, "Oh, really?" And so I took some tablets, and it cleared up. No, the door's shut. The door's shut. Yeah. I've shut the door now. Yeah. Um, yeah. Yeah. Ah, yeah, I know. This is what I mean. I wish Lisa Chase was here because I'll tell you what, I'd love to give her a hug. She's got nice tits, lovely tits. She's a nice lady, really nice. I really did like her a lot. Yeah, but I don't know really. I mean, nah, because I'll tell you what, right? If a doctor comes round here, I'll probably end up with mental health and all that shit and fucking. Oh dear. But they finally discharged me. They sent me a letter saying, well, because I don't want to get involved with them, they can't really help me. So they discharged me. And I can't believe it. I'm free of section units. No more harassment. No more NHS on my doorstep giving me hassle and locking me up. I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm hugging myself. I'm like this. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I'm just giving myself a hug. Um, uh, do you know what I'm thinking of doing? I'm going to make a cup of coffee and microwave some beef noodles. They're really nice, yeah, but I've been sat outside. I've been sat outside for about 2 hours. Yeah. I still, if you go on Facebook, you can see all the memories. It's crazy. When I was acting stupid or when I was just all right, I'm fine, it was crazy. Well, yeah, it's crazy. Well, especially when you get sectioned, when you get locked up in a section unit, you end up stressed out and pissed off and upset. You can't wait to get home. Um, No, I don't cry. I don't cry. It's really crazy. I just can't cry. I mean, I know it's funny, really. Some people cry all the time, but I just can't. I just can't do it. I do get the feeling where I got to just say it. I don't want to live no more. I just want to die. But I don't self harm or anything. I don't do anything really. I'm just sitting like this because I wake. I'm not wake up. I've got to warm up. I've got Lisa Chase in my head. I've got a picture of her in my brain. It's crazy. She's got my hat on. And we're in the park in town. Yeah. I'm fine, mate. I can't believe I found you on YouTube. You're normally on Facebook Messenger, isn't it? I think, or Instagram. I think. Hang on, is it Instagram? I don't know. This is good though, really, because we're talking. Oh, Lisa Chase. Oh, Lisa Chase. Oh, Lisa Chase. Oh, my God. Yeah. She won't marry me. I'm an old man. Oh. Oh. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I'm going to stick some beef noodles in the microwave. That'll be 6 minutes. It makes about 2 minutes to make a cup of coffee. I don't think I'll put the telly on because not yet. Stop. I do need a coffee. Ah. Oh, look at this. Oh. 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 Oh, that's good. Coffee. Okay, mate. Yeah, come back later. Oh. 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 Um, 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 Oh yeah. Oh, it's so hot, I can't believe it. Oh, 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 yeah. I can feel the heat right here. That's great. Oh, 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 ah, oh, ah, oh, 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 ah, oh, oh, ah, oh, oh, oh,
Live your best phone life on the UK's fastest 5G network. Flow.
They think it takes a strong woman to rise to the top of you, but it doesn't. It takes a smart one who chooses their moment and understands the repercussions if they get it wrong.
Wentworth Prison. Watch every episode now on MyFi.
Play Ojo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5.
These are the greatest pop videos of 1989, when we went back to the cinema for Back to the Future Part 2. And Soul to Soul went back to life.
Back to life, back to reality, back to life.
I've never seen a video so perfect, so colourful. Makes you happy even now.
And I remember thinking, who are these people and how can I make them be my friends?
You got dreadlocks everywhere, and people are dancing, people are happy, and it cuts away to a rooftop scene as well. It was just a vibe, man, an absolute vibe. Before they came along, we were struggling with the whole idea of what being black and British meant. All of a sudden, that term had meaning. Respect Jazzy B.
So could have probably only happened in London because we kind of had the freedom, the platform, and probably the balls as well. So this kind of anarchistic DIY try a thing was very much the order of the day.
Karen Wheeler was so cool. She just made it look effortless, which made me think, oh my word, I cannot believe that I actually knocked them off, number one.
video for me felt intrinsically British, and a lot of the people in the video looked like me or looked like my uncles or aunties, and it felt like I could see us.
What great role models for young black kids.
I love the fact that Soul to Soul give you this realness, this edgy realness of who they are. I believe that's why people embrace them the way they do.
Before Tinder, Lisa Stansfield went on a global trek to find love.
Somehow, I've got to let him know how much I care.
Lisa Stansfield's All Around the World is an iconic video. The way she looks, the way she sounds, and the video is absolutely magnificent and really kind of implanted her image on our consciousness.
Around the world and I can't find my baby. I don't know when, I don't know where. But he's gone away and I don't know where he can be. My baby.
I remember that look, that precise 80s look with the matte makeup and the red lipstick.
Lisa's got a great voice, you know, and she's also got a beautiful face. So obviously, you know, the video's focusing on Lisa's face, and why wouldn't you?
It's all about the close-up, and it's all about her connection with the camera. So as a performer, she's very, very confident, but gentle. You just see shots and close-up faces of these 4 different guys. Is she reminiscing back to 4 exes who she also said terrible things to and is now regretting? I don't know. Who knows? Tell us, Lisa.
I did too much lying, wasted too much time. Now I'm here and crying. Around the world and I can't find my baby. I don't know when, I don't know why he's gone away.
The power of this video is that we become transfixed by Lisa's face, her image, and her performance. And that's really all we need.
Around the world, looking for my baby.
Now for 89's most exciting discovery. Nena Cherry.
When this song came out, it's just like a breath of fresh air. You can see in the video, it's got so much attitude.
Who's that piccolo on his feet with his hands in his pockets and his crocodile feet hanging off the curb, looking on the surface at the boys from home. They all came running, they were making noise, man.
This video, I remember studying it like it was the Dead Sea Scrolls of everything I needed to know about pop culture.
It just fuses fashion and music so perfectly.
He's looking good in every way, no stopping. You better watch, don't mess with me.
Nena Cherry felt so cool. She felt so of the moment, had this great street style that was obviously partly London, but also a New York street style as well.
She's got some kind of like gold chain on with like the dollar sign on it as well. So that's the kind of the nod to like the Run DMCs and like the hip hop culture.
The video is a visual feast. It was like a rave before rave culture had actually started.
Rock this place. What is he like? What's he like anyway? Oh man, what do you expect? You guys a gigolo, man.
What's great about her for me is the aggression, because perhaps as women in music, we're not allowed to display that.
So don't get rushed with me. You kind of went, no, that would be a life-threatening idea.
It felt like a new dawn. It felt like a new decade, really, even though this was still in the 80s. It felt like something much more futuristic and much more modern than what had come before.
Now, welcome to Madonna's Metropolis.
Come on, girls, you believe in love? 'Cause I got something to say about it, and it goes something like this.
Express Yourself is Madonna at her zenith.
Your love to the test. You know you got to make him express how you feel, and baby, when you
You've got all the Madonna cliches of a pop video wrapped up in this big budget movie directed by David Fincher.
hear it go. Fancy cars go very fast. You know they never last. No. What you need?
Oh, I think this video perfectly encapsulates the world of Madonna.
She is completely in control of every aspect of her career, and she is rocking it. And this video expresses it all in bold Technicolor.
In the video, Madonna goes from being this sexy, beautiful creature, and then she takes control, and she has this monaco. She's being a strong, powerful woman.
Madonna is the dominant male figure.
He's wearing the symbol of male power, a pinstripe suit.
And the way that she like touches her crotch and these things, everyone is like, ooh, oh, Madonna does that. Oh, everybody wants to do that.
I think that her impact on the roles of the genders in popular culture just can't be underestimated.
She was like years ahead of what other people were doing. You know, you had Madonna here singing about empowerment and equality and doing it in such a way that she would court controversy. The story would go out there and then the meaning would sort of follow behind it.
Next, has Billy Joel got news for you? Yes, he has. 40 years of it.
The video spans over 40 years, starting in 1949 when Billy Joel was born, going right up to 1989.
This is an example of a pop music video that is extremely literal and faithful to the lyrics of the song, but it's all the better for it. I mean, it has a lot of impact.
Everything Billy Joel does is with this incredible conviction. It's coming from the heart. It's sung with honesty and sincerity.
And sadly, it's not one of Billy's favorite hits because in his mind, being a songwriter, he thinks, not a great melody. Well, of course it's not a great melody. It's a list song. The greatness is in the lyrics.
The references that are shown in the video are absolutely representative of what was going on in America in that particular era. So you have the very literal burning of the bra, burning of the draft card. And these are the fires that we didn't start.
It's a very successful and provocative video. It really makes you think, and it also raises questions that make you want to go, oh, I think I want to know more about this topic.
It's such a brilliant summation of post-war American history that everyone who studies history at whatever level should watch it.
child is sleeping too much, this could be the cure.
By the end of the 80s, Cure videos were becoming as much of an event as their albums and singles were. This didn't disappoint. I mean, this is possibly the most Cure of all Cure videos.
If you had not heard of The Cure before and you saw the video, it really kind of sums up the band. You know, it's like a mini horror movie.
Spider-Man comes softly through the shadow of the evening sun, stealing past the windows of the blissfully.
I think the title Lullaby is slightly misleading, intentionally so. It's more likely to keep you awake than send you to sleep, particularly if you're of a nervous disposition.
And suddenly, over in the corner of the room, and there is nothing I can do. I realize we're flying.
The relationship between Tim Pope and Robert Smith creatively was absolutely amazing. And that understanding of, you know, we have a 4 to 5 minute film here, let's make it as astonishing as possible.
Sometimes directors will come in with the craziest idea and you're kind of going, I don't really see how that's going to work. But when you build up a relationship with a director, you kind of trust them and you go, yeah, I'm sure it's going to work fine. And, you know, the band fully commit to the performance in this video.
When you have a very charismatic lead singer, how do you incorporate the rest of the band in that video? And it's brilliant because them all appearing in this sort of spectral way with their drums and their instruments is a perfect way of dealing with that. It ends with him being sucked into the arms of the big spider. It is out there, let's be frank.
It's pretty scary, really. Don't let your little ones watch this.
Next, crazy choreography, a classic cut, and cool cannibals.
I've got no idea what that video is about. Well, it's just shapes and colours, isn't it? It's shapes and colours. That's what videos are.
How cool does Roland Gift look in this video? He's just looking straight at you, that kind of cherubic, very pretty face.
And you don't really need to do much else. You have the other members of the band doing their slightly odd angular dancing, but really you're just kind of staring into Roland Gift's kind of caramel eyes.
It didn't come easily. She Drives Me Crazy probably took about 6 months to write. But then Good Thing took 5 minutes. And they were both #1 singles in America.
Roland Gift is so striking in it, and he's so deadpan as well, but somehow you just can't take your eyes off him.
That is completely contrasted with the rest of the band, Cocktail Steel, who look so uncomfortable. They look like they're wearing coats that were 10 sizes too big for them. Maybe they didn't like their pink guitars. They look like they didn't want to be there. But Roland just looks so cool.
I love the playfulness in the video. It's wonderful. No props, but just silliness, because you just don't need anything. You just need his face, his voice, those incredible riffs, and that snare drum, and bang, you've got a massive hit. With cheekbones like that, you're set for life.
Coming up, a short but sweet Sonia.
I remember saying to the director, is there any chance I could put some high heels on? He said, no, it'll be funny, it will work.
Play Ojo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5.
So I can choose when I get a new phone with O2 Switch Up. Like now. What about now? Yeah? How about now? Right now.
On your tool lets you switch up to a new phone when it suits you and pays off your current contract. O2, see what you can do.
Not now.
There's two things I love, rugby and teaching. You have to look after yourself before looking after anyone else, and that starts with self-care.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Advanced 72-hour antiperspirant plus added moisturizers for confidence that lasts.
When I have a Jojo that protects me, I can be confident and ready to deliver what I need to for my players.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Advanced.
If Galaxy chocolate tastes good to you, wouldn't it be great if it did good for others too? By 2030, we commit to help 1 million people, including women, their families, and their communities thrive. Just a little drop of pleasure could create ripples of hope. Galaxy, your pleasure has promise.
£6 at Asda can get you Nescafe Gold Blend coffee. But at Aldi, less than £6 gets you cold roast coffee, bread, ham, tomatoes, and yogurts. That's their school lunchbox sorted, and you can wake up and smell the savings. Lovely. Aldi, officially which cheapest supermarket of the year?
Oh, yeah, that'll go nicely.
Think about the recipe.
Think about the flavors. They're gonna love this.
Jeff? I put paprika in.
Oh, yeah.
Millions of bacteria are hiding in your mouth. Try Colgate Total Advanced. It helps fight bacterial plaque 3 times more effectively, creating an active mineral shield. Colgate Total has 8 different benefits and provides whole mouth superior protection. Try Colgate Total Advanced from the #1 brand recommended by dentists.
Jump into school. Plus, choice of ways to pay with FerryPay. Pros the Ferry app know.
Hurry the Daleks? Yes. Maybe the bear could steal the ring, which is the crown jewel, and run away with it. Maybe the police could find him. Yeah. We are the police.
At Curry's, we go beyond expectations, and with our price promise, you won't get it cheaper. Save £150 on this powerful Lenovo IdeaPad Flex 5 Chromebook, which starts fast and has virus protection built in at no additional cost. Now only $349. Save up to £700 on these Samsung QN90C Neo QLED TVs. Brightness, color, and detail with an AI-powered 4K processor from just $1199. Save up to £600 on Samsung fridge freezers and get this American Star with water and ice now $999 at Curry's.
Could it ever happen again?
Our exploration of space is only just beginning.
Experiencing it, living it. I've learned so much. Oh my God, this would be fantastic.
Epic documentaries on Channel 5 and My 5.
Play Ojo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5.
Welcome back to the greatest pop videos of 1989, the year Scott Aitken and Waterman's Hit Factory ruled the charts. Please, Mr. Waterman, may I have a hit? Yes, Sonia, you can.
Making this video, my video, I remember just being super excited because I'd never done a video before.
When you see the video, it's incredible. I was there. I watched this girl light up the place.
I always remember the video because one of my mates, I was hanging out with a lot of the time, go to clubs together. He said, "Hey, I'm doing this video for Sonia." And I said, "But you're 6'3".
I remember saying to the director, "Is there any chance I could put some high heels on?" He said, no, it'll be funny, it will work. It's all about me trying to get his attention because I'm obviously besotted with him. But he kind of doesn't feel the same way.
She called me at home on the Sunday when she heard it was #1 to thank me. Not many of the artists do that, but she did.
If a northern lass like Sonia can make it in the industry, I was like, she was my hope that I can get my foot in the door. It was one of the best days ever because obviously the single went on to go to #1. And I think it was a lot to do with the video as well.
You're just trying to capture that enthusiasm and joyous youth. That video is Sonia.
Next, a fiery hit from another sizzling redhead.
This felt like the first video that Simply Red did where they looked like stars.
The video has this fun, positive energy, and that's largely created by the fact that the characters are not taking themselves very seriously. They have wide smiles. They're having fun.
When we came to see New Flame, we didn't really have a choreographer on that. We knew girls that could perform well. They're quite flirty, quite teasing, and I think Mick really bounced off that as well, which was great.
The relationship we see between the band and the performers is actually very equal. We have Mick singing as the lead singer, but the whole kind of feel of the song is very collective.
Instead of just somebody performing to a camera, you've got the New Flame and those curtains open, and then all of a sudden there's Josephine Baker with a smile. So I thought, with this character coming down the catwalk towards Mick, it's just going to light a fire a bit from it, we thought.
All the vibrancy, all the attitude, all the charisma in this video comes off Mick Hucknall's performance. This consolidated him as a star.
There was something about him, coupled with his extraordinary soulful voice, that just was on point.
From a new flame to an eternal one now, this show is on fire. Close your eyes, give me your hand. Do you feel my heart beating?
I don't know whether the video director for this decided, the heck with it, we'll save money by not having lights. Let's just get some candles. Although it is a lovely song, and it is called Eternal Flame. So that was not a very long creative meeting, was it?
An eternal flame, I believe it's meant.
I just remember like really beautiful video, beaches, and then sort of uber boho glamorous.
With me, do you feel the same? Am I?
It was probably many a teenage girl's anthem.
Is this burning an eternal flame? Say my name, sun shines through the rain, the whole life, so
are some soft sexual metaphors used in the video. We've got waves crashing and fireworks going off. Is it a little bit Mills and Boon? Maybe, but it works.
I don't want to lose this
You must have got really annoyed when you turned up for a shoot and they filmed you and you ended up with a couple of shots in the end and your face just morphing into Susanna Hoffs every 2 seconds. The irony of the end shots in the video of the band altogether is that less than 6 months later, the band announced their breakup. So perhaps the eternal flame had gone out.
The boy band bonanza of the 90s started right here. Take that as you will.
Just those opening beats, dun, 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 and like the guys jumping in the car together. It's like, The Right Stuff still makes me feel like that teenage girl when I see it.
Kids were going crazy for them.
First time was a great time. Second time was a blast. Third time I fell in love. Now I'm holding back. I can see it in your walk. Tell when you talk.
These boys were hitting it hard. You got the right stuff.
You just feel that energy, and they were dancing their arses off.
In the late 80s, early 90s, we hadn't seen that.
Reason why I sing this song. All that I needed was you. Oh, girl, it's so.
Without New Kids on the Block, there'd be no Take That, there'd be no Backstreet Boys, there'd be no NSYNC. But without New Edition, there'd be no New Kids on the Block. Morris Starr, producer and a writer, had discovered New Edition and they parted ways. Morris was quoted as saying, "If I could find a white New Edition, I would sell 20 times more records." So he put together his white New Edition and called them New Kids on the Block. It spawned something that lasted probably 20 years, which is boy band.
Baby, love the way you turn me on. You got the right stuff, baby.
Right Stuff for me was such a big tune. You kind of slyly learn the dance moves and you pretend to be in a little boy band yourself. So yeah, really loved it for that reason.
I just think that video perfectly captured the camaraderie and the brotherhood and the friendship that exists between those guys and New Kids on the Block. That was pop perfection.
In 1989, one thing we did not want Sam Brown to do was stop.
All that I have is all that you've given me.
What we really see in this video is Sam Brown looking like a movie star. She is lit in a specific way that she just looks extraordinary, and her look is as powerful as her vocal.
Making a video, it's just amazing.
Standing in the rooms, I see you across the street. I see you across the street. I can't help but wonder if she knows what's.
One of the weird things that you're asked to do as a singer is act when you do these videos. I always got into trouble when I tried to do that. But Sam was doing that there. She was emoting. She was doing that thing without having to do very much at all, just in the eyes.
She didn't look like a lot of pop stars. It was kind of like, wow, she just looked unique.
Oh, you better stop before you tear me apart. You better stop.
You're looking in the background, but you come back to watching Sam just standing there in that strong posture, almost coming out of the video.
kind of hard done by female is so far removed from who I am. But it tells a story, and I think the emotion in the song is what draws people in.
It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. She's a real one-off, a fantastic singer. And this song really showed it off.
Oh, it's Scott and Charlie, also known as... Oh, wait, it'll come to me.
Especially for you.
I adore this video. When I watch this video, I cry. It is the epitome of young love. It is just so gorgeous.
Kylie Minogue and Jason Donovan were married in Neighbours, and they were also dating in real life. So because they happened to be singers, then the logical extension was for them to record together. This video really plays on it. The video was a great explanation of their relationship to an extent. Two very, very busy young people who kept missing each other.
And this is a fantastic success for both of them. And it's one which they've never been able to escape because people in their mind think Kylie Minogue and Jason Donovan. So they get married on screen, they have a #1 on the radio, and it gets so that everybody thinks of them in the same breath.
Really gave young love a hope watching them two sing to each other, and you really believed everything that they were saying.
And then at one point where they're embracing, he just reaches out and he touches her nose. I mean, it is the absolute embodiment of young love.
Coming up, we hit the road with this kooky pop queen.
This video really is a masterclass in star quality. There are moments when she's just Cyndi Lauper, and then suddenly, it's star time.
Activia presents The Amazing Guts from A to Z.
Hey, guts alive, beautiful biome, digest and drive, electric energy. Oh, follow the flow. Wanna feel good? Start from the inside with life coaches. Yeah, nice, open wide, put the power inside. Tasty victory, got to do your thing with extra yummy yogurt that makes your tongue sing.
Your gut is where it all begins. Activia.
These are the stains Persil is made for. Our new best ever capsules are here for outstanding stain removal, even in a quick and cold wash, leaving no residues behind. New Persil capsules, now in a plastic-free pack. Keep away from children.
We thought goodness would last forever, but now it's in danger. The Baby Bell Snack Heroes are here to save the day. They will need all their strength to restore the goodness for good. Baby Bell, join the goodness.
This Saturday's Lotto jackpot is £20 million, and it must be one. It could be you.
With Admiral Multi-Cover, the more you cover, the more you save.
I need a faster laptop. I've so much coursework to do.
Yeah? What are you thinking?
You want the Lenovo Flex 5i Chromebook with Google Apps and built-in virus protection. Great for multitasking.
Take it.
Bean jacuzzi. You're welcome.
From $14.54 a month, interest-free over 24 months. Curry's, beyond expectations.
Stomach rumbling? Cook. Can't cure a cold? Cook. Crying from a broken heart? Cook, cook, cook. Head in a spin, you don't know what to do, or you feel like shouting, I love you. When in doubt, grab the Lurpak and just cook. Don't you want me? You know I can't believe it, and I hear that you won't see me close. Don't you want me? You know I don't believe you when you say that you don't need me. Don't you want me?
Finding the right hotel just got easier. Compare and book on the app with Hotels.com.
I've got nothing to eat.
Nothing.
Hold on, I can do something. Turning nothing into something.
Turning nothing into something. I turn nothing into something.
It's amazing what you can do with nothing. And a little helmet. Make taste, not waste.
Follow the pupils of Puppy School for Guide Dogs.
It's just adorable.
From their early days through to graduation and beyond.
She's just changed my life.
And find out if these pups have got what it takes to make the grade.
They are amazing.
Puppy School for Guide Dogs starts Friday at 8 on Channel 5 and Mine 5.
Play Ojo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5.
These are the greatest pop videos of 1989, when the World Wide Web was first proposed, and thanks to the internet, this song now has over 1 million views and counting. It's Rufus and Shaka Khan.
Shaka Khan, Ain't Nobody video. It is iconic.
There are effects. We've got these words that are kind of thrown up on the screen, and we've got black and white images of people dancing from the past. But really, what we want to see is Shaka. We get a lot of Shaka, thankfully, and her performance is magnificent.
The song's so great that after Chaka became a recognizable solo artist, the song came out again in remix form.
This remix did take it to a different place, and Frankie Knuckles at that moment was just, he was the king of the New York remix.
Her smile spoke of goodness and honesty. And when she sings Ain't Nobody, you believe her.
No prize is given for originality or tricks in this video, but when you've got an artist with the power that Chaka Khan has, you actually don't need a great deal more than her just singing the song.
Now Cyndi Lauper is driving us all to distraction. I had to escape, the city was skin.
There's something about Cyndi Lauper that you think she's an individual who is not putting it on. She just is unique. And in this video, more so than anything, you see her character and just the fact that she pushes all the boundaries.
Taste your sweet kisses, your arms open wide. This fever for you is just
The video is an interesting dissonant blend between her eccentricities and then there's all of these elements that are like standard issue late 80s video tropes.
Video is a bizarre business. For a song which is essentially about driving all night, there's very little actual driving in it.
This video really is a masterclass in star quality because there are moments in this when she's just the person, Cyndi Lauper, and then suddenly, oh, it's star time.
This video was an attempt to reinterpret Cyndi Lauper because before then she'd been this kind of Betty Boop-like geeky figure. But this video, she's portrayed as being unashamedly sexy and sexual.
She is in the 80s. Women can take charge. She wants to get to her man. If it takes driving all night to get there, she's going to do it.
Play Ojo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5.
They did us proud. They're still winners in my eyes.
Oh, did they win a shirt as well? Win your official shirt with Weetabix.
At Currys, we go beyond expectations. Save up to £200 on the latest HP Pavilion X360 range with a versatile convertible touchscreen audio by B&O and powered by the latest Intel Core processors from 449. Save up to £250 on these LG Smart 4K TVs with AI sound for an atmospheric audio experience for just $349. And save up to £150 on sharp vacuum cleaners like this cordless vacuum now only $199 at Currys.
Live your best phone life on the UK's fastest 5G network. From
Millions of bacteria are hiding in your mouth. Try Colgate Total Advanced. It helps fight bacterial plaque 3 times more effectively, creating an active mineral shield. Colgate Total has 8 different benefits and provides whole mouth superior protection. Try Colgate Total Advanced from the #1 brand recommended by dentists.
Live World Championship Boxing, Arthur versus Suarez, Friday at 10 on Channel 5.
Play Ojo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5.
Next, Martika's deceptive nursery rhyme.
The message is incredibly powerful. There's so much tension in the video. This is not a happy song, but it's beautiful. This is only the 3rd song Martika had ever written.
And unlike the first 2, which were conventional pop songs, this was about a friend of hers who was struggling with drug addiction. This record not only was a great record, but did affect a lot of people, and the video therefore can be enjoyed on different levels, whether you look at it as a tribute to girl power or as a searing indictment of drugs in our nation's cities.
I mean, in America especially, it rocketed her to the top of the charts. And then for a couple of years and a couple of albums, you know, Martika was hot property.
Turns out there is a happy ending to this, because a friend of hers did recover from drug addiction and led a happy life.
Here's some more from Mick Hucknall, chairman of Simply Red.
The day before the shoot, we got a phone call. I think it was East West Records, and she said, we're changing the track. And so we had a stage book, and then it was like, here's the new track, which, if you don't know me by now, this, I think we had one day. With Mick, we said, we're just going to get 3,000 chairs. They're going to be beautiful, black and white. We'll put some projection in there. And I think it works really well. It's really cinematic.
By this time, Simply Red had really become simply Red. Red being Mick Hucknall with the red hair.
I feel so lucky that I've worked for quite a long time working with those kind of artists, and each one's different. Each one you're cutting a suit for that character and for what that music is and what their performance is like. So he was really good. It was brilliant.
Ironically, for a video with costume changes, apparently Kylie wouldn't change a thing.
The wonderful thing is just her sheer likability, and the idea comes over that she's really enjoying this, you know, fun in the garden. You know, it couldn't be more sweet and innocent, could it?
I mean, this video, Kylie moving away from Neighbours, that's what this video is. This is Kylie saying, I'm no longer part of Neighbours in Australia. I'm now Kylie that's part of the pop world in Europe.
She just has this presence about her. When I met her, you know, she oozes stardom, and you just want to watch it.
I mean, I'm absolutely in no position to do any fashion commentary on any of these, but do those long denim shorts really go with that floaty chiffon top? I mean, is that really a good outfit? Doesn't work for me.
This is very much a PWL video at the time, very much. I mean, if you wanted to encapsulate something,
This video is probably a perfect capsule of the time.
Coming up, Hue and Cry's Pain on a Train.
So there's my wee bit of acting, and not very good acting, it has to be said. Lots of eyebrow movements, but not much else.
At Curry's, we go beyond expectations, and with our price promise, you won't get it cheaper. Save £150 on this powerful Lenovo IdeaPad Flex 5 Chromebook, which starts fast and has virus protection built in at no additional cost. Now only $349. Save up to £700 on these Samsung QN90C Neo QLED TVs. Brightness, color, and detail with an AI-powered 4K processor from just $1199. Save up to £600 on Samsung fridge freezers and get this American Star with water and ice now $999 at Curry's.
The wait is over because the brand new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 is here on Sky Mobile. Take your selfie game up a notch with the epic Flex Cam, so you can get everyone in that perfect group shot. Yours from £37 a month plus your data plan. You'll even get a free Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 worth £289, exclusive to Sky Mobile. To check out the full range of phones, laptops and more, search Sky Mobile.
Your dad's changed the will. You are no longer the beneficiaries. Everything has been left to his new wife. What? What's going on? If anyone killed him, it had to be her.
We know who's responsible for poisoning my dad.
You mentioned poisoning.
The Inheritance starts Monday, 4th of September on Channel 5 and My5.
PlayOjo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5.
Welcome back to the greatest pop videos of 1989. The year when two huge voices slugged it out in the heavyweight championship of passion.
Now, if you put two people together, it probably wouldn't be Mark Almond and Gene Pitney. But didn't this work well?
Something's got in my heart, keeping my soul and my senses apart. Something's got into my life, cutting this away within my dream like a knife.
When it starts, you're thinking, this kind of looks like Las Vegas, but it's a bit low rent. And then you think, oh my God, it is Las Vegas.
You had Mark Almond singing the first bit, and you had then Gene Pitney coming in this giant limousine, looking a little bit, it must be said, like a ventriloquist dummy. There were two almost separate videos.
It was a really unusual pairing because what you have is two singers who belong to very different eras, but belong to very different perceptions of music. And yet their two voices work perfectly.
But it was also Mark Almond saying, look, here I am, I'm a crooner. I'm not just the guy who sang Sex Dwarf in a leather thong.
And Gene, in contrast, has got what looks like an umpire's jacket on with a red bow tie. Ill-advised, I would say, but I get it. Just all adds to the kind of weirdness of the mixture.
But then you came my way.
This was an astonishing record, a surprising record. The production was bombastic and the performances were as big as the production.
From the seventh circle of Hull, it's the beautiful South.
You Keep It All In by the Beautiful South was, I think, the moment everyone realised that the Beautiful South were going to be a better band than the House Martins. And I think this video too reflected it.
That's that's right. The conversation we had last night. All I wanted to do was knock you in the heart. I kept it all in.
It was Paul's idea when the Finally Beautiful South. He said for me not to be the drummer but to be a singer. So it was a shock to me as well. I used to hide behind the kit a bit and that, but if you're up front, there's nothing to hide behind and you've got to just adapt to it. And that's what I did.
Just like that murder in 73, it's like that robbery in 62. All these things that have happened to me, I got them all in.
It is quite dark. You get a very happy, jolly melody and a really melancholy lyric.
Lyrically, I think there's a suggestion that this is a relationship which doesn't show its true self to the outside. He's boxing a punch bag and he's hitting it so hard. I don't know, makes you pause for thought.
You know your problem, you keep it all in.
But there's also a part where he's filmed on the loo. Faintly ludicrous, quite funny. So, as ever with The Beautiful South, there's an awful lot going on. This is British humour, slightly sardonic, slightly droll, slightly meaningless, and it's presented in a very British way.
It's like that robbery in 62, with all these things that have happened to me.
You never know what's going to happen. You can't just assume you're going to be successful and don't take it for granted. I think what we had to do was just do the best songs we could. Hopefully, that would prove to be successful. And that's how it was in the end.
Next, girl gets on train, ends up in hue and cry video. Here's what happened.
I was not looking for dinner.
We made it with a young filmmaker and he had a very cinematic vision for it. So it was my wee bit of acting, not very good acting, it has to be said. Lots of eyebrow movements, but not much else.
There was long time ago. She spent 35 pounds and one pack of ciggies.
The idea for Looking for Linda came about from an actual encounter with a woman running away from her abusive husband in Leeds. We talked for 15 minutes between Glasgow Central and Paisley Gilmore Street, which is in the west of Scotland.
Linda in the video, she's come from a tough time. She's run away because what she has at home is unhappy.
Pat Kane is the enigmatic stranger on the train who really is just landed with Linda's predicament. He's just really the onlooker in all of this, and the narrative weaves through, but we're left with so many questions at the end of it.
Means only one thing. Whispered that she was too polite to say. The train door was jammed, but the time was arrived.
I love the moments where they kind of sat at the dining room table just singing to each other, composing this song. Big spider plant in the background as well, which I can't take my eyes off. You wonder every morning did Greg and Pat, one bring out his keyboard and the other one have a little sing while they were getting their breakfast together.
That's how we write. Sit in a brightly lit room with gauzy curtains, staring at each other intently across keyboard and writing pad. She was a force of nature and then disappeared after 15 minutes, kissing me on the forehead.
Is Linda okay? I hope she is. Is she watching this programme?
So I think she's so cool that she's not really made herself known since then, and I wish her all the best if she's still around.
Kate Bush has never made a bad video, but this might just be one of her best.
From the film, she's having a baby with Kevin Bacon.
Kate was actually sent a scene from the film to give her the inspiration to write the song for.
God, you can go. I'm standing outside this woman's work. This woman's work. Ooh, it's hard on the man. Now his part is over. No.
I've always been a massive fan of hers. I think she must just live in this wonderful, beautiful, creative world where no one else is allowed in, and I love it. And this woman's work, she does what she always does really beautifully, and that's to paint a picture.
All the things I should have done that we never did. All the things I should have done that I did. Make it go away.
Any one of her videos is, you know, creatively so amazing. Even the ones that are very, very simple, you know, with not much going on. If you look at Wuthering Heights or Rubber Band Girl or Babushka, there's not a lot going on, but they really compel you to watch.
The video was very alternative, and she was just such a unique artist. And that tune was probably like one of my introductions to Kate Bush.
Did she die in the video? Because it's very ambiguous, and I've never really known. I've never known if we're supposed to know. So, Kate, please tell me, did you make it or not?
Coming up, it's Madonna's nautical fantasy.
Oh yeah, Madonna's just at that beach where there's mermen. You know, we've all been there.
We're nearly finished with 1989 and the entire 80s. It's been a decade to cherish. And with that seamless link, here's Madonna and her Little Mermen.
The Cherish video is probably my favorite Madonna video. She's dropped all of her hardness. She's charming. She seems very relaxed. Her hair is all wet. You know, she probably smells like seaweed. She doesn't care. And she's just making fun of herself and kind of puncturing her image.
It's really very simple. It's Madonna rolling around in the sand in a wet dress with some quite homoerotic mermen in the sea showing off their ripped physiques. The song itself is kind of light, but it certainly didn't have the intensity or the religious fervour that some of her other songs had. This was a lighter Madonna moment, and the music video totally reflects that.
Herb Ritz is a famous fashion photographer who shot this video. It's the first time he'd ever shot a video, and Madonna kind of bossed him into it, as you can imagine she would. The choice to use black and white in this video was largely because Madonna could be seen turning blue if it were a color video. She was very cold, so the black and white usage covered that. A lot of times pop music videos are very literal, especially with things that are a little out of the ordinary. And so in this case, yes, there's these mermen, but he doesn't make a big song and dance about them. You almost just sort of catch a glimpse of them out of the corner of your eye, like, oh yeah, Madonna's just at that beach where there's mermen. You know, we've all been there.
A second helping of Kate Bush now.
The Sensual World, for me, is probably one of the most sensual videos that's ever been made, and it sends shivers down my spine.
What is so brilliant about this video is Kate chose to cover up. In 1989, she was one of the most beautiful women in the world, but she chose to cover up and let the song do the speaking.
The actual song is done from the point of view and channeling character called Molly in James Joyce's Ulysses, turning it into a song and then getting a video that channels that as well is possibly the most Kate Bush thing she's ever done.
For me, the charm of Kate Bush's dancing is that it's kind of amateurish. It's what a young girl would be doing in her bedroom if she just wanted to feel a little ethereal. They're a bit modern dance, but then they're a little bit like backwards, walk like an Egyptian moonwalk thing.
It's very, very stylized. And what Kate wanted to get out of this video is that you don't need anything other than Mother Nature to connect with sensuality.
And the whole time she's just giving it that, yes.
I just wanted to say after seeing the video, I'll have whatever she's had, please.
Here's Tom Petty, wondering whatever happened to his beloved LA.
She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus, in America too.
Free Falling came out of a love letter to the Valley in LA, you know, which is one of the strangest places on earth, I think. I went in looking at it like an alien landing on another planet.
It's a long day, living in Reseda.
The video to Free Falling is an outsider's view of Los Angeles, and it's seen through a very, very cynical eye. It's in bright, garish Los Angeles style colours. It captures the light absolutely beautifully.
It is about vampires on Ventura Boulevard, which is the main road through the valley. So you do very much take a cue from the lyrics, and Tom's lyrics were great in that song.
Down Ventura Boulevard.
It's like a tourist map of LA in many ways. It's all the kind of things you imagine LA to be in this video. And it's funny that years later when we did get to go to these places and you kind of remember, oh, I saw that in that Tom Petty video.
The this is just a song that survived. And when Tom Petty passed away, this was the song that was most played in America. It really was taken to heart.
It might be bye-bye to the 1980s, but we're going out with a bang.
The band were playing on a tour with Aerosmith, so we were very naughty and we got permission to shoot them on stage in front of Aerosmith's audience, because at that stage of Guns N' Roses' career they could not have pulled that many people. And of course it then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that people see Guns N' Roses playing in front of this huge audience, therefore people assume they have this huge following.
The Paradise City video is that classic, you know, they're on tour, there's no more time to capture in the studio because they're off conquering the stadiums of the world. And again, it's just that great sort of snapshot video, rehearsal, backstage, hanging out. You see him coming out of the loo, you see him in bed, you see him waiting around. All of those things are part of that life. It's rock and roll, baby.
My buddy Vance, who shot that footage, who I'm still very good friends with, we've done a million jobs together. Let's just say that if the guys in Guns N' Roses sat down for a beer of an evening, he was able to keep up the pace with them.
I like Guns N' Roses because they're a fantastic band. If you have a good director, if you have a good song, you can put a lot of emotions out of it. You know, no question about this, especially when the song is written in a very powerful way.
The video is just a whole bunch of stuff thrown together, which kind of matches the not very slick musical approach that Guns N' Roses had back then.
Next time in 1990, the new decade's videos are laid back,
No storyboard, nothing. I thought those videos looked great.
rebellious,
I wanted to have a video where I went back to the school and caused havoc.
and award-winning.
I'd like to accept this Best Group Video of the Year award.
Taking in all the hot spots of The Maid, three families are so excited in brand new The Cruise fun-loving bits at sea, weekday afternoons at 4 on Channel 5.
Follow the pupils of Puppy School for Guide Dogs.
It's just adorable.
It's a very unique talent that these dogs have got to have.
From their early days
Look at her face. This is why I love doing it.
through to graduation and beyond.
She's just changed my life.
She's a pup of many talents.
To be a guide dog, it's very, very special.
And find out if these pups have got what it takes to make the grade.
They are amazing.
Puppy School for Guide Dogs starts Friday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Our favourite northern lass
That is so lovely.
is heading east on an incredible adventure.
Welcome to Japan.
She's going to meet some extraordinary people,
You look stunning.
throw herself into the culture,
Can't believe I'm naked.
and taste everything
Oh, there you go.
that Japan has to offer.
It is quite spectacular, isn't it?
And of course, she'll take it all in her stride.
So, how hard can this be?
Jane McDonald, Lost in Japan, continues Friday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Now we hand over to Play-O Joe for the live casino show.
to the Play Ojo Live Casino Show. My name is David, and I'll be your host for 2 hours of exciting live roulette. Stay tuned to see how you can register, deposit, and join the fun. For now, let's go over to our Play Ojo live roulette table for our first spin of the evening. The winning number is 34, red, even, and high. Hold your bets, folks. Any guesses where it's gonna land? The winning number is 8 black, even, and low. Ready to register at Play Ojo? Well, it couldn't be easier. Just head to playojo.com or download the app and press join now. Complete each step of the registration form and tick the legal stuff, and you're good to go. Alrighty, it's time to place those bets. And bets are closed. Is this your lucky spin? Let's find out. The winning number is 12 red, even, and low. You ready for some feel-good fun? Get that Ojo feeling now and discover all of our favorite games with 50 free spins offered on your first deposit. All with no wagering requirements, plus money back on every game. Just head over to playojo.com or download the app and let the games begin. Meet us at the roulette table before the next spin. Off you go. Could you be the winner of this spin? Let's find out. The winning number is 3 red, odd, and low. Take the feel-good fun with you wherever you go with our nifty Play Ojo mobile app. It comes complete with the personalized My Ojo feature where you can see all your essential info in one tidy section. Just visit the Play Store or App Store on your phone and download the Play Ojo app today. And bets are closed. Red or black? Black or red? We're about to find out. The winning number is 31, black, odd, and high. Need help? Got a burning question? Contact our Play Ojo support team. Just drop us an email at support@playojo.com or log in and click live chat to connect directly with the Ojo team. At your service. Those were the last bets for now. Red or black? That's the burning question. The winning number is 29, black, odd, and high. At Play Ojo, our top priority is keeping the world of gambling safe for our players. To ensure responsible gambling, you can set deposit limits, take a timeout before your next bet, and more. We're here to help. Plus, our exclusive SafeMate feature lets you track your gaming habits while staying within your budget. It's spinning, but let's see where it lands. The winning number is 26, black, even, and high. Megaway slots have taken slot play to a whole new level, with up to as many as 200,000 pay lines available. But what's even more fun is that Play Ojo are adding new and exciting Megaway slots to the mix every single month. That's an awful lot of ways to win under one roof. Back to the big wheel. Let's see what happens here. Where will it land? The winning number is 8, black, even, and low. What makes our casino one of a kind? We like to be straight up with our players, so you'll see no hidden terms or sneaky small print. When we say no minimum withdrawal limits, we mean it. However much you win, you're free to withdraw as much or as little of it as you like. Those were the last bets for now. Which way will it go? High or low? Odd or even? The winning number is 6 black, even and low. Now you can choose the way you play with PlayOjo's Hot or Cold. It's your unique chance to choose between hot games, the ones that have been paying out more than they're taking, and cold games, those that haven't had such luck, just like you could at an actual casino. Just head over to PlayOjo and click on the Hot or Cold tab to find out more. It's spinning, but let's see where it lands. The winning number is 10 black, even and low. It's always hunting time in Wolf Gold, one of Pragmatic Play's most popular slots at PlayOjo Casino. Enjoy unlimited free spins, a money respin feature with 3 jackpots, and the chance to win the mega jackpot of up to 1,000 times your stake. And bets are closed. Is the wheel on your side today? The winning number is 21 red, odd and high. Want to try your luck at the home of Feel Good Fun? Just go to playojo.com or download the PlayOjo app. Hit join now and give us the basics. Say your username and password, check the legal box, and it's off to Feel the Fun. You'll be a fully fledged Ojoer in no time. Easy peasy. We're about to find out, will it be red or black? The winning number is 7 red, odd and low. Ready to feel the fun? Enjoy 50 free spins on the popular Book of Dead slot with your first deposit. Click on the deposit button, fill in your card details, and then hit submit. And as always with PlayOjo, there's no wagering requirements on any of our bonuses. You get money back on every spin, win or lose. Any guesses where it's gonna land? The winning number is 30 red, even and high. Ready for some feel good fun? Get that Ojo feeling today with 50 free spins on the popular Book of Dead slot with your first deposit. All with no wagering requirements, plus money back on every game. Just head over to playojo.com or via the app to feel the fun. Now, back to the roulette table for the next spin. And the winner of this spin is... The winning number is 26 black, even and high. Experience the joy of PlayOjo anywhere and anytime with the mobile app. Discover your new ultimate gaming companion and the handy MyOjo space where you can keep all your most essential information. Simply download the PlayOjo app from the Play Store or the App Store and dive into an ocean of games today. Coming into land, but let's see where. The winning number is 16 red, even and low. At PlayOjo, we like to put you in the driver's seat. And that's why we have no minimum withdrawal restrictions in place. It's your money after all. No sneaky small print or complicated terms with us. Okay, let's get back to the game, shall we? Okay, no more bets. Is this your lucky spin? Let's find out. The winning number is 15 black, odd and low. Do you run hot or cold? No matter your preference, at Play Ojo, we never keep you in the dark. Choose between hot games currently paying out more than they're taking, and cold games where it's vice versa, at least for now. Just head over to Play Ojo and click on the hot or cold tab to find out more. Which way will it go, red or black? The winning number is 34, red, even, and high. While the Play Ojo world offers endless fun, responsible gameplay is the name of the game, and your safety is always our top priority. Deposit limits, cool-off periods, as well as a Safe Mate feature are all in place to help you better understand your gambling habits while staying within your budget. Where will the ball land? Will it be red or will it be black? The winning number is 29, black, odd, and high. With the Play Ojo Live Casino show, there's a cracking good time to be had all night long. Registering is simple and done in a flash by visiting playojo.com or downloading our app. Tell us a few things about yourself, and hey presto, you're ready to join us and feel the fun at the roulette table. It's a no-brainer. Hold your bets, folks. Red or black? Black or red? We're about to find out. The winning number is a 5, red, odd, and low. Ready for some feel-good fun? Get that Ojo feeling today with 50 free spins on the popular Book of Death slot with your first deposit. All with no wagering requirements, plus money back on every game. Just head over to playojo.com or via the app to feel the fun. Now, back to the roulette table for the next spin. Is this your lucky spin? Let's find out. The winning number is 20, black, even, and high. Roulette lovers, step right up. Visit playojo.com or download the Play Ojo app and click on the green Live Casino button. With me so far, you'll find Play Ojo's live roulette table at the top of the page. Hit play now, and you'll be playing along with us live on Channel 5 in no time. Let the games begin. Any guesses where it's going to land? The winning number is 26, black, even, and high. Roulette and blackjack might get all the love, but variety is the spice of life for our Ojo fun seekers. If card games are your bag, check out Live Baccarat, Live Casino Hold'em, or Live 3-Card Poker for a new take on timeless table games. Now, let's feel that love for roulette. Where will the ball land? Will it be red or will it be black? The winning number is 30, red, even, and high. Don't let snakes scare you. Brace yourself for a great experience with Snakes and Ladders Live. Roll the dice, climb ladders, and navigate past snakes in this thrilling online multiplayer game. Join players from around the world on an adventure-filled journey. Can you reach the top and emerge victorious? Time to reveal this spinner's winner. The winning number is a 4, black, even, and low. Looking for something different? Why not try Crazy Time Live? This exciting live game show is based on the Dreamcatcher Money Wheel concept, but adds 4 bonus rounds plus a top slot feature. Check it out now at playojo.com and see what all the fuss is about. Okay, no more bets. Could you be the winner of this spin? Let's find out. The winning number is 1, red, odd, and low. At Play Ojo, we know how to show you a good time. Enjoy the fun of roulette every day where you can join us, 7 days a week, every evening at 1 a.m. on Channel 5. Now let the good times roll, and we'll catch you over at the roulette table. That's all the bets for now. Which way will it go, red or black? The winning number is 7 red, odd and low. Ready to register at PlayOjo? Well, it couldn't be easier. Just head to playojo.com or download the app and press join now. Complete each step of the registration form and tick the legal stuff, and you're good to go. Alrighty, it's time to place those bets. And bets are closed. Will the wheel deliver? Let's find out. The winning number is 23 red, odd and high. Buckle up, hold on tight, and prepare for liftoff. Ojo Levels takes you to a whole new stratosphere of fun. The more you play, the more points you'll receive, and the more rewards you'll unlock along the way. There are no point limits for any game. You'll soon be racking up enough to make your head spin. Let's see what happens here. Where will it land? The winning number is 18 red, even and low. Ready for some feel-good fun? Get that Ojo feeling now and discover all of our favorite games with 50 free spins offered on your first deposit. All with no wagering requirements, plus money back on every game. Just head over to playojo.com or download the app and let the games begin. Meet us at the roulette table before the next spin. Off you go. Time to reveal this spinner's winner. The winning number is 30 red, even and high. Do you enjoy the race action as much as the slots action? Then check out our real spin-offs where you can compete against other players on the leaderboard as you play slots to earn points. And we know just what points mean: prizes. Just log in and head to the Real Spin-Offs tab and see what's on today. Now, back to the wheel. It's all happening, but where will it land? The winning number is 24 black, even and high. It's time to get social. Stay up to date with all things PlayOjo by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and take advantage of our monthly giveaways, exclusive promos, and weekly competitions for a chance to win free spins, bingo tickets, and much, much more. Hold your bets, folks. Red or black? That's the burning question. The winning number is 4 black, even and low. You can't beat a trending game. And if everyone else is digging it, you want to see what all the fuss is about, right? That's why PlayOjo has a whole section dedicated to the most popular slots and our slots play section. Hop over and see what's trending now. Time to place those bets. Okay, no more bets. Which way will it go? High or low? Odd or even? The winning number is 6 black, even and low. Get ready for a new experience with Quantum Roulette. Every spin offers a chance to win exciting multipliers. With a potential maximum payout of 500 times your bet, there are plenty of spins to play for. Those were the last bets for now. Feeling lucky? Let's see if the wheel is on your side today. winning number is 20 black, even and high. Want to try your luck at the home of Feel Good Fun? Just go to playojo.com or download the PlayOjo app. Hit join now and give us the basics. Say your username and password, check the legal box, and it's off to Feel the Fun. You'll be a fully fledged Ojoer in no time. Easy peasy. It's all happening, but where will it land? The winning number is 2 black, even and low. Head to playojo.com or via the app. You'll get 50 free spins on the popular Book of Dead slot with your first deposit. Just hit deposit, fill in your bank details, click submit, and off you go. There are no wagering requirements on any of our bonuses and no minimum withdrawals. You can even receive money back on every spin, win or lose. Where will it land? Let's see. The winning number is 21 red, odd and high. Buckle up, hold on tight, and prepare for liftoff. Ojo Levels takes you to a whole new stratosphere of fun. The more you play, the more points you'll receive, and the more rewards you'll unlock along the way. There are no point limits for any game. You'll soon be racking up enough to make your head spin. To win or not to win? Let's see if you're a winner. The winning number is 7 red, odd and low. Don't let snakes scare you. Brace yourself for a great experience with Snakes and Ladders Live. Roll the dice, climb ladders, and navigate past snakes in this thrilling online multiplayer game. Join players from around the world on an adventure-filled journey. Can you reach the top and emerge victorious? Where will it land? Let's see. The winning number is 4 black, even and low. Roulette fans, step this way. Visit playojo.com or download the PlayOjo app and click on the green Live Casino button. You with me so far? You'll find PlayOjo's live roulette at the top of the page, so give it a tap and play along with us live on Channel 5. Let's play. Those were the last bets for now. To win or not to win? Let's see if you're a winner. The winning number is 6 black, even and low. Want to play with us but don't know how to bet? At PlayOjo, placing bets is as easy as ABC. Click on the chip icon in the center of the screen and set your bet amount. Then place your chip right on the table. Red, black, your lucky number, and plenty of other bets. You're the boss. Who'll win this spin? Let's see. The winning number is 7 red, odd and low. Now you can choose the way you play with PlayOjo's Hot or Cold. It's your unique chance to choose between hot games, the ones that have been paying out more than they're taking, and cold games, those that haven't had such luck, just like you could at an actual casino. Just head over to PlayOjo and click on the Hot or Cold tab to find out more. Is this your lucky spin? Let's find out. The winning number is 29 black, odd and high. Need help? Got a burning question? Contact our PlayOjo support team. Just drop us an email at support@playojo.com or log in and click live chat to connect directly with the Ojo team. At your service. No more bets for now. Coming into landing, but where will it land? winning number is 24 black, even and high. With the Play Ojo Live Casino show, there's a cracking good time to be had all night long. Registering is simple and done in a flash by visiting playojo.com or downloading our app. Tell us a few things about yourself, and hey presto, you're ready to join us and feel the fun at the roulette table. It's a no-brainer. Hold your bets, folks. Will it be red or black? Let the wheel reveal all. The winning number is 29 black, odd and high. Ready for some feel-good fun? Get that Ojo feeling today with 50 free spins on the popular Book of Dead slot with your first deposit. All with no wagering requirements, plus money back on every game. Just head over to playojo.com or via the app to feel the fun. Now, back to the roulette table for the next spin. Red or black? That's the burning question. The winning number is 15 black, odd and low. Have you tried one of our lightning games? They feature extra dramatic settings and exciting multipliers. Join a round of live lightning blackjack, roulette, dice, or baccarat, and look out for electrifying wins. That's all the bets for now. It's spinning, but who will be winning? The winning number is 11 black, odd and low. At Play Ojo, our top priority is keeping the world of gambling safe for our players. To ensure responsible gambling, you can set deposit limits, take a time out before your next bet, and more. We're here to help. Plus, our exclusive SafeMate feature lets you track your gaming habits while staying within your budget. Time to reveal this spinner's winner. The winning number is 2 black, even and low. Roulette and blackjack might get all the love, but variety is the spice of life for our Ojo fun seekers. If card games are your bag, check out Live Baccarat, Live Casino Hold'em, or Live 3-Card Poker for a new take on timeless table games. Now, let's feel that love for roulette. No more bets for now. Feeling lucky? Let's see if the wheel is on your side today. The winning number is 19 red, odd and high. Experience the craze that is Play Ojo's top slot. Big Bass Bonanza. Reel in big wins with up to 2,100 times your stake and wilds that can multiply your winnings by up to 10. It's the ultimate catch of the day for Ojoers. Head to Play Ojo now to try your luck. Let's play some roulette. Will the wheel deliver? Let's find out. The winning number is 2 black, even and low. There's never been any wagering requirements at Play Ojo, and that's how it's going to stay. We don't ask you to wager any bonus winnings before you can withdraw them. Anything you win with your free spins is yours to keep as cash. Good, isn't it? Now, let's play roulette. Hold your bets, folks. Is the wheel on your side today? The winning number is 2 black, even and low. Hold on tight because our prize twister might just blow you away. Try your luck for free on the prize twister for your chance to win free spins or even the mini, super, or mega twisters with prizes from £500 to £25,000. Ready to place those roulette bets? Let's go. Time to reveal this spinner's winner. winning number is 27 red, odd, and high. Ready to register at PlayOjo? Well, it couldn't be easier. Just head to playojo.com or download the app and press join now. Complete each step of the registration form and tick the legal stuff, and you're good to go. Alrighty, it's time to place those bets. Okay, no more bets.
In the end? Yeah, sorry. It popped a bit.
He's on the hunt for a new super agent and is now offering 8 wannabe brokers a chance of a lifetime.
Welcome to the first day of the rest of your life.
I'm going to run that mile and grab this job.
PK will test them.
This will be 1630. On a profit.
Hi, Susan.
Hello, hi.
Into Scotland. Just a few patches of rain, showers really, on this weather front, this cold front, as they work southwards across England and Wales. But many of you will still have some spells of sunshine around as well. And overall, the temperature is similar for most, about 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, warm in the sun, but starting to feel perhaps a little bit cooler across the north of Scotland. Well, from Tuesday into Wednesday, that same area of low pressure works into the North Sea whilst weakening. And really, we're looking at a day of sunny spells and showers again. This time, probably the heaviest showers, big thunderstorms affecting northern and eastern Scotland and down this eastern side of England. Again, there'll be some convergent winds, so who knows? You might see another funnel cloud if you're lucky. Western areas should stay dry with some sunshine for Wales, southwest England, probably bright for Northern Ireland as well. That won't last though. Thursday and Friday, another area of low pressure moving in. This time the rain's going to be affecting areas a bit further southward. So particularly for Wales, southwest England and Northern Ireland, we've got a spell of rain to come through. That clears, and then we're back to rather showery conditions as we head off into September. Bye-bye.
I just felt this tightening in my stomach. Where do I need to go? How can I get there?
Rescuers are using their bare hands to search desperately for survivors.
In a lot of the stories that we tell, they can be so bleak. People here wonder if they can ever rebuild. You need to show some hope.
So this is what an exodus looks like. My coping mechanism at the time was to not think further than an hour ahead.
My job is investigating bad stuff on social media. I know by doing this interview and sharing it, I'll probably get more online abuse. My job is to expose how people are targeted because I'm a reporter who can do that.
At the end of the day, a proclamation of a new king is actually the moment to be looking forward. And that tempered the way that I covered the story. Everyone ready for that proclamation of a new king.
Behind the stories. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. Russian investigators say testing confirms Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was killed in a plane crash Wednesday. What this could mean for the future of the Wagner Group. Zimbabwe's election results have been declared, but both candidates are claiming victory. And a warning that extreme weather events in China will become more frequent and more dangerous. Karl Massman. We begin in Russia, where authorities say they've used DNA testing to confirm the head of the Wagner paramilitary group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, was killed in a plane crash in the northwest of Moscow on Wednesday. They say the identities of the bodies recovered correspond with the flight's passenger list, which included Mr. Prigozhin. The mercenary leader led an aborted mutiny against the Russian military in June amid growing tensions with commanders over the war in Ukraine. There's been speculation that President Putin targeted Mr. Prigozhin in an act of revenge. The Kremlin has denied any involvement. The exact circumstances behind the plane crash remain unclear. Our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, has the latest from Moscow.
Well, many people are asking, is the story of Wagner, the story of Prigozhin, finally over? I have to say, one of the things I've learnt in Russia is that stories here rarely end. There are so many twists and turns here and new chapters. It is quite possible that even in death, Yevgeny Prigozhin could pose a challenge to Vladimir Putin. Just look at all the makeshift Prigozhin memorials that have been popping up in nearly 24 towns in Russia and Russian-occupied Ukraine. This man had become quite a popular figure in pro-war circles. And so the widespread suspicion that the Russian authorities were behind the plane crash means that the Kremlin faces the danger of a backlash. The last thing the Kremlin will want to have to deal with is Prigozhin the martyr or cult of Prigozhin. It's quite interesting, actually, that President Putin has now ordered Wagner employees and those of other private military contractors to sign an allegiance to the Russian state. There seems to be an attempt by the Kremlin to bring these kind of groups under tighter control. But keep in mind that all of this is happening at a time when Russia, having invaded its neighbor, is fighting a war in Ukraine. And it seems that dramas at home are becoming a major distraction.
For more on the future of Wagner without its founder, I spoke to Sean McFate. He's a U.S. Army veteran as well as a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, an author and professor of strategy at the National Defense University. Sean, thank you for being here. Russian authorities now officially confirming that Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin is dead. They've also said that they are not involved with this plane crash. How much confidence do you have in Russia's assessment of this situation?
I think on balance of probabilities, Prigozhin is dead. But until international inspectors can go there and we can verify it's Prigozhin's DNA, it's possible that Prigozhin's chilling on a yacht someplace too.
And in terms of what might have brought down that plane, this is all in the realm of theories and speculation, but do you think that Russia might have played a role in that?
I think so. I think Putin, was very clear when Prigozhin crossed the line that Prigozhin was a dead man walking. And I believe that Putin now has to officially say it wasn't me, although nobody's fooled by this, but he doesn't want to appear sort of Stalin-esque as assassinating political opponents in broad daylight, even though that's exactly what he did.
What comes next then for the Wagner paramilitary group? Can it survive without the man that essentially built it and created it?
Yes, I think that we'll see Wagner is continuing as we speak. Think of it more like this, like there's a company with a new owner, and the owner comes in and the old leadership team exits, or in this case gets blown up. There are new cultural norms instilled. There's some rebranding, some reshuffling of positions, but the company will continue doing what it was doing before.
I just woke up. I'm live on YouTube, but I fell asleep on the settee. No, I don't know. Instagram, oh yeah. Oh, that's all right, mate. No picture of me? No. Oh, that's mad, mate. Can you see me, though? No. Hang on. Oh shit. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I'll see you. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. That's mad, mate. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 Ah. Hello. Do you want to say hello to YouTube? Yeah, that's it. You see all that chat? I got a mate in Brazil. Yeah. Yeah, I'm live, but I think he's gone now. Yeah. Tuesday. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. No, so I woke up, made a cup of tea. I've got a cup of tea here. And the phone's ringing and it was you, yeah. Why not? Yeah. 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 I talk to friends from America. Oh, and Australia. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's cool, mate. Yeah. Oh. Really? Yeah. Oh, really? That's bad, mate. Oh, that's bad, mate. Yeah. Yeah. You got to bed now? What time is it? 2:10 Oh, right. 2:10. Oh, yeah, of course it is, yeah. Mad. Yeah. Yeah, all right, mate. That's cool. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, all right then. See you later. That was quite clear. Yeah. I've done a reel. There's my reel. This tobacco is not brilliant. It's a bit difficult to smoke, you know what I mean? Oh my God.
Parties never really received a copy of the voter registration in a way that they could check it, before the election at all. There was changes in the number of polling stations, and importantly, there's been legislation passed in the last several years that really stifled the engagement of civil society groups and other political actors. Just the political space was shrinking very, very tightly, and you could sense that in the interactions with Zimbabweans, that you could feel the nature of the change.
Zimbabwe's opposition party is accusing the ruling party of blatant and gigantic fraud. How strong of a case do you think the opposition party has?
Well, I think we'll hopefully be able to see that in the coming days. Official results have been released at the national level and at the constituency level at 210, I think, individual constituencies. But what's really important now is for there to be public publication of the polling station level results from at a lower level, at the level of where people go to individual polling stations, because everybody has copies of the results at that level. The two major parties, citizen observer groups, other observers will have some from places they went. And I know that the opposition party has stated that they're attempting to put all of their own counts together. So with a transparent publication of those results and the comparison, we should be able to know in the coming days if the official results are really an accurate reflection of how Zimbabweans cast their vote on the 23rd of August.
Zimbabwe has had some voting irregularities in the past. Currently, the Electoral Commission in the country is appointed by the ruling party, by the president himself. How much trust do you think there is right now in the country in terms of voting results in general?
The Election Commission has a lot of competent people who have done a good job in a number of areas. The problem is I think there's a clear sense that they don't have total autonomy in terms of what they do. and the ability to conduct things in a open, transparent manner has just been clear that they've struggled in that regard. The lack of ballot papers in a number of polling stations that was very unexpected. There was no warning given that could possibly be a problem until the morning of election day, and several other things just make it, I think, a situation where there's questions about whether or not the election commission really has earned the trust of Zimbabweans.
You mentioned that you had been in Zimbabwe for the previous election. There was some post-election violence after that vote. What was your sense from being on the ground this time around, and how likely are we to see it remain peaceful this time around?
Well, I think, again, I go back to the question of what's going to happen in the coming days. I think there's a lot of, there's a polarization in Zimbabwean society. It's a very direct competition and clash between two major parties and a population that I think is just exhausted. And so what's really important now is to avoid the potential for violence, and to do that by really being transparent in the rest of this process, by getting those election results clearly published and allowing any grievances or problems to have a chance to be aired in a court, to allow those questions to be resolved in a peaceful way.
Dr. David Carroll, the director of the Carter Center's Democracy Program, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
BBC News, bringing you different stories from across the UK.
Up until last August, this was the Helmsley Post Office. But when the shop it was based in closed with little warning, the town was left without one. BBC reports right here on Look North, launching a petition. The people of Helmsley came up with one heck of a good idea. Morning, good morning. It's lovely to see you here. Thank you very much for opening. And from today, the Black Swan now doubles up as a post office 3 days a week.
The Black Swan has a long-standing sort of history in Helmsley. It's been at the heart of its community for many years. So there's that element that we took into consideration by trying to step in and offer that service to the people that we serve through the hotel and the restaurants and things like that.
It's regularly talked about that the world is becoming digital and we should get more stuff done online. But it's not always possible for everyone.
One of your finest first-class studies.
Beth Parsons, BBC Look North.
You're live with BBC News. Spain's Football Federation will hold an urgent meeting on Monday in response to the controversy surrounding its president. Luis Rubiales caused outrage when he kissed the Spanish player Jenny Hermoso on the lips after the national team won the Women's World Cup. Hermoso says she did not consent to the kiss. Mr. Rubiales has been suspended by football's governing body, FIFA. The Spanish Federation says it's now begun an internal investigation into sexual violence. On Saturday, 11 members of the Spanish women's coaching staff quit in protest at the president's behavior. Now, a vigil has been held in Jacksonville, Florida, after a white man shot and killed 3 black people on Saturday in what police are calling a racially motivated attack. The shooter has been identified as a 21-year-old who has no previous criminal record. Jacksonville's sheriff says the shooter's weapons were acquired legally. 2 women and 1 man were killed during the attack. The shooter then turned the gun on himself. The recent heavy flooding in China, which claimed 81 lives, has shocked the country, especially because it occurred in areas not usually prone to such a disaster. Chinese scientists are blaming climate change and are warning that extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and more dangerous. Our China correspondent Stephen McDonald reports now on the country's changing climate. He visited Lord Jingdun Island, situated in a southern floodplain, and the town of Zhuozhou in the north, which is usually flood-free.
China's recent floods hit hard in parts of the country not accustomed to them. And its meteorological administration says both extreme temperatures and precipitation have definitely increased in recent decades.
It's one thing to talk about climate change in the abstract, quite another to consider real human impacts. This whole town is having to rebuild after the recent floods, and all these businesses, they've been completely trashed by the floodwaters, and the people here, they don't know how they're going to be able to get back to the way their lives were. Both this man's shops in Zhuozhou, Hebei province, were submerged by the floodwaters.
It will take me 8 to 10 years to recover from these losses. The government has not said whether it will compensate us.
Another man who runs a warehouse said even goods stored high up were destroyed. His wife showed us their mud-filled home.
I can't describe how I felt when I saw this. Our life's work, it's over.
Every year, China's flooding seems worse, and official statistics appear to confirm it. In 2011, the country recorded around 6 floods a month during the summer. But this year, there are 10 times as many. The impact has even struck China's overall food supply. In August, 40% of the famous Wuchang rice crop was wiped out by flooding.
I've never seen floods here in all my life. This is the first time.
When I saw the water hit here, I cried. Our crops are gone. I lost everything. It's hard to calculate.
Then, in the south, where flooding is supposed to happen, there are fears of a drought closing in. Li Chunshui grew up next to Poyang Lake and drives a boat out to Doxinbun Island when there's enough water.
This year's water level is very low. Old people say this has only occurred once before in the early 1950s.
Since the Song Dynasty 1,000 years ago, the temple has been surrounded by water during the rainy season. Recent droughts have exposed it much earlier. A couple of months ago, all of this was underwater. But as the waters have receded, the island behind me has become accessible by land. And this historic site has become something of an environmental barometer to measure whether water levels are where they should be at any given time of year. Extreme weather is focusing attention on climate change in China. Can this huge country combine with the rest of the world quickly enough to do something about it? Stephen McDonald, BBC News, Jiangxi Province.
Monday marks 60 years since a pivotal moment in U.S. history and one of the most important for the country's civil rights movement. The 1963 March on Washington saw around 250,000 people come together to call for an end to discrimination. Its crescendo, the I Have a Dream speech delivered by Martin Luther King Jr. on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Thousands gathered on Saturday to commemorate that march, and Monday, President Biden is expected to meet organizers of the 1963 event. As part of the BBC's coverage, my colleague Katrina Perry spoke to Dr. King's daughter, Dr. Bernice King, to reflect.
We are marking this anniversary in times where we have seen recent attacks on affirmative action and voting rights. What is your assessment of where the civil rights movement is at the moment?
You know, I think, first of all, there are numerous people that are on the, that are on, as we call it, the battlefield, that are really fighting to get the right policies in place, that are really fighting to educate communities. I think one of the struggles is there's so many things that are problematic. You know, when you look across the board in the Black community, we still suffer from racial disparities in every area, whether you're talking about banking, housing, employment, health, environment, criminal justice. We're still the last, not because of something inherently wrong with us, but because of the systemic issues around race. And so, we're still trying to figure out how do we, in the midst of this that's why I said it's important to prepare for the backlash, because we have to continue to fight towards, one, getting the right policies in place and making sure those policies carry out what they're supposed to carry out, and two, continuing to educate people in this nation, because part of the issue around race is, some of it is ignorance.
And you can watch our full interview with Dr. Bernice King. Tune in to our coverage of the March on Washington on World News America on Monday. It airs at 2200 BST. That's 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for those viewers in the U.S. I'm Carl Massman here from Washington. Stay with us. Right through our video.
Hello there. Do you know, over the weekend, I've seen quite a lot of these funnel clouds. The latest one was spotted between Borough Bridge and Harrogate around the North Yorkshire area, but I've seen quite a few over the weekend. That particular one formed along this convergence line. That's where the winds bashed together, and those opposing winds would have helped create some of the spin that created that funnel cloud in the first place. Right now, though, those showers have long since cleared out of the road. We do have just a few patches of rain working from west to east, but many of us will have a dry start to the day on Monday, with temperatures holding up into double figures. Overall, the bank holiday Monday that it will be for many of you is a better, drier kind of day. The reason, well, we've got this little weak ridge of high pressure building in. Now, it won't be completely dry. There'll be just a few isolated showers around, but nowhere near as many as we've had over the course of the weekend. And probably the greatest risk of seeing an odd shower will be across the northwest of both England and Wales. The emphasis, though, is on drier weather with spells of sunshine. Temperatures high teens to low 20s, feeling warm in that August sunshine. Heading into Tuesday, another area of low pressure starts to move in from the north, and so we're going to get outbreaks of rain moving its way into Scotland. Just a few patches of rain, showers really, on this weather front, this cold front, that works southwards across England and Wales, but many of you will still have some spells of sunshine around as well. And overall, the temperature is similar for most, at 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, warm in the sun. It's starting to feel perhaps a little bit cooler across the north of Scotland. Well, from Tuesday into Wednesday, that same area of low pressure works into the North Sea whilst weakening. And really, we're looking at a day of sunny spells and showers again. This time, probably the heaviest showers, big thunderstorms affecting northern and eastern Scotland and down this eastern side of England. Again, there'll be some convergent winds, so who knows, you might see another funnel cloud if you're lucky. Western areas should stay dry with some sunshine for Wales, southwest England, probably bright for Northern Ireland as well. That won't last though. Thursday and Friday, another area of low pressure moving in. This time the rain is going to be affecting areas a bit further southward. So particularly for Wales, southwest England and Northern Ireland, we've got a spell of rain to come through. That clears, and then we're back to rather showery conditions as we head off into September. Bye-bye.
We're having to be very careful where we walk here. There are mines everywhere, says Dimitra. They scare me more than anything else.
You can see the burnt trees around me. You can see the ash on the ground. But if you were here with me, you'd be able to smell it.
This is one of the main streets of Pompeii, and the plumbing looks as if it could have been installed just yesterday.
More than just the headlines. The BBC News Channel. Watch on iPlayer.
I've just spent the last 2 years as one of BBC's Middle East correspondents. But one of the things I love about my job is being out in the field. On the morning of the earthquake, I was actually already in Turkey. I was in Istanbul airport.
This is a country in shock.
This was an entire neighborhood, and it's completely destroyed. It was hundreds of apartments, thousands of people. I've always really liked finding people and talking to them, like people's stories. Because if I'm going to talk about things that some people live through, I think the best way is for me to see it and understand it myself. So what's happened is more and more people have joined this conversation at the building, and they are telling us that some of them lived here, they knew it was dangerous. Then when I tell you what's happening, hopefully you will have more faith in me to tell you that story accurately and impartially and in a way that really means something.
The US Commerce Secretary is in Beijing as tensions run high between the world's two biggest economies. And Australian mining workers make moves towards striking. We look at the impact on gas prices. Hi there, welcome to Asia Business Report with me, Marie Galway. U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo has arrived in China late last night, making her the latest senior American official to visit the country. She'll be there for 4 days, meeting Chinese officials as well as American business leaders in both Beijing and Shanghai. Secretary Raimondo says she won't pull any punches on her trip, but intends to be practical. Tensions, of course, have been very high between the world's two biggest economies. Eric Zhang is the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Shanghai, and he'll be meeting Secretary Raimondo during her visit. He told me what it's been like for American businesses there at the moment.
The U.S.-China bilateral relationship is probably the number one concern for U.S. companies operating in China right now. A lot of uncertainty. So we are very happy that Secretary Raimondo is visiting China as we speak.
What issues will you be asking to raise when you meet her, especially given when she says, she won't be pulling her punches, but she intends to be practical?
Certainly, I think U.S.-China are the two largest economies in the world, and the two countries need to figure out a way to work together on mutually beneficial opportunities. We still believe that China is a very strategic market for U.S. companies, and many of our companies are here for the long term, and they try to find a way to grow here. But at the same time, the two countries are dealing with issues as well, and I think certainly the U.S. side has recently issued an executive order on export controls on a few sectors such as semiconductors and AI and quantum computing. So I think Secretary Raimondo probably will be discussing with the Chinese side how to deal with these sensitive sectors. So the popular saying is having this small yard and tall fences, just to understand the boundaries. So these are the areas that off limits to U.S. businesses.
And we just want to bring you some breaking news because China's property giant Evergrande, its shares have started trading in Hong Kong, and they're down by about 83 to 84%. Of course, they were suspended in March 2022 after becoming basically the poster child of China's property sector's debt crisis. And recently, the company told us that it lost more than $80 billion over the last 2 years. The company also just announced earlier this morning that it lost $4.5 billion in the first 6 months of this year alone. But that's actually half of what it lost during the same period last year. So things are getting, I guess, slightly better, but still, it is, of course, the world's most indebted property developer. It is believed that it had at one point a debt worth about $300 billion. And China's property sector still remains in a huge crisis, and it now includes others, of course, like the country's largest private developer, Country Garden, which will be reporting its latest results tomorrow. So we'll be watching that as well. But breaking news this hour, shares in Evergrande, after being suspended for about 18 months, they have started trading this morning, but down by about 83 to 84% at the open. And this news comes as China's CSI 300 is actually up about 5% at the open. And that's because the government announced that it would halve the stamp duty on stock trading as of today from its current rate of 0.1%. It was expected to generate large transactions when trading starts, and that is what we're seeing at the moment. Of course, the country's stock market performance has been quite weak this year, especially as the economic recovery from the pandemic has been a lot weaker than what economists had expected. Meanwhile, gas prices in Europe have been really volatile in recent weeks because of worries that workers at liquefied natural gas or LNG plants in Australia could go on strike. The LNG plants are operated by two companies, Woodside Energy and Chevron. Together, they supply about 10% of the world's LNG. Now, Woodside has said that it has managed to reach an agreement with its unions, but things are still uncertain at Chevron. Saul Kavanagh is the head of research for integrated energy and resources at Credit Suisse, and he put the situation in context.
I think it's important to have some context here. We've seen a few hundred workers in a very remote part off the coast of Western Australia essentially bring gas traders to their knees in Europe, causing tens of billions of dollars in gains and losses over the last week. And as you say, traders are very much on edge because after the withdrawal of Russian supply last year, there's very little redundancy left in the system to absorb another shock. But as you say, the Woodside situation is now resolved. So 10% of world supply is no longer at risk. It's now moved down to just 7%. And it's important to understand this is a very local Australian issue. And this is actually a kind of normal way that union negotiations play out. So what we are likely to see now is we've seen the Chevron workers vote last Friday. There'll be another vote coming up today. And that'll kick off a 30-day window in which they are allowed to start striking. Now, in the Woodside scenario, they never got to actually strike. Woodside ultimately and the unions came to an agreement before that happened. The risk of this evolving into strikes here is more likely. That's because Chevron's likely to take a different, perhaps tougher approach. These can also become very emotive negotiations. And so it's more likely we do actually see some industrial action take place here. But again, it's not something to actually be too concerned about in Europe and Asia if you're a gas buyer, because initial industrial action is very low level. It's small disruptions, it's workers refusing to load helicopters or work for half an hour on a day, give or take. And that's unlikely to impact production in a material way. And we do think it's ultimately likely to see a resolution before it gets to the point where you actually have severe prolonged outages, which will impact energy security in both Asia and Europe.
Now, artificial intelligence is changing many aspects of our lives, including the way we work. And according to social media network LinkedIn, workers should expect their job responsibilities to change by at least 65% by 2030 because of new tech like AI. LinkedIn's chief economist told us in the Asia-Pacific region, change is happening a lot faster than the rest of the world.
Globally, we've seen a 9x increase in members adopting AI skills. But if I look at, say, Singapore, it's a 20x increase. Or if I look at India, it's 14x increase. Australia is 11x increase. So there's something going on in the Asia-Pacific region where we see a faster adoption of AI skills. And I suspect that it probably has a lot to do with the workforce embracing a little bit more directly the potential of AI. We know that executives in the Asia-Pacific region can really kind of anticipate where it might bring benefits. That for those of us who aren't coders day in and day out, that AI skills could also be understanding how to maybe use something like ChatGPT to help us make our tasks a little bit quicker, become more productive. So I might say, I need to draft a letter, an email to somebody. What should I include in that if I want to ask them this and organize that? And so you may have the case where you're actually using AI technology to help you get over that blank page hurdle of starting fresh. And AI is something that can help you make decisions faster. It can make you achieve better decisions because you might be pulling in more information. So AI is not simply just coding. It's also thinking about how do I use this as a tool to achieve my own productivity and my own outcomes at work. There's so many ways that one can upskill. I would say start, of course, with like thinking about updating your skill sets in your profile to make sure they reflect the skills that you do have. There are a lot of courses available. We've just actually added a free course on generative AI skills, and that's free for anyone through 2025. So there's a lot of ways for you to kind of get started in just getting familiar with AI skills or generative AI skills right away just by taking courses online. And then, of course, there's always the opportunity of engaging your employer and asking them to help invest in you as a worker.
And before we go, let's remind you of breaking news this hour, because shares in Evergrande, that's of course China's property giant, which has become somewhat of a poster child of the country's property sector's debt crisis, its shares have started trading this morning. They're currently down by about 83 to 84%. Of course, shares were suspended from trading last March after it revealed that it had about a debt of about $300 billion. That was the estimate that a lot of analysts were talking about. And recently we found out that it lost more than $80 billion over the last 2 years and just lost $4.5 billion in the first 6 months of this year. That's it for the show. Thank you so much for watching.
BBC News, bringing you different stories from across the UK.
For English Heritage, the last 4 years have been a labour of love in this part of Derbyshire. A team of specialist workers has been busy.
It's meant to have a roof on it, and without the roof on it, you get a lot more deterioration of the stone and of the historic plasterwork. So we're very keen to keep as much of the original plasterwork and to repair the stonework and make the site accessible for people to come and find out the whole story of Bess of Hardwick.
What really stands out when you walk around is the restoration of the decorative white plaster walls. They show ornate pictures and date back 400 years. Around 500 people a day have been visiting the building since it reopened. But like the Forth Road Bridge, the work never really stops.
Well, the place will continue to deteriorate. You know, it's an old building and it's not getting any younger like the rest of us. So there will be conservation work to be done in the future. But if we hadn't done anything, it would have deteriorated much more quickly and we wouldn't have been able to allow the public in because it just wasn't safe.
For more stories from across the UK, head to the BBC News website.
Artificial intelligence is getting smarter. What does this mean for all of us? Panorama takes a deep dive into this evolving tech, from reading minds to hiring and firing. Does danger await or a dazzling future? Panorama Beyond Human, Artificial Intelligence and Us. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
The day's most important stories sent every weekday morning direct to your inbox. Subscribe at bbc.co.uk/newsdaily.
BBC News, bringing you different stories from across the UK.
With these, and these, there are more options than ever to pedal around the capital. London's original bike hire scheme was launched by former Mayor Boris Johnson in 2010. But the numbers using so-called Boris bikes are not what they were. Figures suggest journeys made between January and July were down by a third on the same period last year and are at their lowest for a decade. And some believe it's the price. Last September, TfL changed the annual subscription and the fee for single journeys.
I went, usually have 4 journeys for the cost of £2.50p a journey. I went to hire a bike and found it was £1.65 per journey.
Others point to the rise of rival hire bikes.
Reducing usage of the Santander scheme is the competition from all the doctors' hire bikes. There are now 4 main doctors' hire bikes.
Among these riders, though, ease and comfort is key.
I actually don't have my own bike anymore because it got sold so many times. I just borrow bats. Those bats are heavy.
In response, TfL said it's working to make cycling more accessible and is increasing the number of e-bikes in the scheme.
For more stories from across the UK, head to the BBC News website.
Hello there, I'm Ollie Foster. Here's what's coming up for you on Sports Day. Timed to perfection, Inga Britsson storms to gold on the final day of the World Athletics Championships. There's no catching Max Verstappen as he equals the Formula One record for race wins in a row. And it's Darwin's double delight. 10-man Liverpool come from behind to beat Newcastle. Hello there, welcome along to the programme. After 9 days of intense competition, the World Athletics Championships have drawn to a close in Budapest. Sebastian Coe, the president of World Athletics, says he can't remember a better atmosphere at any previous championships. And he said the city of Budapest would make a good Olympic host one day. Here are some of the winners on the final day. Norway's Jakob Ingebrigtsen made up for his silver in the 1500 metres as he successfully defended his 5,000 metres title. It was a stifling evening in the stadium, temperatures around 30 degrees Celsius. Ingebrigtsen timed his finish brilliantly to overtake Spain's Mohamed Katir at the line.
It's a great honor and a big achievement to win a world championship. And I have a great team around me, helping me both mentally and physically to prepare myself for this race. But for me, a big motivation is to do my best.
Well, the Kenyan Mary Moura won gold in the women's 800 metres. Moura moved into top gear in the last 100. Britain's Keely Hodgkinson, who'd run the fastest over this distance this year, took the silver. Olympic champion and defending champ Athing Mu, the American, was third.
I think everybody from Kenya, the coaches, my coach, my fellow colleague, and my mentor, Helen Obiri, has been encouraging me since yesterday that you are going to get any medal, but we can't predict which medal, and I'm happy for everything.
Well, the United States finished top of the medal table. They cruised to victory in the final of the men's 4x400. The Americans finishing well ahead of the French quartet. 1 year out from the Paris Olympics, that was France's only medal at these championships. That would be a worry for them. Great Britain took bronze. The Netherlands won the final gold of the championships. A thrilling finish in the women's 4x400 relay. Femke Bol, who won the individual 400 hurdles title a few days ago, ran a brilliant anchor leg, overtaking first Great Britain, then Jamaica, right on the line. Now, there was a chaotic Dutch Grand Prix today, with the wet weather disrupting the race and causing a few crashes. But Max Verstappen emerged victorious in front of his home fans, another step closer to a third world title in a row, with a winning run now that stretches back to early May, as Joe Linsky reports.
One man in F1 has victory on repeat. This is Max Verstappen's 9th win in a row. That equals the sports record. This time at home at the Dutch Grand Prix, he'd had to go through all conditions. They'd raced for just a lap when the first downpour came. That brought caution on the track and chaos in the pits. The lead changed hands, but Verstappen found a way back to the front. Some had less luck through the puddles.
You okay? You okay? Oh, I crashed.
With this, Logan Sargent had to sit it out. The rest would brace for another storm. This time the rain took even more off the track, and a red flag stopped the race. The Dutch crowd kept moving, and soon their star was back on track. Out in front on the restart, out in front at the flag.
So today they didn't make it easy for us, I think, with the weather to make all the time the right calls. But yeah, incredibly proud. I mean, I already had goosebumps when they were playing the national anthem before the start, and even with all the bad weather, the rain, the fans were still going at it. So an incredible atmosphere.
The 9-race record has stood for a decade. Next week in Italy, Verstappen goes for history. Joe Linsky, BBC News.
We've had a dramatic day in the Premier League. 10-man Liverpool were heading for defeat at Newcastle before Darwin Núñez came off the bench and scored twice to give them a 2-1 win. Anthony Gordon had given Newcastle a first-half lead. Liverpool captain Virgil van Dijk was sent off minutes later, but Núñez there was brought on in the 77th minute. He scored the equaliser in the 81st before scoring an almost identical second, finding the bottom corner in stoppage time. An extraordinary turnaround for Liverpool.
The second time in a row we didn't fall apart with time, but could have happened, obviously. So that helps to get closer together, to create a mentality again. And so would have loved to play the game with 11 men, but at least so I guess we got a chance to do something really special.
It's just a tough one to take. Very similar emotions really to this time, roughly last year when we lost very late to Liverpool. Different circumstances, of course, but we responded really well to that defeat. At that time, that was hugely painful. This one is exactly the same. we thought we played really well today. Up until the sending off, I thought we were magnificent, and then from the sending off onwards, it was a different game, but we still had enough chances to win that match.
The champions Manchester City, they're top of the table with 3 wins out of 3. The only side with a 100% record in the Premier League now. They won 2-1 at Sheffield United. Erling Haaland missed a penalty late in the first half before scoring City's first with a close-range header. Sheffield United equalised late on through Jayden Bogle, which looked to have earned them a point, but Rodri smashed home the winner in the 88th minute. No Pep Guardiola in the dugout. He's recovering from minor back surgery in Spain. His assistant, Juanma Lillo, was relaying instructions in his absence. Aston Villa, they won 3-1 at Burnley. Matty Cash scored twice, his first Villa goals in 15 months. Lyle Foster gave Burnley some hope with a goal straight off the back of half-time. But Moussa Diaby, his second of the season, ensured that Villa secured the win. Vincent Kompany's Burnley are yet to register a point this season after 2 home defeats.
We respect them a lot, and we were playing in that, trying to control the game like we want, trying as well to be competitive away, because the first match we played in Newcastle was a very, very bad result, a bad match. But today I think we'll play at home against Everton very well, and today as well. And we felt comfortable being competitive defensively, offensively, trying to play in our style, but overall, I am very happy because we were focused 90 minutes.
To Spain now, Barcelona came from behind to secure a 4-3 win at Villarreal. Last year's La Liga top scorer Robert Lewandowski scoring the late winner for them. Barca took an early 2-goal lead. Home side recovered, they went ahead. Ferran Torres then levelled in the 69th minute for Barca, with Lewandowski tapping in the winner. Osasuna beat Valencia 2-1. Athletic Bilbao 4-2 winners over Real Betis. Harry Kane scored twice for Bayern Munich in his first league game at home. They beat Augsburg 3-1 to make it 2 wins out of 2. Mainz played out a 1-1 draw with Frankfurt. After quitting the Italy job earlier this month, Roberto Mancini is going to be the new coach of Saudi Arabia. Mancini, who won the Euros with Italy a couple of years ago, signed a 4-year contract with the Gulf state with an annual salary of $27 million. Saudi Arabia, who beat eventual champions Argentina in the group stages at last year's World Cup in Qatar, they've been without a national team boss since Hervé Renard left them to take charge of the French women's side. Tennis, the final major of the season. The US Open gets underway on Monday, just a few hours away. Iga Świątek will be defending the women's title. The world number 1 arrives in New York after defeat in the Cincinnati Open semi-finals. That was to Coco Gauff, but she's had quite a year successfully defending her French Open title and a career best performance at Wimbledon. She reached the quarters there. She does know her way around the Grand Slams now.
I try to take everything step by step and not really go forward with my thoughts and think, that I need to do something more because last year I won, So, remembering that this is a totally different chapter always help. But I also want to kind of just take a lesson from last year. And I learned a lot during US Open. This was probably the most important tournament in terms of, me believing in myself.
Denmark's Andreas Kron secured a really emotional win on a weather-affected stage 2 at the Vuelta a España. Heavy rain meant the general classification times were taken 9 kilometres from the finish in Barcelona. At that point, Andrea Piccolo was narrowly ahead of Astana's Javier Romo to take the leader's red jersey. While the main contenders then eased up in the latter stages, Kron went clear on the ascent of Montjuic for the stage win. And he pointed to the skies in celebration as he crossed the line. That was paying tribute to his late teammate, Tilde Decker, who died earlier this week as a result of severe injuries sustained in a training crash. You can get all the very latest, of course, on your BBC Sport app or the BBC Sport website. Catch up with all the final results at the World Athletics Championships in Budapest. The USA finishing top of the medal table, but there were some fantastic performances on the final day. From me, Ollie Foster, and the rest of the team, goodbye for now. So, over the weekend, I've seen quite a lot of these funnel clouds. The latest one was spotted between Boroughbridge and Harrogate around the North Yorkshire area, but I've seen quite a few over the weekend. That particular one formed along this convergence line. That's where the winds bashed together, and those opposing winds would have helped create some of the spin that created that funnel cloud in the first place. Right now, though, those showers have long since cleared out of the way. We do have just a few patches of rain working from west to east, but many of us will have a dry start to the day on Monday, with temperatures holding up into double figures. Overall, the bank holiday Monday that it will be for many of you is a better, drier kind of day. The reason, well, we've got this little weak ridge of high pressure building in. Now, it won't be completely dry. There'll be just a few isolated showers around, but nowhere near as many as we've had over the course of the weekend. And probably the greatest risk of seeing an odd shower will be across the northwest of both England and Wales. The emphasis, though, is on drier weather with spells of sunshine. Temperatures high teens to low 20s, feeling warm in that August sunshine. Heading into Tuesday, another area of low pressure starts to move in from the north, and so we're going to get outbreaks of rain moving its way into Scotland. Just a few patches of rain, showers really, on this weather front, this cold front, they work southwards across England and Wales, but many of you will still have some spells of sunshine around as well. And overall, the temperature is similar for most, at 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, warm in the sun, but starting to feel perhaps a little bit cooler across the north of Scotland. Well, from Tuesday into Wednesday, that same area of low pressure works into the North Sea whilst weakening. And really, we're looking at a day of sunny spells and showers again. This time, probably the heaviest showers, big thunderstorms affecting northern and eastern Scotland and down this eastern side of England. Again, there'll be some convergent winds, so who knows, you might see another funnel cloud if you're lucky. Western areas should stay dry with some sunshine for Wales, southwest England, probably bright for Northern Ireland as well. That won't last though. Thursday and Friday, another area of low pressure moving in. This time the rain is going to be affecting areas a bit further southward. So particularly for Wales, southwest England and Northern Ireland, we've got a spell of rain to come through. That clears, and then we're back to rather showery conditions as we head off into September. Bye-bye.
Extreme weather conditions are hitting Europe, the US and Asia.
It does appear that this year is more extreme than previous monsoon seasons.
The climate of southern Europe is changing, say local people. It's becoming more and more like North Africa.
And the authorities are warning people that the temperatures aren't just record-breaking, they're life-threatening.
Get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the story for all the latest with BBC News.
The days of museums as grand, intimidating places are long gone. This is something else. Today they're much more dynamic and inclusive. And that radical change is what I want to celebrate and explore.
I think that's rather wonderful.
I like it. For a close look at the changing face of where we keep our history, join Alistair Sook for Inside Museums. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. Russian investigators say testing confirms Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was killed in a plane crash. What does that mean for the mercenary group? Zimbabwe's election results have been declared, but both candidates are claiming victory. Plus, hundreds of people joined what's being called the largest search for the Loch Ness Monster in more than 50 years. Hello, I'm Carl Massman. We begin in Russia, where authorities say they've used DNA testing to confirm that the head of the Wagner paramilitary group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, was killed in a plane that crashed Wednesday. They say the identities of the bodies recovered correspond with the flight's passenger list, which included Mr. Prigozhin. The mercenary leader led an aborted mutiny against the Russian military in June amid growing tensions with commanders over the war in Ukraine. There's been some speculation that President Putin targeted Mr. Prigozhin in an act of revenge. The Kremlin has denied any involvement. Our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, has the latest now from Moscow.
Well, many people are asking, is the story of Wagner, the story of Prigozhin, finally over? I have to say, one of the things I've learnt in Russia is that stories here rarely end. There are so many twists and turns here and new chapters. It is quite possible that even in death, Yevgeny Prigozhin could pose a challenge to Vladimir Putin. Just look at all the makeshift Prigozhin memorials that have been popping up in nearly 24 towns in Russia and Russian-occupied Ukraine. This man had become quite a popular figure in pro-war circles. And so the widespread suspicion that the Russian authorities were behind the plane crash means that the Kremlin faces the danger of a backlash. The last thing the Kremlin will want to have to deal with is Prigozhin the martyr or cult of Prigozhin. It's quite interesting, actually, that President Putin has now ordered Wagner employees and those of other private military contractors to sign an allegiance to the Russian state. There seems to be an attempt by the Kremlin to bring these kind of groups under tighter control. But keep in mind that all of this is happening at a time when Russia, having invaded its neighbor, is fighting a war in Ukraine. And it seems that dramas at home are becoming a major distraction.
For more on the future of Wagner without its founder, I spoke to Sean McFate. He's a U.S. Army veteran, as well as a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Sean, thank you for being here. Russian authorities now officially confirming that Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin is dead. They've also said that they are not involved with this plane crash. How much confidence do you have in Russia's assessment of this situation?
I think on balance of probabilities, Prigozhin is dead. But until international inspectors can go there and we can verify it's Prigozhin's DNA, it's possible that Prigozhin's chilling on a yacht someplace too.
And in terms of what might have brought down that plane, this is all in the realm of theories and speculation, but do you think that Russia might have played a role in that?
I think so. I think Putin, was very clear when Prigozhin crossed the line that Prigozhin was a dead man walking. And I believe that Putin now has to officially say it wasn't me, although nobody's fooled by this, but he doesn't want to appear sort of Stalin-esque as assassinating political opponents in broad daylight, even though that's exactly what he did.
What comes next then for the Wagner paramilitary group? Can it survive without the man that essentially built it and created it?
Yes, I think that we'll see Wagner is continuing as we speak. Think of it more like this, like there's a company with a new owner, and the owner comes in and the old leadership team exits, or in this case gets blown up. There are new cultural norms instilled. There's some rebranding, some reshuffling in the middle of positions. But the company will continue doing what it was doing before. And that's sort of what happened with Prigozhin.
You mentioned it's like a company with a new owner. Who might that new owner be then?
It's Putin. Putin's own it. So think of it another way as well, is that the Wagner group's not one group, it's actually two. There are the Wagner mercenaries in Belarus and in Ukraine, and these are like those who are dumped out of jails. And they're not really mercenaries, they're cannon foddered, and they're being absorbed into the Russian military as we speak, which is what Putin's generals wanted to begin with. and they're going to be fed into the Stalingrad of Ukraine to die. And then there's the Wagner Group in Africa, and these were the skilled mercenaries. And they did two things for Putin. One is they spreaded Russian influence around the continent through autocracies. And two is they, sucked natural resources like gold and sent them back to Russia to fuel the war in Ukraine. And Putin needs both where they're at.
Looking specifically at Ukraine, because this counteroffensive is moving slowly, what could the fallout be for Ukraine? How could it affect the war? And is there any kind of way for Ukraine to potentially leverage what's been going on with Wagner?
Yes, I think there is. Of course, I'm sure Ukraine was hoping that these 50,000 mercenaries in Ukraine would never come back, right? That, they're going to come back, or at least what's remaining of them. But I think what Ukraine could do is be very clever. For example, it could find ways, since these are mercenaries, to suck them or bribe them off the battlefield. Maybe every day they put out a message saying, if you're a mercenary or you're Wagner and you don't want to live like you're living anymore, tie a red strap around your right arm. And maybe the next day, something else, wear some plastic flower or something. And if our soldiers, Ukrainian soldiers see you, we'll let you pass through the lines. We'll keep you as a POW, and we promise we'll never exchange you back to Russia in a prisoner swap. Because Wagner guys are usually the first to get exchanged in a prisoner swap because the Ukrainians know they will be executed immediately. So this is a clever way to deplete, take an army off the field, not by bullets, but through simple, offer you a better chance.
Briefly, what kind of legacy do you think Yevgeny Prigozhin leaves behind in terms of his relationship with Russia and Vladimir Putin? He seemed to be, towards the end, maybe one of the few people who was challenging him openly.
Yes. So Prigozhin, through his charismatic and big mouth, sort of was saying things out loud that a lot of people were saying internally. And it was interesting to see him challenge Putin, but also the Russian military establishment, the Siloviki, and get away with it until he didn't, right? But I think this is his lasting legacy. It's not about Russia. He set up a 21st century way to run global mercenary operations and make it work. He has created a blueprint. It doesn't just involve the Wagner Group. It involves troll farms. It involves natural resource. He has mining companies or gas companies. And somebody else will come around. It doesn't have to be a Russian and will imitate that. And that is a problem because a world awash with more mercenaries is a world awash with more war.
In some ways, Prigozhin may still live on. Sean McFate, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, professor of strategy at the National Defense University. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, reports from southern Ukraine suggest the country's armed forces have broken through some of Russia's key defensive positions. It comes as one of Ukraine's most celebrated fighter pilots and 2 other airmen have been killed in a mid-air crash. Here's Paul Adams.
Picking up the pace, could Ukraine's counteroffensive, slow going since June, be gathering momentum? In recent days, a few tentative signs. Some units do appear to have broken through Russia's formidable first lines of defense south of Zaporizhia.
Further on, that's where we see their supply roads. They use these roads. I'm sure we'll go faster from here. I don't want my guys to think that they can relax now. They know we're moving on to liberate all of our territories.
He says he's looking forward to leading his men all the way to the sea. But that's a long, long way, and this fighting is really hard. Success is still far from guaranteed. Away from the front lines, the country is now in mourning for one of its best-known heroes. This was Andrei Pershikov, call sign Juice, flying combat missions last year. When Russia invaded, few gave Ukraine's Air Force much chance of getting off the ground. But from dogfights over Kiev to the interception of Russian cruise missiles, Juice was part of an elite force, fighting against extraordinary odds. He and 2 other senior pilots were killed on Thursday not in combat, but on a training flight, their jets colliding over a village, the pilots managing just to avoid the houses below. Ukrainians revere their pilots. A year and a half after Russia's full-scale invasion, their status as national heroes is well established. President Zelensky said the death of Andriy Pevchikov and two of his colleagues was a disaster. Juice was due to start training on American-made F-16s in a matter of weeks. When the first jets finally arrive early next year, he won't be around to fly them. Paul Adams, BBC News, Kiev.
A vigil has been held in Jacksonville after a white man shot and killed 3 black people on Saturday in what police are calling a racially motivated attack. The shooter has been identified as a 21-year-old who had no previous criminal record and turned the gun on himself. Community leaders in Florida attended Sunday's vigil, which honored the 2 women and 1 man killed.
And we've got to start seeing each other's humanity, hearing each other, listening to each other, talking to each other, and recognizing that no matter what, we are us. And we are all the same flesh, blood, and bones, and we should treat each other that way.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
Bringing you different stories from across the UK. Gearing up for harvest season, this Staffordshire vineyard are hopeful for a bumper crop.
We had a mild spring, which allowed us to go through bud burst, and we didn't get hit by any frost this year. The fruits and the buds were set really well. We had an amazing June during the flowering season, which really allowed the fruit to establish itself. We had a very poor July, obviously, and August has been a bit hit and miss. With all the fruit set now, we're just hoping for a nice warm rest of the summer. When you plant a vine in the ground, the first 3 years, you won't be taking any harvest from that. So you're 3 years in before you're seeing any fruit. And all of our wine is made in the traditional method. So that's a double fermentation. So we will see a 2-year process of actually making the wine. So if we're putting a plant in the ground, it's 5 years until you've got a glass of wine in your hand.
This year's crop is expected to match 2018 in terms of success, where 3.5 tonnes was harvested across this 1-acre site, and that produced around 3,000 bottles.
For more stories from across the UK, head to the BBC News website.
You're live with BBC News. The opposition leader in Zimbabwe has accused the president, Emerson Mnangagwa, of carrying out a coup. Zimbabwe held elections Wednesday, and the president was declared the winner on Sunday with nearly 53% of the vote. But opposition leader Nelson Chamisa has called the official results a sham. Independent observers share that skepticism. The Southern African Development Community says the elections, quote, fell short of the requirements of the Constitution of Zimbabwe, while the European Union says acts of violence and intimidation resulted in a climate of fear. Zimbabwe's leader has dismissed the criticism and insists that the elections were fair. Well, earlier I spoke with David Carroll. He leads the Carter Center's initiative on developing standards and best practices in international election observation. Thank you so much for joining us. I understand you've recently returned from Zimbabwe. In terms of what you and your field teams observed, was this a free and fair election?
Well, I just got back earlier this morning, and the Carter Center had a team of about 60 people, and I would say the assessment of the Carter Center and the other organizations, the international observers from the Southern African region, the African Union, and the EU, all of our assessments aligned in that this was the context of a very unlevel playing field with a lot of political challenges that made it really difficult to have an open and credible and competitive election. So I think the prospects for calling this a successful election are dim.
What specifically made the playing field unlevel in terms of what you saw?
So I was in Zimbabwe for the last election in 2018, and the context and the environment was just dramatically different. You could both see it just in your interactions with everyday people, but also a couple of very specific things. That the limitation of election boundaries was skewed. The voter registration process was very opaque. The political parties never really received a copy of the voter registration in a way that they could check it, before the election at all. There were changes in the number of polling stations. And importantly, there's been legislation passed in the last several years that really stifles the engagement of civil society groups and other political actors. Just the political space was shrinking very, very tightly, and you could sense that in the interactions with Zimbabweans. That you could feel the nature of the change.
Zimbabwe's opposition party is accusing the ruling party of blatant and gigantic fraud. How strong of a case do you think the opposition party has?
Well, I think we'll hopefully be able to see that in the coming days. Official results have been released at the national level and at the constituency level, the 210, I think, individual constituencies. But what's really important now is for there to be public publication of the polling station level results from at a lower level, at the level of where people go to individual polling stations, because everybody has copies of the results at that level. The two major parties, citizen observer groups, other observers will have some from places they went. And I know that the opposition party has stated that they're attempting to put all of their own counts together. So with a transparent publication of those results and a comparison, we should be able to know in the coming days, if the official results are really an accurate reflection of how Zimbabweans cast their vote on the 23rd of August.
Zimbabwe has had some voting irregularities in the past. Currently, the Electoral Commission in the country is appointed by the ruling party, by the president himself. How much trust do you think there is right now in the country in terms of voting results in general?
The Election Commission has a lot of competent people who have done a good job in a number of areas. The problem is I think there's a clear sense that they don't have total autonomy in terms of what they do, and the ability to conduct things in a open, transparent manner has just been clear that they've struggled in that regard. The lack of ballot papers in a number of polling stations that was very unexpected. There was no warning given that could possibly be a problem until the morning of election day, and several other things just make it, I think, a situation where there's questions about whether or not the Election Commission really has earned the trust of Zimbabweans.
You mentioned that you had been in Zimbabwe for the previous election. There was some post-election violence after that vote. What was your sense from being on the ground this time around, and how likely are we to see it remain peaceful this time around?
Well, I think, again, I go back to the question of what's going to happen in the coming days. I think there's a lot of, there's a polarization in Zimbabwean society. It's a very direct competition and clash between two major parties, and a population that I think is just exhausted. And so what's really important now is to avoid the potential for violence, and to do that by really being transparent in the rest of this process, by getting those election results clearly published and allowing any grievances or problems to have a chance to be aired in a court, to allow those questions to be resolved in a peaceful way.
Dr. David Carroll, the director of the Carter Center's Democracy Program, thank you so much for joining us. Well, there are renewed safety concerns in San Francisco about robo or driverless taxis. Earlier this month, the U.S. city voted to allow them to operate 24 hours a day, but some people are determined to get them off the roads. James Clayton has the story.
One of the things that surprises many visitors when they arrive in San Francisco are these things: driverless robo-taxis. They're all over the city. This is me ordering one on my phone. 1 minute away, there's a cab that's around the corner. But before I could even get in, a member of the public approached us with a warning.
I think you're unsafe because I saw a guy that was in the crosswalk at night, almost got hit by it.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Cheers. Not exactly the ideal thing to hear just before you get into a cab with no driver. I've been in these cars a few times now, and it never changes. It's always totally surreal. It always feels nerve-wracking when you first start, and it's really surprising how quickly it just becomes totally normal. But the first few sort of roads you come across, T-junctions, you're kind of always slightly apprehensive. Let's see how this does. Our ride was perfectly uneventful, but the city itself is divided over these cabs, run by two companies, Waymo and Cruise. Earlier this month, San Francisco officials green-lighted the use of robo-taxis for 24-hour use, only to then restrict their use after an accident between a driverless cab and a fire engine. Authorities are investigating. The flip-flopping is emblematic of a city unsure about whether to embrace these robo-taxis, and some have even taken to the streets in protest. A group called Safe Streets Rebel has been disabling the cars by putting cones on their bonnets. A video they put out in July has gone viral.
First, find the cone, make sure their car is empty, and repeat.
It's not entirely clear whether what they're doing is legal, so a spokesperson for the group agreed to be interviewed under the condition of anonymity. How would you describe your group? Are you vigilantes? Are you a campaigning group? What are you?
We're definitely not vigilantes. I think we're just a group of people. We don't like cars, and we're doing what we can about it.
However, driverless car companies have hit back, saying what the group is doing is bad for road users and is vandalism. Waymo says what you're doing is vandalism.
Yeah.
How do you respond to that?
It's not vandalism, because that requires property damage, and we're not damaging anything. As soon as you take the cone off, the cars are right back to working condition and on their way.
They hope to expand across America and beyond. But others here in the city hope they ultimately fail to convince authorities the technology is ready. James Clayton, BBC News, San Francisco.
It's been described as the biggest search of its kind in half a century, an effort involving hundreds of people to find evidence of the Loch Ness Monster in the Scottish Highlands has been underway over the weekend. Our Scotland correspondent Jamie McIver was one of those searching.
Just what lurks in one of Scotland's deepest lochs? The legend of the Loch Ness Monster dates back centuries, and it's 90 years since the first alleged sighting of Nessie in modern times. But nobody's managed to solve the mystery of the loch, at least so far. Still, the keenest Nessie hunters remain undeterred. The biggest operation to monitor the surface of the loch since the 1970s is underway.
There's new technology being used, and it's very exciting for us. So we've got underwater hydrophones being used. They're going down to a depth of 60 feet, listening to the sounds of underneath Loch Ness. We've also been flying some drones with thermal imaging cameras over the top of Loch Ness. So we are using modern technology to help uncover some of these mysteries.
Hundreds are joining the search from all corners of the globe. Some online, some in person.
There's been so many spottings and so many tales about it that you have to wonder at some point where the stories came from. So it'd be nice to think that something did exist, if it did exist, or if it still exists, or happened at one point or another.
It's just the mystery around it all. The not knowing for definite, there's a lot of people that are saying you can't prove it, but there's no proof that Nessie's not there. So it's just a big mystery.
The story of Nessie first caught the public's imagination in the 1930s. Every so often, pictures appeared which seemed to show a strange creature in the loch, and many have tried and failed to find an explanation. In the 1950s, a live BBC programme attempted to solve the mystery scientifically. Someone who said they'd seen Nessie was interviewed.
What did you see through your telescope? When I saw this animal, which I heard to say, monster, went up below. What was it like? This dark brown colour, and very rough skin. The skin of an elephant.
What length did you say it was?
Oh, I would say about 35 feet.
Various theories have been put forward to explain Nessie, from giant eels to optical illusions. But some sightings with the cameras have been less than convincing. Still, Nessie has long attracted tourists to a remote part of the Highlands, helping support many jobs and bringing the area international fame. That's one reason monster hunters from around the world are joining the latest search.
Let me tell you, scientists can get things wrong, because the scientists told us that there were no such things as giant squids, that they were all extinct, only for us to have recently discovered that giant squids do still exist and frequent the sea. So why can't there be something in Loch Ness?
Nessie, though, remains elusive. Loch Ness is some 800 feet deep, and the mystery of its murky depths may never be fully explained. Jamie McIver, BBC News.
And we do have a quick update on that search. Volunteers did not find Nessie this weekend, but some volunteers said that they heard 4 distinctive gloop noises. However, they failed to record them. I'm Carl Nassman here in Washington, still looking for Nessie apparently. Stay with us right here on BBC News.
Hello there. Do you know, over the weekend, I've seen quite a lot of these funnel clouds. The latest one was spotted between Borough Bridge and Harrogate around the North Yorkshire area, but I've seen quite a few over the weekend. That particular one formed along this convergence line. That's where the winds bashed together, and those opposing winds would have helped create some of the spin that created that funnel cloud in the first place. Right now, though, those showers have long since cleared out of the way. We do have just a few patches of rain working from west to east, but many of us will have a dry start to the day on Monday, with temperatures holding up into double figures. Overall, the bank holiday Monday that it will be for many of you is a better, drier kind of day. The reason, well, we've got this little weak ridge of high pressure building in. Now, it won't be completely dry. There'll be just a few isolated showers around, but nowhere near as many as we've had over the course of the weekend. And probably the greatest risk of seeing an odd shower will be across the northwest of both England and Wales. The emphasis, though, is on drier weather with spells of sunshine. Temperatures high teens to low 20s, feeling warm in that August sunshine. Heading into Tuesday, another area of low pressure starts to move in from the north, and so we're going to get outbreaks of rain moving its way into Scotland. Just a few patches of rain, showers really, on this weather front, this cold front, as it works southwards across England and Wales, but many of you will still have some spells of sunshine around as well. And overall, the temperature is similar for most, at 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, warm in the sun, but starting to feel perhaps a little bit cooler across the north of Scotland. Well, from Tuesday into Wednesday, that same area of low pressure works into the North Sea whilst weakening. And really, we're looking at a day of sunny spells and showers again. This time, probably the heaviest showers, big thunderstorms affecting northern and eastern Scotland and down this eastern side of England. Again, there'll be some convergent winds, so who knows, you might see another funnel cloud if you're lucky. Western areas should stay dry with some sunshine for Wales, southwest England, probably bright for Northern Ireland as well. That won't last though. Thursday and Friday, another area of low pressure moving in. This time the rain is going to be affecting areas a bit further southward. So particularly for Wales, southwest England and Northern Ireland, we've got a spell of rain to come through. That clears, and then we're back to rather showery conditions as we head off into September. Bye-bye.
This is the first submarine known to have been used to bring cocaine from South America to Europe. It's homemade, and it travelled 4,000 miles across the Atlantic Ocean.
The goods just arrived in here, but this is just the very first stage of an extremely long and arduous journey to try and get their children back.
I'd love for us to be in a position where we have a political system that represents our entire society, something that builds on the framework that was laid out by the Good Friday Agreement 25 years ago.
Some of the migrants took with them samples of soil of their homeland. I can very much relate to that. I know how it feels to lose your home.
Now, women also have an identity. Earlier, only men were known by their names. Now, women are identified as individuals too.
Inspiring short films from the BBC. Watch on iPlayer.
People are travelling again, heading back out on the road and rediscovering their wanderlust.
Exploring new destinations and cultures, making fresh friends, and creating memories that will last a lifetime.
That's why at the Travel Show, we're expanding our horizons too. And wherever we go, we want you to come with us.
Now that might make for an awful lot of excess baggage, but we think more worth it.
The Travel Show. Watch now on BBC iPlayer. This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour, which is straight after this programme.
Hello, I'm Kim Chakaneta, and today I'm in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. On the 4th of August 2020, a devastating explosion ripped through the city's port. The blast claimed more than 200 lives and thousands others were injured. Damage to surrounding properties and businesses was estimated to be over $4 billion. Many of those affected were small to medium enterprises led by women. It was one of the largest non-nuclear explosions in history. 3 years on, what is life like for the people who live and work here? I've come to downtown Beirut to meet 2 women who are working tirelessly to rebuild their city. Joël Azar is the owner of Le Panier du Coin, a food selling natural products in the center of Beirut. And Nour Tanier is an architect and stylist who co-founded Espace a social enterprise offering affordable workshops and professional courses in textile design and traditional crafts. Welcome, Joël and Nour.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim. It's great to be here.
Now, how would you describe your lives prior to the blast? I'll start with you, Joël.
Prior to the blast, it was an excellent life. So everything was booming, the businesses were booming, even the economy in Lebanon was booming. And then 2019 happened, so we had the financial crisis, and then in 2020, August 4, the big explosion.
Nour, how would you describe your life prior to that?
I would say the same thing. Things were going smoothly up until 2019. Before the blast, we had the banking crisis and the economic crisis here in Lebanon. Not to mention the COVID crisis, but and while these were happening, we were trying to adapt. But the blast was really hit in the heart, unfortunately.
Well, we'll talk more about the explosion and its aftermath in a second. But first, I want to hear about your personal stories. Now, Joël, you were in banking, and then you left that, and you opened a food store. So tell me, why did you choose to quit banking?
Okay, so basically, when we opened the shop, I was still in the banking sector in Lebanon. And then when the financial crisis hit and the banking sector, so the devaluation of our Lebanese pound was really huge. So when you work in a bank, you earn in Lebanese pound. And everything was dollarized, and the prices were extremely changing. So I was like, I need to do something. So I changed completely from the bank. I still have a job from 8 to 6. I work in a software company, and I take care of my shop because my dream was to actually leave everything and take care of the shop. But with the COVID and the financial crisis and the blast, it was too much. So we couldn't.
And this was a family shop that you you joined with your sisters.
Exactly. So we are a group of 4. It all started at home because of my mom. So since we are young, so my mom used everything that's very natural. And we had the idea, me and my sisters, to open the shop in order to let people, medium range and high end, if you want, customers to enjoy eating healthy without paying too much money. We started with 2 or 3 brands, and then we have 60 or 70 brands, all done by women.
You also work with a family member, your sister-in-law.
Yes.
Tell me more about your business.
Sure. Well, I joined Yasmin Labous, my partner, in 2019. I started my career as an interior architect, working full-time in a furniture gallery. But I always felt like I wanted to do more. So at 24 years old, fate had led me to join Yasmin, join forces with her to expand Espace Fan. So Espace Fan is an art and design school. We offer courses for younger talents and more mature talents. And you don't really have to have an art background in order to learn. You can just come and test it out for yourself.
Fantastic. Now, Joël, I understand you have a network of women artisans and farmers that you use. Tell me about that.
Yeah. So basically, when you want to find a natural product in Lebanon, you really have to go in the mountains. So when the crisis hit and after COVID, they were not working. The only stores that were working were actually the big supermarkets because they were delivering and the delivery was easy. So they had especially no one to come always from Beirut from the mountain to Beirut in order to get us the products, So we started gathering some women that would actually cook or do something like jams or peanut butter or carob molasses or whatever products that you can actually find in my shop, in order for them to have a little bit of income so they can be a bit more independent or even help in the household and in the charges of the family. So yeah, this is how we started.
Lou, who are your students, and tell me about the courses that they are doing.
So the majority of our students are women. They come from different age groups, different socioeconomic backgrounds, and different educational backgrounds. And they come to our studio either to learn a new skill or to just come de-stress and relax. But what's amazing is that many of those who initially come to just relax actually end up pursuing and making a career out of what they learned. Actually, 65 of 400 of our students have opened their small businesses in Lebanon from a course that they've taken with us. And so we really witnessed this impact, especially during the times of the COVID crisis and the Lebanese economic crisis.
Sure, when you made that switch from working in banking to becoming a first-time entrepreneur, what hurdles did you encounter?
Actually, a lot. One, because the economic situation was not helping. Two, because as I told you, I opened the store with my 4 sisters, and after the blast, all my sisters left Beirut, so I had to stay alone and work and do something with the shop.
It must have been difficult.
Oh yeah, trust me, because when you're 4, it's easier, but when you handle the responsibility on your own, it's much more difficult. But what's amazing about Lebanon is that whenever you need help, you will find it. So it's like,
that's true.
It's our heart is, maybe we can hate each other, but when someone needs help, everybody will come and help you.
Yes, totally. I think that people's help to one another was really a major factor in being able to rise again after the explosion.
When you look back, what were some of the hurdles you faced at the beginning?
Well, I started my entrepreneurial journey a couple of weeks before the revolution started. So it has been a chain of challenges, because after that, a few weeks later, we had the banking crisis and the lira devaluation. Later on, we had the COVID crisis, up until later in the summer, the Beirut blast. I was feeling very scared, and I wanted to give up so many times because I didn't really know what was going on, and things were drifting from the way we had planned them. So, but with the determination and the experience of my partner and the fact that we encouraged each other, we were able to keep going. Of course, financially speaking, this was through the help of grants and the coming up with new projects that helped us sustain during the crisis.
Well, you've both painted a picture of how dire the situation has been. Severe financial crisis Lebanon is facing, triple-digit inflation, devaluating currency. How would you say that has shaped how you go about your everyday life, Joanne?
So basically, I think that I was very aggressive with myself and my entrepreneurship. I always wanted to be better and to try to do something, but the problem is that the problem was not coming from me. It was from the situation. But you were frustrated. You don't know what to do, and you start coming up with solution. And when you find a solution, it's always going to be close at the end of, at the end of the road. And it was very. I think that it's the biggest psychological challenge we had, more than my day-to-day life. It was the stress that we encountered. It was the scare, the uncertainty, you go out, you don't know what to do. So what am I supposed to do now? The dollar is at 30. Tomorrow it's going to be at 35. What to do? How am I going to survive? So basically, yeah.
Can you relate now?
Yes, definitely. It's really a challenge that you have to take day by day in Lebanon. And what these challenges have taught me is to be more lenient with uncertainty, to adapt to things that are going to change along the way. And I would say that these challenges have also pushed our business to go into certain directions that otherwise we wouldn't have ventured into. So this is kind of a virtue. But on a personal level, it has taught me a lot. Yeah.
Let's come back to 2020, the year of the pandemic. Lebanon's facing this very severe financial crisis. And then, of course, on August 4th, the blast happens. Joelle, where were you when the explosion occurred? And were you injured?
Thank God, no, I was not injured. But I was so scared that after the blast, so I couldn't really understand what happened. So I was in my car when it happened, ground zero. I did not actually hear anything other than my car moving forward. And then everything was yellowish and there were glass everywhere. So my car, I had a very big car, so I thought the explosion was next to my car and nothing around, and everything around me was okay, you know. But then I just realized that everything was broken, and I looked up and my car was, I have a panoramic view from my car, and the glass was shattered, and I had a balcony that fell on my car, but not on my head. So I think it's by miracle I was not injured.
So what did you do immediately after that? How did you get out of your car?
So my only thought at this second was to see if my sister is still alive because she was here in the shop. So I was only screaming the name of my sister. And I was trying to call her, but my body was frozen. I have one of my neighbors that hugged me because I was screaming nonstop the name of my sister. So when he hugged me, I was like, "You're okay, your sister is okay." And then I saw everything around me. Everything was yellowish. The glass were everywhere, glass were flying everywhere because we have a lot of high buildings. And when I saw my sister, this was, I think, the best moment of my life. By the time I realized, it took me literally 10 to 15 minutes to realize that the blast is not actually in this road, it was Old Beirut.
Mm.
And I ran to my house.
And were your family all okay?
Yes, everyone was okay, but unfortunately, I can say to myself that I was lucky, my family was lucky, I guess you were lucky too.
Yes, absolutely.
But I lost 5 friends. The trauma that we have is not okay. The PTSD that we still have is not okay.
When you finally came back to the store, the space we're in now, what did it look like?
I came back the second day because I had everything from the store that was shattered. I had no more glass everywhere. All the products were on the floor. And I started cleaning, and people came to help me clean. People I did not even know. People I did not ever see in my life. They were just passing. Exactly. They were just passing by, seeing one woman cleaning all alone, removing the glass. Everything is okay. Can we help? And they started helping me. So I cleaned all the shop, and I removed everything from the shop, and I closed for a month because psychologically it was too much. So I had to rebuild the shop. But again, saying that the community of Lebanon helped me, and there were a lot of NGO, especially NGO that really helps women that are, I don't know if you're familiar with Madame Caroline Fattal, Sons for Women. They contacted me directly and was like, "We are ready to help you. What do you need?" So basically, this is where you can see there's still Lebanon somewhere. There are still people living in this country. It's not like broken souls. There's a lot of love.
No, you were at home with your husband when
Yes.
the blast occurred. What do you remember of that day?
I remember it being a very regular day, except that it was, we had been in contact with someone who had COVID at the time. And so my family and I, everyone was on lockdown to make sure that we don't infect anybody. And we were supposed to have a class at the studio around 6 p.m. So right around the time of the explosion. But we decided to close it and to postpone because it was the ethical thing to do. And we were really saved by a miracle back then. I'm really glad. But how I felt is in my body, actually, just like Joel said, everyone felt like it was happening on their street and in the building where they were. I said my prayers. I thought I was going to die. And that was it. I was just glad that my husband and I were in front of each other and still alive. I just wanted to check if my family was alive too. And I wanted to understand where it was coming from. That was it. I feel really blessed among all of the disaster that happened. I feel really blessed that there were still parts of the silos that were destroyed. They were still standing and they protected a very large part of the city because otherwise all of it would have been gone. I'm blessed and I'm grateful that half of the blast went into the sea. I feel grateful that we were not, it was godly timing that we were not right there at the time. Yeah.
Joel, how did you spend the days and weeks following the blast?
You know, I think everybody was on survival mode. So basically, from my part, the day after I came to clean the shop, and then I had to fix also my house because my house was also destroyed. And even if everything was destroyed around you, we had to be supportive towards each other. So as I told you, I lost 5 people I know. So I had to go and see if their friends are okay.
You know, those days that came right after the blast, what were you doing?
We were also helping on the ground and we were really trying to make sense of things in our heads, but physically we were working. We had some energy to put somewhere. We had to help each other. Of course, it took us time to just be back on our feet slowly after that. And you can see it also with the students who were coming, and they wanted to express all the feelings that they were feeling, because at the end of the day, it's a traumatic experience.
And how long do you think, Noor, it took you until you felt that you were back firmly on your feet?
I would say at least several months, and this was happening gradually. And like this is the natural occurrence of things. But there's really always a small part of us that is sad because of this. But despite it, we came back stronger, and this has taught us a lot. I mean, on a personal level and in our business. Yeah.
Joel, how long would you say it took you to feel that things were back to, well, I hesitate to say normal, but back on your feet?
Physically, the second day, but mentally, it took me a while. So I kept the shop closed for over more than a month because whenever I used to come here or near the shop, I was feeling anxious. And I think that it took me maybe time to get over what we lived, but without forgetting what we lived. But, you know, whenever you live that traumatic experience, whatever you do is to fight. So we had to wake up, work, come back, sleep.
You both spoke about how the community came together in the immediate aftermath of the blast. Is that sense of solidarity still there, Joel?
Oh, definitely. This is what you'll definitely find in Beirut and in Lebanon, actually, not only Beirut. But when you see the love that the people gave us and the support, actually, and the presence You know, just the fact to see people that you don't know coming in to help or calling, are you okay? Is everything okay? Do you need anything? Was, I think, the best thing that ever happened to each other.
No, do you still feel that sense of solidarity?
To be honest, in my day-to-day life, outside when I'm on the street, I don't feel it as much as I felt it when the blast had happened, because we generally tend to focus on our disagreements, whether they're political or religious, or this is like the general way of being on the street in Lebanon. But in our studio, no, I definitely feel that that love and this bonding that people might have for one another in our country, and I feel like everyone wanted to help each other, and our way of helping was that even though we were in pain, even though we did not feel like we were ready to open up again with our business, we felt like we had the duty to, because people wanted to come and de-stress and be away from all these stressors. So this extra help that each one can offer to one another is really felt, and it's really it really made a difference in people's lives.
Running a business is challenging, especially so in a place like Lebanon where there's a lot of uncertainty. What advice would you have for people about dealing with uncertainty, Joelle?
To be courageous.
To be courageous. Okay. So courage.
Courage. And be positive, because no matter what happens, if you're going to be negative, it will never be okay. So just be positive, and at the end, everything will be okay. This is a saying that everybody says. So everything will be okay.
Do you believe that?
Yeah. Honestly, I lived it, so yeah.
What advice would you have?
I'd also say the same thing, but I would also tell people that it's great to plan, it's great to think about the future, but it's also important to be able to adapt to things that might come our way, and that no problem is big enough, because there will always be a solution.
In my time in Lebanon, I've spoken to a number of women, and there's one word that keeps coming, which is resilience.
Oh, yeah.
Do you consider yourself to be resilient? And is it something you always had, or something built up over time?
I mean, if you are looking from the outside, you would see that, yes, this is a very resilient character, but I think that me and a lot of women who are like me don't really identify as resilient, because we are just really caught up in day-to-day life trying to figure out a solution, and so we are really focused on this problem solving that we don't think of this bigger picture of how we are as a general character. But if I look back and I feel like, yes, we learn to be a bit more patient. Yeah.
So you're busy getting on with things.
Yes.
Maybe to put a name on them.
Yes.
Joelle, do you consider yourself to be a resilient person?
I would have answered the same way as Noor, because when you're inside, you will never see how you're acting. But if people will look at us, like all the foreigners that were coming to help, even after the bloodshed, wow, how can you do that? How can you live that? How can you be okay with that? How can you be smiling? And then they would always tell us, you are resilient people. So in a way, it's very good, because it shows a lot of character and a lot of courage. But in order to be resilient, also we have to face a lot of traumas. So
yeah, it comes at the cost.
But as she said, you have something wrong, just face it and move on.
Do you have any questions or advice for each other?
I think we're going to become friends.
Yeah.
No, I think that I would learn a lot from her point of how actually what happened after. How did you come back on your feet?
Really, it was not a given. It took a lot of crying, and it took a lot of processing. But I just think time heals, you know? What about you?
I think I had to seek help from my entourage and I had to talk about it. But there's still a scar, but I tried to like temper it maybe.
Yeah.
And yeah. And you have to fight. Yeah.
Joelle and Noor, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure speaking to you both. Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you.
us.
Thank you so much.
Hello there. Do you know, over the weekend, I've seen quite a lot of these funnel clouds. The latest one was spotted between Boroughbridge and Harrogate around the North Yorkshire area, but I've seen quite a few over the weekend. That particular one formed along this convergence line. That's where the winds bashed together, and those opposing winds would have helped create some of the spin that created that funnel cloud in the first place. Right now, though, those showers have long since cleared out of the road. We have just a few patches of rain working from west to east, but many of us will have a dry start to the day on Monday, with temperatures holding up into double figures. Overall, the bank holiday Monday that it will be for many of you is a better, drier kind of day. The reason, well, we've got this little weak ridge of high pressure building in. Now, it won't be completely dry, there'll be just a few isolated showers around, but nowhere near as many as we've had over the course of the weekend. And probably the greatest risk of seeing an odd shower will be across the northwest of both England and Wales. The emphasis, though, is on dry weather with spells of sunshine. Temperatures high teens to low 20s, feeling warm in that August sunshine. Heading into Tuesday, another area of low pressure starts to move in from the north, and so we're going to get outbreaks of rain moving its way into Scotland. Just a few patches of rain, showers really, on this weather front, this cold front, as they work southwards across England and Wales, but many of you will still have some spells of sunshine around as well. And overall, the temperature is similar for most, at 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, warm in the sun, but starting to feel perhaps a little bit cooler across the north of Scotland. Well, from Tuesday into Wednesday, that same area of low pressure works into the North Sea whilst weakening. And really, we're looking at a day of sunny spells and showers again. This time, probably the heaviest showers, big thunderstorms affecting northern and eastern Scotland and down this eastern side of England. Again, there'll be some convergent winds, so who knows, you might see another funnel cloud if you're lucky. Western areas should stay dry with some sunshine for Wales, southwest England, probably bright for Northern Ireland as well. That won't last though. Thursday and Friday, another area of low pressure moving in. This time the rain's going to be affecting areas a bit further southward. So particularly for Wales, southwest England and Northern Ireland, we've got a spell of rain to come through. That clears, and then we're back to rather showery conditions as we head off into September. Bye-bye.
Each year has been a record-breaking hot year.
Living with extreme temperatures and changing climates can have a devastating impact.
We are on a bullet train to annihilation.
We need the people on the front line of climate change.
I know we've caused the problems, and I know we also hold the key to the solutions.
And find out how they survive it. Life at 50 degrees, watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. Russian investigators say testing confirms Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was killed in a plane crash. What that means for the mercenary group. Zimbabwe's election results have been declared, but both candidates are claiming victory. And a warning that extreme weather in China will become more frequent and more dangerous. Hello, I'm Carl Maspin. We begin in Russia, where authorities say they used DNA testing to confirm the head of the Wagner paramilitary group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, was indeed killed in a plane crash on Wednesday. They say the identities of the bodies recovered correspond with the flight's passenger list, which included Mr. Prigozhin. The mercenary leader led an aborted mutiny against the Russian military in June amid growing tensions with commanders over the war in Ukraine. There's been speculation that President Putin targeted Mr. Prigozhin in an act of revenge. The Kremlin has denied any involvement. Our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, has the latest now from Moscow.
Well, many people are asking, is the story of Wagner, the story of Prigozhin, finally over? I have to say, one of the things I've learnt in Russia is that stories here rarely end. There are so many twists and turns here and new chapters. It is quite possible that even in death, Yevgeny Prigozhin could pose a challenge to Vladimir Putin. Just look at all the makeshift Prigozhin memorials that have been popping up in nearly 24 towns in Russia and Russian-occupied Ukraine. This man had become quite a popular figure in pro-war circles. And so the widespread suspicion that the Russian authorities were behind the plane crash means that the Kremlin faces the danger of a backlash. The last thing the Kremlin will want to have to deal with is Prigozhin the martyr or cult of Prigozhin. It's quite interesting, actually, that President Putin has now ordered Wagner employees and those of other private military contractors to sign an allegiance to the Russian state. There seems to be an attempt by the Kremlin to bring these kind of groups under tighter control. But keep in mind that all of this is happening at a time when Russia, having invaded its neighbor, is fighting a war in Ukraine. And it seems that dramas at home are becoming a major distraction.
For more on this, I spoke with Sean McFate. He's a U.S. Army veteran and senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Sean, thank you for being here. Russian authorities now officially confirming that Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin is dead. They've also said that they are not involved with this plane crash. How much confidence do you have in Russia's assessment of this situation?
I think on balance of probabilities, Prigozhin is dead. But until international inspectors can go there and we can verify it's Prigozhin's DNA, it's possible that Prigozhin's chilling on a yacht someplace too.
And in terms of what might have brought down that plane, this is all in the realm of theories and speculation, but do you think that Russia might have played a role in that?
I think so. I think Putin, was very clear when Prigozhin crossed the line that Prigozhin was a dead man walking. And I believe that Putin now has to officially say it wasn't me, although nobody's fooled by this, but he doesn't want to appear sort of Stalin-esque as assassinating political opponents in broad daylight, even though that's exactly what he did.
What comes next then for the Wagner paramilitary group? Can it survive without the man that essentially built it and created it?
Yes, I think that we'll see Wagner is continuing as we speak. Think of it more like this, like there's a company with a new owner, and the owner comes in and the old leadership team exits, or in this case gets blown up. There are new cultural norms instilled. There's some rebranding, some reshuffling in the middle of positions, but the company will continue doing what it was doing before. And that's sort of what happens with Prigozhin.
You mentioned it's like a company with a new owner. Who might that new owner
be? It's Putin. Putin's owner. So think of it another way as well, is that the Wagner Group's not Wagner Group, it's actually true. There are the Wagner mercenaries in Belarus and in Ukraine, and these are like the those who are dumped out of jails. And they're not really mercenaries, they're cannon fodder, and they're being absorbed into the Russian military as we speak, which is what Putin's generals wanted to begin with. And they're going to be fed into the Stalingrad of Ukraine to die. And then there's the Wagner Group in Africa, and these were the skilled mercenaries. And they did two things for Putin. One is they spreaded Russian influence around the continent through autocracies. And two is they, sucked natural resources like gold and sent them back to Russia to fuel the war in Ukraine. And Putin needs both where they're at.
Looking specifically at Ukraine, because this counteroffensive is moving slowly, what could the fallout be for Ukraine? How could it affect the war? And is there any kind of way for Ukraine to potentially leverage what's been going on with Wagner?
Yes, I think there is. Of course, I'm sure Ukraine was hoping that these 50,000 mercenaries in Ukraine would never come back, right? That, they're going to come back, or at least what's remaining of them. But I think what Ukraine can do is be very clever. For example, it could find ways, since these are mercenaries, to suck them or bribe them off the battlefield. Maybe every day they put out a message saying, if you're a mercenary or you're Wagner and you don't want to live like you're living anymore, put a red strap around your right arm. And maybe the next day, something else, wear some plastic flower or something. And if our soldiers, Ukrainian soldiers too, will let you pass through the lines, we'll keep you as a POW, and we promise we'll never exchange you back to Russia in a prisoner swap. Because Wagner guys are usually the first to get exchanged in a prisoner swap because the Ukrainians know they will be executed immediately. So this is a clever way to take an army off the field, not by bullets, but through simple walk to a better chance.
Briefly, what kind of legacy do you think Yevgeny Prigozhin leaves behind in terms of his relationship with Russia and Vladimir Putin? He seemed to be, towards the end, maybe one of the few people who was challenging him openly.
Yes. So Prigozhin, through his charismatic and big mouth, sort of was saying things out loud that a lot of people were saying internally. And it was interesting to see him challenge Putin, but also the Russian military establishment, the Siloviki, and get away with it until he didn't, right? But I think this is his lasting legacy. It's not about Russia. He set up a 21st century way to run global mercenary operations and make it work. He has created a blueprint. It doesn't just involve the Wagner Group. It involves troll farms. It involves natural resources. He has mining companies or gas companies. And somebody else will come around. It doesn't have to be a Russian and will imitate that. And that is a problem because a world awash with more mercenaries is a world awash with more war.
In some ways, Prigozhin may still live on. Sean McFate, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, professor of strategy at the National Defense University. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, reports from southern Ukraine suggest its forces have broken through some of Russia's key defensive positions. It comes as one of Ukraine's most celebrated fighter pilots was killed in a mid-air collision. Here's Paul Adams.
Picking up the pace, could Ukraine's counteroffensive, slow going since June, be gathering momentum? In recent days, a few tentative signs. Some units do appear to have broken through Russia's formidable first lines of defense south of Zaporizhia.
Further on, that's where we see their supply roads. They use these roads. I'm sure we'll go faster from here. I don't want my guys to think that they can relax now. They know we're moving on to liberate all of our territories.
He says he's looking forward to leading his men all the way to the sea. That's a long, long way. This fighting is really hard. Success is still far from guaranteed. Away from the front lines, the country is now in mourning for one of its best-known heroes. This was Andrei Pirshnikov, call sign Juice, flying combat missions last year. When Russia invaded, few gave Ukraine's air force much chance of getting off the ground. But from dogfights over Kyiv to the interception of Russian cruise missiles, Juice was part of an elite force fighting against extraordinary odds. He and 2 other senior pilots were killed on Thursday, not in combat, but on a training flight, their jets colliding over a village, the pilots managing just to avoid the houses below. Ukrainians revere their pilots. A year and a half after Russia's full-scale invasion, their status as national heroes is well established. President Zelensky said the death of Andrei Kochnikov and 2 of his colleagues was a disaster. Juice was due to start training on American-made F-16s in a matter of weeks. When the first jets finally arrive early next year, he won't be around to fly them. Paul Adams, BBC News.
To Zimbabwe now, where the opposition leader has accused the president, Emerson Mnangagwa, of carrying out a coup. Zimbabwe held elections Wednesday, and the president was declared the winner Sunday with nearly 53% of the vote. But opposition leader Nelson Chamisa has called the official results a sham. Independent observers share that skepticism. The Southern African Development Community says the elections fell short of the requirements of the Constitution of Zimbabwe, while the European Union says acts of violence and intimidation resulted in a climate of fear. Zimbabwe's leader has dismissed the criticism and insists that the elections were fair. Earlier, I spoke with David Carroll. He leads the Carter Center's initiative on developing standards and best practices in international election observation. Thank you so much for joining us. I understand you recently returned from Zimbabwe. In terms of what you and your field teams observed, was this a free and fair election?
Well, I just got back earlier this morning, and the Carter Center had a team of about 60 people, and I would say the assessment of the Carter Center and the other organizations of international observers from the Southern African region, the African Union, and the EU, all of our assessments aligned in that this was the context of a very unlevel playing field with a lot of political challenges that made it really difficult to have an open and credible and competitive election. So I think the prospects for calling this a successful election are dim.
What specifically made the playing field unlevel?
So I was in Zimbabwe for the last election in 2018, and the context and the environment was just dramatically different. You could both see it just in your interaction with everyday people, but also a couple of very specific things, that the limitation of election boundaries was skewed, the voter registration process was very opaque. The political parties never really received a copy of the voter registration in a way that they could check it before the election at all. There was changes in the number of polling stations. And importantly, there's been legislation passed in the last several years that really stifles the engagement of civil society groups and other political actors. Just the political space was shrinking very, very tightly, and you could sense that in the interactions with Zimbabweans. Like you could feel the nature of the change.
Zimbabwe's opposition party is accusing the ruling party of blatant and gigantic fraud. How strong of a case do you think the opposition party has?
Well, I think we'll hopefully be able to see that in the coming days. Official results have been released at the national level and at the constituency level, at 210, I think, individual constituencies. But what's really important now is for there to be public publication of the polling station level results from at a lower level, at the level of where people go to individual polling stations, because everybody has copies of the results at that level. The two major parties, citizen observer groups, other observers will have some from places they went. And I know that the opposition party has stated that they're attempting to put all of their own counts together. So with a transparent publication of those results and a comparison, we should be able to know in the coming days if the official results are really an accurate reflection of how Zimbabweans cast their vote on the 23rd of August.
Zimbabwe has had some voting irregularities in the past. Currently, the Electoral Commission in the country is appointed by the ruling party, by the president himself. How much trust do you think there is right now in the country in terms of voting results in general?
The Election Commission has a lot of competent people who have done a good job in a number of areas. The problem is I think there's a clear sense that they don't have total autonomy in terms of what they do and the ability to conduct things in a open, transparent manner. It's just been clear that they've struggled in that regard. And the lack of ballot papers in a number of polling stations that was very unexpected. There was no warning given that could possibly be a problem until the morning of election day, and several other things just make it, I think, a situation where there's questions about whether or not the Election Commission really has earned the trust of Zimbabweans.
You mentioned that you had been in Zimbabwe for the previous election. There was some post-election violence after that vote. What was your sense from being on the ground this time around, and how likely are we to see it remain peaceful this time around?
Well, I think again, I go back to the question of what's going to happen in the coming days. I think there's a lot of there's a polarization in Zimbabwean society. It's a very direct competition and clash between two major parties and a population that I think is just exhausted. And so what's really important now is to avoid the potential for violence, and to do that by really being transparent in the rest of this process, by getting those election results clearly published and allowing any grievances or problems to have a chance to be aired in a court, to allow those questions to be resolved in a peaceful way.
Dr. David Carroll, the director of the Carter Center's Democracy Program, thank you so much for joining us.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
BBC News, bringing you different stories from across the UK.
It's been quite a transformation from how it looked when it shut in the 80s to its beautiful sparkling pool and restored buildings. But it's a difficult site to transform, with a river on one side and a Grade 2 star listed building. Here at the Albion Docks in Bristol, they're making the pontoon, which will carry the pipes that will help the heat pumps transfer power from the river to heat the two pools. But time to dip the toes in the water, and it was very pleasant.
And I really want to say to people, this is your new local pool. Come and use it. You can come for a swim, you can come for a history tour. There's a lot for people to come and enjoy here.
A few lucky ones had the chance to swim last year, but now it'll be open to everyone. In its heyday, of course, it was the meeting place for everyone, and it's hoped it'll still be the place to go once more.
Ali Bowles, BBC Points West, Bath.
You're live with BBC News. A vigil has been held in Jacksonville after a white man shot and killed 3 black people on Saturday in what police are calling a racially motivated attack. The shooter has been identified as a 21-year-old who had no previous criminal record and turned the gun on himself. Community leaders from Florida attended Sunday's vigil, which honored 2 women and 1 man. Well, 2 people have died and nearly 60 have been injured after 2 explosions at an unlicensed LPG station in Romania. Dramatic pictures there. Firefighters rushed to the scene of the blaze late on Saturday, the explosion happening as they were fighting the fire, injuring many. And these pictures, filmed a few hours ago, showed the damage that the blast caused. The recent heavy flooding in China, which claimed 81 lives, has shocked the country, especially because it occurred in areas not usually prone to such disaster. Chinese scientists are blaming climate change and are warning that extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and more dangerous. Our China correspondent Stephen McDonald visited Lorchindung Island, situated in the southern floodplain, and the town of Giorgio in the north, which doesn't usually flood.
China's recent floods hit hard in parts of the country not accustomed to them. And its meteorological administration says both extreme temperatures and precipitation have definitely increased in recent decades.
It's one thing to talk about climate change in the abstract, quite another to consider real human impacts. This whole town is having to rebuild after the recent floods, and all these businesses, they've been completely trashed by the floodwaters, and the people here, they don't know how they're going to be able to get back to the way their lives were.
Both this man's shops in Giorgio, Hebei province, were submerged by floodwaters.
It will take me 8 to 10 years to recover from these losses. The government has not said whether it will compensate us.
Another man who runs a warehouse said even goods stored high up were destroyed. His wife showed us their mud-filled home.
I can't describe how I felt when I saw this. Our life's work, it's over.
Every year, China's flooding seems worse, and official statistics appear to confirm it. In 2011, the country recorded around 6 floods a month during the summer. But this year, there are 10 times as many. The impact has even struck China's overall food supply. In August, 40% of the famous Wuchang rice crop was wiped out by flooding.
I've never seen floods here in all my life. This is the first time.
When I saw the water hit here, I cried. Our crops are gone. I lost everything. It's hard to calculate.
Then, in the south, where flooding is supposed to happen, there are fears of a drought closing in. Li Chunshui grew up next to Poyang Lake and drives a boat out to Xingdun Island when there's enough water.
This year's water level is very low. Old people say this has only occurred once before in the early 1950s.
Since the Song dynasty 1,000 years ago, the temple has been surrounded by water during the rainy season. Recent droughts have exposed it much earlier.
A couple of months ago, all of this was underwater. But as the waters have receded, the island behind me has become accessible by land. And this historic site has become something of an environmental barometer to measure whether water levels are where they should be at any given time of year. Extreme weather is focusing attention on climate change in China. Can this huge country combine with the rest of the world quickly enough to do something about it? Stephen McDonald, BBC News, Jiangxi Province.
The U.S. Secretary of Commerce has met her counterpart in Beijing as the world's 2 largest economies work to stabilize ties. Gina Raimondo is the 4th senior U.S. official to visit China in less than 3 months. She'll hold meetings discussing business opportunities and national security during her 4th-day visit. Well, Monday marks 60 years since a pivotal moment in U.S. history and one of the most important for the country's civil rights movement. The 1963 March on Washington saw around 250,000 people come together to call for an end to discrimination. It's crescendo, the I Have a Dream speech delivered by Martin Luther King Jr. on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Thousands gathered Saturday to commemorate the march, and Monday, President Biden is expected to meet organizers of the 1963 event. As part of the BBC's coverage, my colleague Katrina Perry spoke to Dr. King's daughter, Dr. Bernice King, to reflect on the moment.
We are marking this anniversary in times where we have seen recent attacks on affirmative action and voting rights. What is your assessment of where the civil rights movement is at the moment?
You know, I think, first of all, there are numerous people that are on the, that are on, as we call it, the battlefield, that are really fighting to get the right policies in place, that are really fighting to educate communities. I think one of the struggles is there's so many things that are problematic. You know, when you look across the board in the Black community, we still suffer from racial disparities in every area, whether you're talking about banking, housing, employment, health, environment, criminal justice. We're still the last, not because of something inherently wrong with us, but because of the systemic issues around race. And so, you know, we're still trying to figure out how do we, in the midst of this back. That's why I said it's important to prepare for the backlash, because we have to continue to fight towards, one, getting the right policies in place and making sure those policies carry out what they're supposed to carry out, and two, continuing to educate people in this nation, because part of the issue around race is, some of it is ignorance.
You can see the full interview with Dr. Bernice King. Tune into our coverage of the March on Washington on World News America on Monday. Stay with us right here on BBC News. That's all from us here in Washington. We leave you now with these live pictures of London as we hand off to our colleagues there. Thanks for watching.
Hello there. Do you know, over the weekend, I've seen quite a lot of these funnel clouds. The latest one was spotted between Boroughbridge and Harrogate around the North Yorkshire area, but I've seen quite a few over the weekend. That particular one formed along this convergence line. That's where the winds bashed together, and those opposing winds have helped create some of the spin that created that funnel cloud in the first place. Right now, though, those showers have long since cleared out to the road. We did have just a few patches of rain working from west to east, but many of us will have a dry start to the day on Monday, with temperatures holding up into double figures. Overall, the bank holiday Monday that it will be for many of you is a better, drier kind of day. The reason, well, we've got this little weak ridge of high pressure building in. Now, it won't be completely dry. There'll be just a few isolated showers around, but nowhere near as many as we've had over the course of the weekend. And probably the greatest risk of seeing an odd shower will be across the northwest of both England and Wales. The emphasis, though, is on drier weather with spells of sunshine. Temperatures high teens to low 20s, feeling warm in that August sunshine. Heading into Tuesday, another area of low pressure starts to move in from the north, and so we're going to get outbreaks of rain moving its way into Scotland. Just a few patches of rain, showers really, on this weather front, this cold front, that works southwards across England and Wales, but many of you will still have some spells of sunshine around as well. And overall, the temperature is similar for most, about 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, warm in the sun, but starting to feel perhaps a little bit cooler across the north of Scotland. Well, from Tuesday into Wednesday, that same area of low pressure works into the North Sea whilst weakening. And really, we're looking at a day of sunny spells and showers again. This time, probably the heaviest showers, big thunderstorms affecting northern and eastern Scotland and down this eastern side of England. Again, there'll be some convergent winds, so who knows? You might see another funnel cloud if you're lucky. Western areas should stay dry with some sunshine for Wales. Southwest England probably bright for Northern Ireland as well. That won't last though. Thursday and Friday, another area of low pressure moving in. This time the rain is going to be affecting areas a bit further southward. So particularly for Wales, Southwest England and Northern Ireland, we've got a spell of rain to come through. That clears, and then we're back to rather showery conditions as we head off into September. Bye-bye.
As fighting continues in Ukraine, join our team for the latest developments.
There's now a massive effort to rebuild what's been destroyed, but what happened here will never be forgotten.
See the headlines as they happen with breaking news alerts in the app, and get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the story for all the latest with BBC News.
The world of film is changing faster and faster all the time. I've been reporting on cinema for more than 40 years. So what's it like to be an Oscar nominee? Our global Talking Movies team,
How did that work on set?
brings you up to date on the latest in movie making from around the world.
Looking at stories from other cultures.
Interviewing top filmmakers and stars.
People seem to be emotionally charged by the film.
From blockbusters to art house cinema, we'll spotlight the brilliant and unique voices bringing their stories to the big screen.
Talking Movies. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Margaret Atwood, welcome to this cultural item.
Some of the world's leading artistic figures reveal to me their influences.
Music is part of our culture, dance is part of our culture.
And the experiences that have inspired their own work.
The people around me never said you can't do this. I was totally in love with Monk.
Now I'm blushing. Find out what fires the creative imagination with John Wilson. This Cultural Life. Watch on BBC iPlayer. This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour, which is straight after this programme.
Welcome to Hard Talk. I'm Stephen Sacker, and today I'm on the banks of the River Lee, north of London. This beautiful habitat has in recent years become a battleground which has pitted anglers and conservationists against the privatized water companies and the industry regulator. My guest today is the former punk rock star turned environmental campaigner Feargal Sharkey. Now, he is leading the campaign to clean up Britain's waterways. But can years of environmental degradation really be reversed? Feargal Sharkey, welcome to Hard Talk.
Thank you very much, sir.
Many will know you for your music career, but in recent years you've become one of Britain's most prominent, noisiest campaigners to clean up and protect Britain's waterways. And when we suggested an interview, you wanted to meet here.
Yeah.
Why here?
The simple truth is, this is the Amel Magna fishery. I spent the last 6-7 years as chairman until the last few months. And I find myself, and the club found ourselves 6 years ago, now 5-6 years ago, having to pick a massive fight with the very people who are charged by us, by the nation and by Parliament to protect, nurture and look after these rivers, and particularly this kind of river. This part of the River Lee is a chalk stream. There are only 225 in the entire planet. Most of them are here in southern England. And this one was on the verge of extinction through lack of flow. It had effectively turned into 2.5 miles of stagnant garden pond.
And when you say lack of flow, isn't that just nature telling us that the climate is warming? That here in the southeast of England, things are getting drier and the river is suffering?
No, not in the least. And I know the Environment Agency would have you believe that. But that overlooks the fact that as we speak, these most rarest of river ecosystems on the planet, according to the Environment Agency, are currently being over-abstracted by local water companies to the tune of about 1.2 billion litres of water per day, every single day, ecologically, environmentally damaging, destroying some of the rarest ecosystems on the planet, and all for someone else's profitability.
You've already mentioned the regulators, and you've already hinted that there's a problem, a systemic problem with the way the water industry works in the UK.
Yeah.
Try to sum it up for people watching and listening, not just in the United Kingdom, but around the world, because this may well apply in many countries far beyond the United Kingdom.
Absolutely. Here in England, I believe England is unique. It is the only country in the world with a absolutely 100% privatized water industry. There are any number of other models used throughout the world, some private, some public, some hybrid combinations thereof. But England, so far as I'm aware, is unique on the planet in that that industry is A, 100% privatized, and B, these are companies operating state-granted monopolies for profit. Now, it's not that that's a bad idea. But when you have a company operating a monopoly, you clearly need a system of regulation that is hands-on, that is proactive, and is capable of delivering and ensuring not only the interests of the customer and bill payers, but the environment.
Here's what a former chief of the water industry sort of broad collective group, the Water UK chief, Michael Roberts, said. Now, he said this admittedly 3 or 4 years ago, but I'm sure the industry would say that the fundamentals still apply. He said, when privatization came to the UK, water quality was poor, rivers were polluted, our beaches were badly affected by sewage. And since privatization, investment of nearly 160 billion has seen improvement.
Let me put some qualifications on all of this. When water companies mention the word investment, it's not in the sense that you and I and most people would think of it, that the shareholders have taken cash out of the back pockets. Any money spent by the water companies has actually been funded by bill payers. Now, when they come up with a figure, what they forget to mention is they've also taken out £72 billion in dividends out of those companies. That's our money. They've left these companies now sitting on £60 billion worth of debt, to such an extent that one of them almost toppled a matter of weeks ago.
You're talking about Thames Water,
Indeed.
which serves, 15 million customers and has a debt of some £14 billion.
Actually, if you look at their balance sheet on Thames Waters, it says 14, but if you go looking through the broader group of companies, you'll come to one called Kemble Water Financing, and I think you'll find Kemble is sitting on £21.7 billion worth of debt. Now, when it comes to the water quality, there are two stretches of river in England right now designated as bathing water. This morning, both of them have no swim warnings posted. In 2009, 24% of our rivers met good ecological status. That has now dropped, and the current projection is by 2027, that will be down to just 6. And as we speak, every single river in England fails the chemical test. Every single river is polluted. And one of the biggest sources of that pollution is the water industry. So with the lobbying organisation that UK Water is, like to qualify and actually tell me if a single fact I've just given you is wrong, and I will happily withdraw it and apologise profusely.
Isn't the problem here that to fix the problems you just outlined, and there is no doubt, there is a massive problem. Sewage is flowing into rivers and onto our UK coast. We see it every single day. Isn't the problem that to really solve that problem, you need to spend enormous sums of money, massive investment in water treatment plants and in new sewers, which the water companies say can only happen if they are given permission by the regulator to massively up customers' bills.
Well, let me help the regulators. They may want to go and speak to their chief executives of the water companies, who 2 years ago were written to by the regulator, who pointed out two things. One, they have a statutory obligation to build, operate, and maintain sewage systems capable, and I am quoting, of effectually dealing with the contents of those sewers. They wrote a second time, 6 months later, telling the companies, in the regulator's opinion, we as customers for 30 years have provided all of the funding the companies needed to meet all of their legal obligations, including building and operating an effective sewage system. Clearly, that's not happened.
Yeah, but nobody disputes that much better sewers are needed in London and across the country. But we know that they cost billions of pounds to install.
The point that I'm making is we have, according to the regulator, and water companies confirm this annually, we, as the public, have provided them with all of the funding that they should have been spending on the sewage system. So my question becomes is, we provided you with the funding, the regulators confirmed that, the water companies have confirmed it. What happened to funding? Where's it gone? It clearly was not spent on the sewage system, and can we now have a refund?
You seem to believe these days that renationalisation of the water industry is the answer. I'm sure about that.
Actually, I haven't said that at all. As it happens, my perspective...
Forgive me, but when I think Thames Water announced this massive debt, and it looked for a while as though they might, frankly, default on their debts and collapse. You said we shouldn't pay a penny to bail out Thames Water.
Correct.
We should, in essence, renationalise it.
No, there's a qualification on that. And then let me make 2 points. One, if we nationalise those companies, we let those shareholders and those bondholders and those people who've made off with £72 billion worth of our money, instead of investing in the sewage system, instead of investing in making sure London is supplied with water, London's on the verge of running out of water for the same reason, lack of investment in infrastructure. What I said was the legislation already exists for the Secretary of State to actually resolve and move this forward this afternoon with nothing more than a stroke of a pen. Government and the Secretary of State has the power and authority to issue what's called enforcement orders, which allows government to effectively take control of those companies whilst they remain in private ownership. And government can order those companies, this is what you're going to invest in infrastructure, this is what you're going to pay your shareholders, this is what you're going to do to pay down your debt, and this is what you're going to do to pay your chief executive. Government has the power to do that this afternoon.
Yeah, well, Therese Coffey, who, as you know, is the Secretary of State responsible for the environment, she says 1.6 billion has been agreed with the water companies as an immediate investment priority. She says that the UK government is raising the cap on fines for water companies that are polluting the waterways. She says she's listening to people like you.
Actually, she's not. All she had to do was enforce the law in the first place instead of creating new ones that will deliver a little of anything. The UK government was taken to court by the European Commission in 2012. And the European Court of Justice 10 years ago ruled that what was happening in the UK was in breach of the legislation. It was illegal, and sewage should only ever be dumped into the environment in exceptional situations. Now, that means a rare event that is so unique, you couldn't actually foresee it and plan for it. So here's the thing. For me, what the government have done is a classic old Whitehall bureaucratic, let's create a process, let's make it look like we're getting busy doing something, whilst at the time actually delivering little of anything. They should have just enforced the law as it stood at the time, and there's still time to do that.
Turn your eyes to the left, to this gorgeous stream river behind you. The brown trout are still there, aren't they?
They certainly are. And
so perhaps you might be accused of being some sort of doomsday voice, wishing to exaggerate the problem for, some might even say, political capital.
Well, let me try it this way around. A, I'm not a member of any political party. So
well, you've been an advisor to the Labour Party in the past, and it seems to me that your message is now getting through to Sir Keir Starmer, who has been emphasising in recent days your message that, in his words, the waterways of Britain are thoroughly and utterly polluted.
To qualify it, I was appointed a regulator of the commercial radio industry by the then Labour government. I was appointed chairman of the Live Music Forum, which was a commission established by government. And so far as I'm aware, I've never ever acted as an advisor to the Labour Party, just so that we're clear where we are. I will repeat again, not a single river in England is in good overall environmental health. Every single river is polluted.
You're an experienced campaigner, because for years you did advocacy work for the music industry, and now you've obviously devoted so much of your time to cleaning up the waterways of Britain. Do you think you're cutting through?
Listen, how do you measure these things? On one level, I've been incredibly fortunate. I've spent all of my adult life with random people in random places all over the world, walking up to me and wanting to talk to me about music.
Yeah.
Now, as a musician, what an extraordinary thing. Yeah. Here's the shift over the last 2 or 3 years. People now want to talk to me about effluent and rivers, and that's beginning with that 4-letter word beginning with S.
Yeah, I think I know the word you mean, which we can't use on the BBC, but nonetheless, it's a powerful word. And what you've specifically done is, and you've done it in this interview as well, you've suggested that what we see in our rivers, all of the pollution and the problems, are linked to, and it's a word you've used, corruption. You seem to believe there is something now corrupt about the water industry.
When I say corrupt, well, let me put it this way.
It's a word you use.
Oh, listen, absolutely, and 2 reasons give me some background for that. The Environment Agency, as we speak, are, and I believe I'm quoting them, currently engaged in the largest criminal investigation they've ever launched against all water companies. And that they now believe there may have been widespread, serious non-compliance with discharge permits. That's the words of the regulator, not me. So the regulator seems to think there was some kind of corruption going on. And yesterday it was announced that 6 water companies are now in the process of being taken to court over that very allegation that there was misreporting, underreporting going on. That was being used to then gain favour from the regulator. And let me remind everybody,
we have to be careful, as you say, allegations. Allegations right now.
Let me make the last point. It is not 12 months ago that Southern Water was fined 90 million quid in court, and the judge ruled that was because they were deliberately misleading and trying to deflect the regulator away from what was going on and the reality of their business model.
I'm going to ask
that's
you.
not an allegation on my part. That was the court judgment.
All right. I'm going to ask you now to take your mind away from this river, away from the specifics of Britain's water issues, and ask you whether this passion that you're expressing with me right now, whether it runs right through your life and can be traced back to your roots in Derry, Londonderry, as some call it, in Northern Ireland, where, frankly, you were raised in one of the tensest spots in the middle of Northern Ireland's troubles. Were you a fighter from the very beginning?
No, I don't think so. Were my parents fighters? Probably.
You were named after two IRA men.
That's very true.
Suggests your mum was a fighter.
It clearly suggests my mum was a fighter. My dad was chairman of the Labour Party in Derry when there was such a thing. He was branch secretary of his local union. Both my parents were deeply involved in the civil rights movement, and I have vivid recollections of being 10 years old and being taken on civil rights marches all over Ireland, all throughout Northern Ireland. My family were on Burntollet the day that parade was attacked. My family were there at Bloody Sunday, and my family were deeply engaged in trying to change a corrupt political system in Northern Ireland.
So here's one of the fascinating things about you. I mean, here we sit and you have a cause and you are a fighter now for that cause. But what's fascinating about you as a musician, because I want to talk to you about you as a musician, is that you and your bandmates in the Undertones, when you had that great success as part of the punk era of the sort of late 70s, early 80s, you, despite your upbringing, chose not to sing political songs.
Here's the thing. The Undertones developed a career because of a little bar called the Casbah. It was the only pub in town that would actually entertain the fact that 5 kids with no idea what they were doing, and we were given a bit of space on a Friday night. Right outside the door of the Casbah was a British Army checkpoint. So somebody to get in and out of that pub, you basically would have to be searched, name checked, date of birth, run through a computer, all that kind of good stuff. Do you really think the 50 people turning up to watch the Undertones on a Friday night needed us to give them a lecture about bombs, bullets, and barricades? We, like every
Or
healthy...
was it that you were maybe intimidated?
No, good Lord, not the least. I can absolutely assure you the last bunch of people you could ever possibly intimidate were the 5 members of the Undertones. Like every other healthy teenager on the planet, we were more obsessed with more songs about chocolate and girls.
Yeah, exactly. What you sang about was the usual teenage dreams, the longings, the girls, the frustrations with your family. It was the stuff of ordinary life.
Correct.
Yeah, which in a funny sort of way was sort of avoiding the reality of what you were living through.
But it's not, because that was actually allowing us that moment of freedom and that headspace and that moment of clarity. Because the truth is, nobody in Northern Ireland at the time sat around thinking, oh, this is dreadful, this is terrible. Everybody, as best they could, was trying to get on with normal lives. And in fact, that situation, like all forms of poverty and oppression and difficulty and suffrage, becomes normal. And I'll give you a very simple example. The first time we as the Undertones went to New York, I had spent weeks reading articles in national newspapers about the crime rate on Manhattan Island and the death toll that there was, and the likelihood if I walked out of my hotel in 42nd Street, I'd be mugged within seconds. And about half an hour in Times Square, my brain engaged and just went, Sharky, 10 hours ago you were standing in the bogside. There's nothing New York is ever going to throw you, my friend, that will ever put you off your feet.
Why did you quit so young? You formed the Undertones with your mates in, I think, 75. You were out by 83. But it was still hugely popular.
We were, but that's the simple truth of the matter is I then had a longing for other things and wanted to go in different directions. We were settling down. Some people wanted to stay in Derry. Some people wanted to make particular types of records. And you're dealing with any little group of friends that effectively met when you were teenagers.
I just wonder if there's something about the music business you really didn't like, because you said that afterwards, not so long after you left, you just said, I couldn't go on making the kind of intellectual and emotional investment that they needed anymore.
Oh, that was when I was getting towards my late 20s, heading towards my 30th birthday. Yeah, and that was me demanding of myself that the level of investment I emotionally and intellectually wanted and needed to put into records. And I guess if we fast forward 30 years, we'd now be saying, maybe I was kind of going, you know what, I need to take a break from this for a while and to get away from it.
I wonder about the music business, because you worked in the record industry for a while,
Yeah.
then you ran UK Music, which was the big lobby group working on behalf of musicians and venues and all of that. Do you think the music business, and particularly musicians, are in real trouble right now? The digital age does not seem to have worked out well for musicians.
Listen, the simple truth of the matter is you cannot single out the music industry for that kind of accusation or scrutiny. I could line
Well,
up
yeah, you
any,
can. Why is that?
I could line up every single industry in the country. I speak to Fleet Street journalists right now.
Mhm.
They're on the verge of a nervous breakdown every morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, wondering what they're going to do for the piling that day. We all live in that kind of world with that kind of pressure.
But
Now,
for creators, musicians
let me
who are
kind of-
seeing that their music is being downloaded by possibly thousands, if not millions of users, and yet they are getting virtually no reward.
That's a different thing, and clearly my instinct and empathy are going to be towards the musicians and the songwriters and the composers and the performers. So yes, but by the way, that's not to say that music industry workers are any less or more exploited than others. Go and tell that to the man from Amazon who's having to deliver 1,000 packages a day and running up your driveway, running the doorbell because he's got a handheld device, demanding that he's back in his van in another 7.5 seconds. Now, here's the thing, and it's where you and I are going to agree. Is it moral when the likes of Apple and Google and tech companies and big multinational record companies are reporting lifetime-changing sums of money in profit, and songwriters are out there not even making a minimum wage? So is there a need for the industry to re-examine and readdress? Absolutely.
I mean, let's be honest. Do you think you failed people like Mahalia? Now, Mahalia is an R&B singer. She's very successful. She's been on tour with Ed Sheeran. She's won awards. She said just the other day, I have racked up 12 years of debt. When she goes on tour, she ends up with a deficit. She is getting virtually nothing from every song that her fans download. I mean, there's something wrong there, and you were supposed to be working on these people's behalf.
Well, okay, here's the thing. Are they getting paid? Well, that's a nice accusation to be making. Here's the thing. Is there now a licensing scheme available through Apple? And by the way, I didn't do those deals. Have we moved from where people could access all of the history of the internet and the music industry for free? And fast forward that to there now is some sort of marketplace there. Well, it does now exist, and it is there. I absolutely 100% agree and would happily applaud any and all efforts by the artists. There needs to be a rebalancing of the payment system and the means of distribution back to the artists, because right now they're being disadvantaged. It is unfair, and that needs to be addressed. And technologies and regulators and governments are as much a part of that as the record companies and the music industry.
Just a final thought on that. Do you think if you and your mates were looking, we're in your late teens today, looking at forming a band, looked at the realities of Brexit for musicians, which has definitely added to the bureaucracy and costs of touring in Europe, look at the way the digital era works for musicians, do you think you would actually want to go into it?
Well, you see, you overlook the most basic compulsive thing about why people become musicians or creators or writers or painters. They have an inherent burning desire and ambition to do it, and you're not going to do a damn thing or put an obstacle in the way that is going to stop them from doing it. One of the things that actually sets the United Kingdom apart from most others on the planet is, thankfully, we have generation after generation of young people who have that desire, that passion, that drive, that lion heart, and who go on to create the most extraordinary music in the world that the rest of the world wants to embrace and listen to.
Final thought. You stopped performing. You left the music industry behind. Now you've fully adopted clean water and these beautiful rivers as your cause. You have raised your own profile when it comes to the politics of this issue. What's next for you?
I'm just not. I mentioned earlier on that people used to come up and talk to me about music. I'm really happy to go back to obscurity again and go back to talking about music instead of talking about effluent and rivers. I look forward to that day enthusiastically.
Feargal Sharkey, It's been a pleasure. Thank you for being on Hard Talk.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Hello there. Do you know, over the weekend, I've seen quite a lot of these funnel clouds. The latest one was spotted between Boroughbridge and Harrogate around the North Yorkshire area, but I've seen quite a few over the weekend. That particular one formed along this convergence line. That's where the winds bashed together, and those opposing winds would have helped create some of the spin that created that funnel cloud in the first place. Right now, though, those showers have long since cleared out of the way. We do have just a few patches of rain working from west to east, but many of us will have a dry start to the day on Monday, with temperatures holding up into double figures. Overall, the bank holiday Monday that it will be for many of you is a better, drier kind of day. The reason, well, we've got this little weak ridge of high pressure building in. Now, it won't be completely dry. There'll be just a few isolated showers around, but nowhere near as many as we've had over the course of the weekend. And probably the greatest risk of seeing an odd shower will be across the northwest of both England and Wales. The emphasis, though, is on dry weather with spells of sunshine. Temperatures high teens to low 20s, feeling warm in that August sunshine. Heading into Tuesday, another area of low pressure starts to move in from the north. And so we're going to get outbreaks of rain moving its way into Scotland. Just a few patches of rain, showers really, on this weather front, this cold front, as they work southwards across England and Wales. But many of you will still have some spells of sunshine around as well. And overall, the temperature is similar for most, at 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, warm in the sun, but starting to feel perhaps a little bit cooler across the north of Scotland. Well, from Tuesday into Wednesday, that same area of low pressure works into the North Sea whilst weakening. And really, we're looking at a day of sunny spells and showers again. This time, probably the heaviest showers, big thunderstorms affecting northern and eastern Scotland and down this eastern side of England. Again, there'll be some convergent winds, so who knows, you might see another funnel cloud if you're lucky. Western areas should stay dry with some sunshine for Wales, southwest England, probably bright for Northern Ireland as well. That won't last though. Thursday and Friday, another area of low pressure moving in. This time the rain's going to be affecting areas a bit further southward. So particularly for Wales, southwest England and Northern Ireland, we've got a spell of rain to come through. That clears, and then we're back to the showery conditions as we head off into September. Bye-bye.
Artificial intelligence is getting smarter. What does this mean for all of us? Panorama takes a deep dive into this evolving tech, from reading minds to hiring and firing. Does danger await for a dazzling future? Panorama Beyond Human, Artificial Intelligence and Us. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Never miss a story. Get the headlines as they happen. And watch BBC News live wherever you are. Download the BBC News app.
We lift everything.
Behind every headline, there is a human story. This is Our World, a series of documentary films that reveal the human drama at the heart of global events. Our World. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Are you a waiver? I look like a waiver. I've got bass in a backpack. This is amazing.
Dancing for like 4 or 5 hours of a gig, you could generate about 800 kilowatt hours of thermal energy. So that's a lot of energy.
Right. So we get a bit of taste of it. We're really talking to the plants, and they're telling us how happy they are.
They can fly, but they can also float on water.
Let's kick off with some swift striking.
Oh my god, that's what my quote.
It's all about augmented reality.
Useful, useful.
I scroll through the options with my finger here. Let's give that one a go. Totally and utterly immersed in another world there.
We've got to consider all of these things if we're going to avoid an apocalyptic fate. But also excited.
The police have found us. I can't believe I'm now wanting to run away from the police. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Your tech update. Click. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Russian investigators say testing confirms Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was killed in a plane crash. What does it mean for the mercenary group? Police forces in England and Wales are told every theft must be investigated, as the Home Secretary says she wants to see radical change in tackling minor crimes. Zimbabwe's election results have been declared, but both candidates are claiming victory. Hello, a very warm welcome. I'm Samantha Simmons. In Moscow, Russian officials have confirmed that the mercenary leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was one of the people who died on a plane which crashed last week. They say DNA evidence from the wreckage matches that of Mr. Prigozhin, who led a short-lived mutiny against President Putin. Meanwhile, Ukraine has warned that Russia is intensifying its attacks along the front line. We'll assess the state of the conflict with our correspondent in Kyiv in just a moment. But first, let's get the latest from our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg.
Well, many people are asking, is the story of Wagner, the story of Prigozhin, finally over? I have to say, one of the things I've learned in Russia is that stories here rarely end. There are so many twists and turns here and new chapters. It is quite possible that even in death, Yevgeny Prigozhin could pose a challenge to Vladimir Putin. Just look at all the makeshift Prigozhin memorials that have been popping up in nearly 24 towns in Russia and Russian-occupied Ukraine. This man had become quite a popular figure in pro-war circles. And so the widespread suspicion that the Russian authorities were behind the plane crash means that the Kremlin faces the danger of a backlash. The last thing the Kremlin will want to have to deal with is Prigozhin the martyr or cult of Prigozhin. It's quite interesting, actually, that President Putin has now ordered Wagner employees and those of other private military contractors to sign an allegiance to the Russian state. There seems to be an attempt by the Kremlin to bring these kind of groups under tighter control. But keep in mind that all of this is happening at a time when Russia, having invaded its neighbor, is fighting a war in Ukraine. And it seems that dramas at home are becoming a major distraction.
Steve Rosenberg there. Well, joining me now is Stephen Fisher, Professor of Political Science at the University of California, Berkeley, and is the author of Democracy Derailed in Russia. Welcome to you. Very good to have you on the programme. What, in your view, does the confirmation of the death of Prigozhin actually mean in reality?
Well, it tells us what we already knew. What's really interesting is how Putin decided to end this guy's life. He made a very dramatic show of the way he killed him. To have his plane blown up over Russian territory was a very demonstrative way of showing the elites that if you cross this guy, your time is probably not going to, your number will be up pretty soon. And the way Putin did it was very dramatic. What's more, we need to remember that Russian elites love to get along on these private jets. Putin is showing that he's willing to attack one of these if someone runs afoul of him. But Putin waited a couple of months before he actually undertook this action, enabled him to do some things that we might not have expected. He seemed to have lulled Prigozhin into a kind of false sense of security. In fact, we have reports that he met him for a few hours shortly after the mutiny. And it looks like Prigozhin actually took the bait. This would enable Putin then to monitor Prigozhin's conversations and see if there weren't other Russian elites who were a little too close to Prigozhin for Putin's comfort, and then he could move against them. So all in all, this was a very old-fashioned Godfather Mafia-style killing. He made it very clear that even if the Godfather looks like he might forgive you, at any time of his choosing in any place, he can move against you at will.
Yeah, Vladimir Putin, after the plane crash, described Prigozhin as talented and someone who made serious mistakes in life. Just explain to us the nature of their relationship, how it evolved over time.
Well, they go way back. Prigozhin spent most of the 1980s in prison. And then in the early 1990s, apparently he met Putin in St. Petersburg when Putin was working in the mayor's office there, maybe even selling Putin hot dogs. That was Prigozhin's first job after he got out of prison. One way or another, Prigozhin ended up being Putin's caterer and made billions off of government contracts that Putin gave him. Then Prigozhin became Putin's point man in the whole effort to sabotage democracy around the world. He was actually the founder and owner of the so-called Internet Research Agency, which was the agency that spread misinformation and disinformation in the American presidential campaign on Trump's behalf in 2016. He also spreads disinformation using that agency all over Europe and tries to aid anti-democratic parties. What's more, on the ground in military terms, Prigozhin's forces have been fighting in Ukraine since 2014, when Putin first invaded the country partially. Then he's fought for him in Syria. He's also fought for him in Africa, cozying up to dictators, extracting the proceeds from mining operations that he then steals from when he gets control of governments through dictators that he's working with. And of course, Putin gets a big cut of that operation. So whether it's on the ground fighting in Ukraine, making a little money for Putin in Africa, or sabotaging democracy in the United States, Prigozhin has long been Putin's man.
Yeah, now that his death has been confirmed, to what extent do you think he'll be remembered as a martyr, as a hero by many, and how could that impact on Putin if that does happen?
Well, one thing Putin can't erase is the fact that Prigozhin did this mutiny and wasn't even stopped by armed forces. In fact, when Putin sent out fighter jets and helicopters against him, the Wagner troops just shot them down. He made his way to Moscow and was only stopped along the way at the 11th hour when Alexander Lukashenko, the dictator of Belarus, intervened to help Putin stop him. That was a real disgrace for Putin, and that's something that Putin's not going to be able to erase. What's more, as your correspondent just mentioned, Prigozhin really did become something of a war hero among nationalists in Russia. He made the war, frankly, interesting for a lot of people. He was on social media every day posting his films of him on the ground being a hero, of his Wagner troops grinding it out, while ordinary army troops seemed to be getting whipped by Ukrainian forces. And Putin was ensconced in his opulent palace bunkers, really kind of very far away from the front line. So Prigozhin at that time did become something of a military hero. And the fact is that Prigozhin's ghost remains. There are many in the armed forces, many in the security services who really ended up kind of admiring Prigozhin. And that causes Putin a big problem that does not go away with Prigozhin's death.
Okay, Professor Stephen Fish, really interesting to get your thoughts. Thanks very much for being with us.
Pleasure to me.
Well, let's turn now to the fighting on the ground in Ukraine. And this map shows the current state of the conflict, with the areas in red controlled by Russia. The yellow circles indicate where the fighting has been most intense recently, with reports from the south suggesting Kyiv's armed forces have broken through some of the toughest Russian lines after months of fierce battles and only modest gains.
Picking up the pace of Ukraine's counter-offensive, slow going since June, be gathering momentum. In recent days, a few tentative signs. Some units do appear to have broken through Russia's formidable first lines of defense south of Zaporizhia.
Further on, that's where we see their supply roads. They use these roads. I'm sure we'll go faster for them. I don't want my guys to think that they can relax. They know we're moving on to liberate all of our territories.
He says he's looking forward to leading his men all the way to the sea. That's a long, long way, and this fighting is really hard. Success is still far from guaranteed. Away from the front lines, the country is now in mourning for one of its best-known heroes. This was Andrei Pershikov, call sign Juice, flying combat missions last year. When Russia invaded, few gave Ukraine's air force much chance of getting off the ground. But from dogfights over Kyiv to the interception of Russian cruise missiles, Juice was part of an elite force fighting against extraordinary odds. He and two other senior pilots were killed on Thursday, not in combat, but on a training flight, their jets colliding over a village, the pilots managing just to avoid the houses below. Ukrainians revere their pilots. A year and a half after Russia's full-scale invasion, their status as national heroes is well established. President Zelensky said the death of Andriy Peshchikov and two of his colleagues was a disaster. Juice was due to start training on American-made F-16s in a matter of weeks. When the first jets finally arrive early next year, he won't be around to fly them. Paul Adams, BBC News, Kyiv.
Police forces in England and Wales have committed to pursuing all reasonable lines of inquiry in an effort to solve more crimes. The government says it wants to make it clear there is no such thing as a minor crime, with a clampdown focusing on offences like car theft and shoplifting. Our Home editor Mark Easton reports.
Smart doorbells, dash cams, mobile phones and the power of Google mean more crime victims believe they've obtained good evidence to identify the culprit. But there's been rising frustration that officers are not going after offenders of lower level crimes such as shoplifting, vandalism and theft. Now the Home Office says it's got agreement from police chiefs that they will pursue all reasonable lines of inquiry if a perpetrator could be apprehended. Since 2015, forces have had to say how many of the offences they record result in someone being charged. Back then, it was 16%, but now it's just under 6%. Political pressure to improve that number is coming from all sides.
And the key is in the use of the word reasonable. Now, what's reasonable for one force won't necessarily be reasonable for another, given the types of crime that they're investigating. And it's absolutely right that police will always base it on threat, harm and risk. But certainly in my own force and other forces, I do think that there are times when we should be investigating further, and it's absolutely reasonable, and the public and the government are right to expect us to do so.
But police chiefs point out there are reasons for the fall in detections. Although overall crime is at historically low levels, improved recording of offences means their caseload is rising, and more of the crimes being reported are complex offences to investigate, notably rape and abuse cases.
On the one hand, this does sound like a no-brainer. Anybody who's had their car stolen or their phone stolen wants the police to pursue every line of inquiry. At the same time, we also know that, for example, rape and sexual assaults, the prosecution and conviction rate for those are incredibly low. We have a tsunami of male sexual violence towards women and girls as it is. If the police are being told you've just got to put even more resources into tackling, say, car and phone crime, that means there's going to be less time and less focus on those really serious violent offences that quite rightly the public are concerned about.
So what does reasonable mean? That's the question which lies behind today's announcement. Some officers might ask if it would be reasonable to downgrade a complex sexual abuse case to pursue more shoplifters. Mark Easton, BBC News.
Spain's Football Federation will hold an urgent meeting on Monday in response to the controversy surrounding its president. Luis Rubiales caused outrage when he kissed the Spanish player Jenny Hermoso on the lips after the national team won the Women's World Cup. Hermoso says she did not consent to the kiss. Mr. Rubiales has been suspended by football's governing body FIFA. The Spanish Federation says it's now begun an internal investigation into sexual violence. On Saturday, 11 members of the Spanish women's coaching staff quit in protest at the president's behaviour. The state of emergency has been declared in 33 Florida counties as weather forecasters warn of a number of extreme weather events happening around the world. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis warned that tropical storm could cause a life-threatening storm surge and flooding from heavy rains as early as Tuesday.
These things can shift. There's still some uncertainty out there. So please just heed the warnings of your local officials. Continue to watch the news. If you are in the path of this storm, you should expect power outages. So please prepare for that.
The opposition leader in Zimbabwe has accused the president, Emmerson Mnangagwa, of carrying out a coup. Zimbabwe held elections on Wednesday and the president was declared the winner on Sunday with nearly 53% of the vote. But opposition leader Nelson Chamisa has called the official results a sham. Independent observers share that scepticism. The seven-country development community says the elections fell short of the requirements of the Constitution of Zimbabwe, while the European Union says acts of violence and intimidation resulted in a climate of fear. Zimbabwe's leader has dismissed the criticism and insists the elections were fair. We spoke with David Carroll. He leads the Carter Centre's initiative on developing standards and best practices in international election observation. David gave us his assessment on whether this was a fair and free election.
Well, I just got back earlier this morning, and the Carter Center had a team of about 60 people, and I would say the assessment of the Carter Center and the other organizations, international observers from the Southern African region, the African Union, and the EU, all of our assessments aligned in that this was the context of a very unlevel playing field with a lot of political challenges that made it really difficult to have an open and credible and competitive election. So I think the prospects for calling this a successful election are dim. So I was in Zimbabwe for the last election in 2018, and the context and the environment was just dramatically different. You could both see it just in your interactions with everyday people, but also a couple of very specific things. The delimitation of election boundaries was skewed. The voter registration process was very opaque. The political parties never really received a copy of the voter registration in a way that they could check it, before the election at all. There was changes in the number of polling stations. And importantly, there's been legislation passed in the last several years that really stifles the engagement of civil society groups and other political actors. Just the political space was shrinking very, very tightly, and you could sense that in the interactions with Zimbabweans, that you could feel the nature of the change. Official results have been released at the national level and at the constituency level, at 210, I think, individual constituencies. But what's really important now is for there to be public publication of the polling station level results from at a lower level, at the level of where people go to individual polling stations, because everybody has copies of the results at that level. The two major parties, citizen observer groups, other observers will have some from places they went. And I know that the opposition party has stated that they're attempting to put all of their own counts together. So with a transparent publication of those results and a comparison, we should be able to know in the coming days, if the official results are really an accurate reflection of how Zimbabweans cast their vote on the 23rd of August. The Election Commission has a lot of competent people who have done a good job in a number of areas. The problem is I think there's a clear sense that they don't have total autonomy in terms of what they do, and the ability to conduct things in a open, transparent manner has just been clear that they've struggled in that regard. The lack of ballot papers in a number of polling stations. That was very unexpected. There was no warning given that could possibly be a problem until the morning of election day, and several other things just make it, I think, a situation where there's questions about whether or not the Election Commission really has earned the trust of Zimbabweans.
David Carroll there. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Let's look at some other stories making news now. And a cruise ship has broken free from moorings and crashed into a freight vessel during thunderstorms on the Spanish island of Mallorca. A small number of passengers on board the P&O Cruises Britannia ship suffered minor injuries. Heavy rain and strong winds on the island have also led to more than 20 flights being cancelled. A new bid has been made to save the homeware chain Wilko, which collapsed into administration 2 weeks ago. The private equity firm M2 Capital has made a £90 million offer for the business and is promising to retain all 12,500 employees for 2 years. Aston Villa's team bus has been hit by a brick after the club's win against Burnley in the Premier League on Sunday. It was thrown from a footbridge on the M65 motorway as the side were travelling back to the Midlands following their 3-1 victory. Lancashire police say it is good fortune that no one was seriously injured or killed. You're live with BBC News. Recent flooding in China has claimed more than 80 lives. and also caused vast economic damage. What has also shocked many there is that the floods struck parts of the country that are not normally subject to these types of disasters. Chinese scientists are blaming climate change, warning that extreme weather events are hitting the country more frequently and with greater devastation than ever before. China correspondent Stephen McDonnell visited Lok Sing Dun Island in the country's floodplain in the south, and also to the town of Zhuzhou in the north, which is normally flood-free. Here's his special report.
China's recent floods hit hard in parts of the country not accustomed to them. And its meteorological administration says both extreme temperatures and precipitation have definitely increased in recent decades.
It's one thing to talk about climate change in the abstract, quite another to consider real human impacts. This whole town is having to rebuild after the recent floods, and all these businesses, they've been completely trashed by the floodwaters, and the people here, they don't know how they're going to be able to get back to the way their lives were.
Both this man's shops in Zhuozhou, Hebei province, were submerged by the floodwaters.
It will take me 8 to 10 years to recover from these losses. The government has not said whether it will compensate us.
Another man who runs a warehouse said even goods stored high up were destroyed. His wife showed us their mud-filled home.
I can't describe how I felt when I saw this. Our life's work, it's over.
Every year, China's flooding seems worse, and official statistics appear to confirm it. In 2011, the country recorded around 6 floods a month during the summer. But this year, there are 10 times as many. The impact has even struck China's overall food supply. In August, 40% of the famous Wuchang rice crop was wiped out by flooding.
I've never seen floods here in all my life. This is the first time.
When I saw the water hit here, I cried. Our crops are gone. I lost everything. It's hard to calculate.
Then, in the south, where flooding is supposed to happen, there are fears of a drought closing in. Li Chunshui grew up next to Poyang Lake and drives a boat out to Luoxingdun Island when there's enough water.
This year's water level is very low. Old people say this has only occurred once before in the early 1950s.
Since the Song Dynasty 1,000 years ago, the temple has been surrounded by water during the rainy season. Recent droughts have exposed it much earlier. A couple of months ago, all of this was underwater, but as the waters have receded, the island behind me has become accessible by land, and this historic site has become something of an environmental barometer to measure whether water levels are where they should be at any given time of year. Extreme weather is focusing attention on climate change in China. But can this huge country combine with the rest of the world quickly enough to do something about it? Stephen McDonnell, BBC News, Jiangxi Province.
Here in the UK, owners of certain holiday homes may be exempt from paying double council tax on the properties after a government consultation. The proposals to help curb the second home market in popular holiday destinations have been controversial for some who were facing the larger bills, even though their chalets could not be occupied year-round due to planning restrictions. Our reporter Bob Cooper has been speaking to people affected by the plans in Allenby in Cumbria.
It's small, humble and homemade.
This is the lounge.
But for Judith, this chalet holds a lifetime of memories. She remembers her dad building it in their back garden in Workington more than 70 years ago.
The first time we stayed here was Easter 1950. I've just come here forever with the family, my kids, my grandchildren come now. My sister's here a lot and her children come. So it's just a family concern.
The owners of 46 chalets here in Allenby are concerned about a proposed new law that would allow councils to double council tax on second homes. Now the government's consulting on whether these and similar properties should be exempt. Sue says a future premium could leave them paying £2,000 a year.
The consultation is about us not having to pay the second homes premium when the law changes and the local authorities are allowed to charge more council tax for second homes. We did a little bit of research amongst us all, and almost everybody said that if we would charge the second homes premium, even though we're not second homes, then most of us would have to leave here and abandon our chalets, or our chalets would end up getting destroyed.
The reason these chalets could be exempt is because they can't be occupied in winter due to a planning restriction. There are similar restrictions on 82 properties in Westmoreland and Furness, 40 in Northumberland and 37 in Yorkshire. The local MP says the Allenby site shouldn't be hit by a premium.
Things like the chalets in Allenby are very, very unique types of property. Almost beach huts, not quite on the beach, if you like, places where people spend the summer.
The owners here have sent their response to the government consultation, which ends on the 31st of August. Cumberland Council says it will look at its options and try to ensure a fair outcome.
Do stay with us here on BBC News. I'm going to be back in just a few moments with all the latest business stories. I will see you then.
Hello there. Do you know, over the weekend, I've seen quite a lot of these funnel clouds. The latest one was spotted between Boroughbridge and Harrogate around the North Yorkshire area, but I've seen quite a few over the weekend. That particular one formed along this convergence line. That's where the winds bashed together, and those opposing winds would have helped create some of the spin that created that funnel cloud in the first place. Right now, though, those showers have long since cleared out of the way. We do have just a few patches of rain working from west to east, but many of us will have a dry start to the day on Monday, with temperatures holding up into double figures. Overall, the bank holiday Monday that it will be for many of you is a better, drier kind of day. The reason, well, we've got this little weak ridge of high pressure building in. Now, it won't be completely dry. There'll be just a few isolated showers around, but nowhere near as many as we've had over the course of the weekend. And probably the greatest risk of seeing an odd shower will be across the northwest of both England and Wales. The emphasis, though, is on drier weather with spells of sunshine. Temperatures high teens to low 20s, feeling warm in that August sunshine. Heading into Tuesday, another area of low pressure starts to move in from the north, and so we're going to get outbreaks of rain moving its way into Scotland. Just a few patches of rain, showers really, on this weather front, this cold front, as they work southwards across England and Wales, but many of you will still have some spells of sunshine around as well. And overall, the temperature is similar for most, at 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, warm in the sun, but starting to feel perhaps a little bit cooler across the north of Scotland. Well, from Tuesday into Wednesday, that same area of low pressure works into the North Sea whilst weakening. And really, we're looking at a day of sunny spells and showers again. This time, probably the heaviest showers, big thunderstorms affecting northern and eastern Scotland and down this eastern side of England. Again, there'll be some convergent winds, so who knows, you might see another funnel cloud if you're lucky. Western areas should stay dry with some sunshine for Wales, southwest England, probably bright for Northern Ireland as well. That won't last though. Thursday and Friday, another area of low pressure moving in. This time the rain is going to be affecting areas a bit further southward. So particularly for Wales, southwest England and Northern Ireland, we've got a spell of rain to come through. That clears, and then we're back to rather showery conditions as we head off into September. Bye-bye.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
After winning, like the people were so proud and it was so intense.
Сказав моїй дружині, треба збиратись, треба піднімати дітей. Почалась війна.
I never thought I was going to be a famous movie person.
When big names talk, they talk to the BBC.
In a lot of the stories that we tell, they can be so bleak. People here wonder if they can ever rebuild. You need to show some hope.
Our presence there is vital. We are there to report and bear witness. My coping mechanism was to not think further than an hour ahead.
It's actually the moment to be looking forward.
That tempered the way that I covered the story. That proclamation of a new king.
Behind the stories. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Extreme weather conditions are hitting Europe, the US, and Asia.
It does appear that this year is more extreme than previous monsoon seasons.
The climate of southern Europe is changing, say local people. It's becoming more and more like North Africa.
And the authorities are warning people that the temperatures aren't just record-breaking, they're life-threatening.
Get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the story for all the latest with BBC News.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Central bankers are warning inflation is still too high and interest rates will likely keep rising. Is a global downturn now inevitable? Stabilizing US-China relations, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo is in Beijing for talks aimed at boosting business ties between the world's two largest economies. And taking a backseat, robo-taxis are now allowed to operate around the clock on the streets of San Francisco. But how safe are they? Hello and welcome. Let's start with a familiar theme, inflation. Prices for everything that we buy have been rising to record levels around the world. But now, finally, the data shows the rate at which all of those goods are increasing is starting to slow. Policymakers, however, are sounding a note of caution. Over the weekend, the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, called for more vigilance in the fight against inflation. Speaking at the annual Jackson Hole gathering in Wyoming, he warned that additional interest rate increases could be yet to come. Meanwhile, the European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde vowed to set borrowing costs as high as needed and leave them there until inflation is back to its goal. Let's delve into this a bit more. Joining me now is Anne Berry, founder of Threadneedle Ventures. Hi, Anne. Good to see you. Thanks very much for being with us. So what's your view on inflation? Do you think it has finally peaked?
I think it's certainly peaked, Samantha. I think the problem is it hasn't yet hit the 2% inflation targets that are common across the EU, the US, and the UK. So I do think that the worst is behind us, but until that inflation target is hit, I think we can expect interest rates, as you'd opened with, to remain higher for perhaps a lot longer than had previously been anticipated.
And inflation, of course, has fallen quite significantly, not down to that 2% in many countries that's required. But what's behind that fall then in recent months?
Well, it differs a little bit by geography, Samantha. If we start with the US, we have seen interest rates start to temper certain kinds of demand. For example, in the auto sector, which you can remember during COVID, the demand for cars, both new and second-hand, drove up a ton of price increases both in the UK and in the US. So that started to come down. We've seen wage inflation in both the US and in Europe, a little bit in the UK too, come down as well, not again to levels that are going to be able to sustain inflation at the target level, but that's been a key factor as well. So it's really been demand driven. I think the key issue though, Samantha, is that supply constraints do remain in place, and that is sort of the last mile, the last piece preventing inflation getting down to where it needs to be.
And what about central bank policies then? Does all of this mean that those policies are working?
They are working, but they're certainly working a lot more slowly than people would like. You know, all the central banks in the West got a lot of criticism during peak inflation that they hadn't moved quickly enough to start rate hikes. More recently, they've been getting criticism that they've been raising rates too quickly. But what does seem to be happening in the US, it looks as though Fed Chair Jay Powell has been able to get rates up and to get demand down and inflation down without impacting GDP growth. In the EU, growth's a little bit lower, but again, Christine Lagarde and her fellow colleagues at the ECB do seem to be getting inflation under control, subject to shock, subject to perhaps more stickiness than expected, but it does seem to be working so far.
And what about China? It's a different picture there, isn't it? Why is that? Yeah. What's going on?
China's a really interesting one, Samantha, because if you go back to the pre-COVID period, China alone, its GDP growth had generated something like 20% of global annual GDP growth for about a decade beforehand. It had really been the engine of global economic expansion. That trend, though, was already slowing down before COVID hit. And what's happened since then, there hasn't been this rejuvenation of the Chinese economy that you saw in the EU and the UK when there was the reopening. Instead, what seems to have happened is a lot of the issues that were bubbling up in China in that slowing growth period have really come to the surface. Like, there is a huge issue in Chinese real estate. We saw one of the biggest Chinese real estate developers file for bankruptcy in the US. Chinese consumer spending is not holding up. GDP is flat to slightly down. So the demand scenario there is a little bit tougher.
Okay, Amber, really good to have you with us. Thanks for your analysis. Well, investors are bracing themselves for a turbulent start to the week following those comments by US and European policymakers at Jackson Hole that interest rates will likely stay higher for longer. Let's get some analysis on this and speak with Gervase Williams, Head of Equities at Premier Miton. Hi, Gervase, good to see you. So what impact do you think these warnings are going to have on the markets this week?
I think what's been interesting is we have seen actually intra-market liquidity deteriorating. What this means is the ability to borrow within the trading market is actually deteriorating. There are fewer US dollars around. We are seeing the US dollar being relatively strong at the moment. And this is all leading to conditions where asset markets are probably more vulnerable to any bad news. So any data coming in the coming week or next couple of weeks could lead to markets becoming more vulnerable on the downside rather than moving to new highs from here.
What's the longer term impact of higher interest rates persisting for the foreseeable future then?
Yes, it's interesting. We have had so many interest rate rises and they've risen over such a long period that actually, alongside with quantitative tightening, the restriction of money supply from the banks, we've actually seen money supply across the global economy coming under real pressure. And therefore, what that really means is that we are inevitably going to see an economic downturn. Yes, we've already seen one to some extent across Europe. China, as we've heard, is also under pressure, but this is also extend to include the US economy as well. So I think we're looking at a global recession in the coming 6 and 12 months.
And how deep and how long do you think that could be?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we're looking at the central bankers who are still in some ways fighting the last war. They're still talking about addressing inflation and continuing to look to increase interest rates if the short-term data is poor. I think to some extent, I think we've already won that battle. Inflation is already under control. But what that could lead going forward is that if we do find a slowdown coming faster than expected, if inflation turns out to be better in some ways than people expected, as we get a recession, we may need to cut interest rates faster than expected. Unfortunately, it took quite a long time to get to this position. Interest rates up to now have been quite slow to have an effect. They've been lagging. And if we cut interest rates, we may find a lagging effect as well. So the bottom line is that we may find the recession is longer and deeper than most people expect.
Okay, Gervase Williams, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. Now, prices of olive oil have increased by more than 40% in 8 weeks. The surge is linked to concerns of a shortage in Spain, which produced just half of its normal crop at the last harvest due to a combination of heat waves and water shortages. The wholesale price of extra virgin olive oil from Spain's Andalusia region has more than doubled in a year to 8.2 euros per litre. I speak now to Alvaro Diaz de Lope, Managing Director at DCOOP, Spain's leading olive cooperative. Welcome to you. Thanks very much for being with us. Tell us about summer for olive farmers in Andalusia and the problems that they're having.
Yes, good morning. As you mentioned, we are having a severe drought and a lot of heat waves lately. In the only Mediterranean area, but mainly in Spain, as you commented, Spain accounts for approximately 50% of the global olive oil production worldwide. And this drought that is now for the 4th year in a row is really affecting the output of our farmers. As a consequence, we are seeing the situation of the stocks very tight for the end of the crop. Next crop starts October the 1st, and we are struggling to reach that next crop without interrupting the supply chain. The situation is getting really worrying, and we hope that we will reach the next crop with some leftovers from the previous crop.
So is there a possibility that olive oil could run out before that next crop in October then?
I wouldn't say so. I think that the situation is going to be tighter than ever, but I don't think that it will finally affect the end consumer because, all the intermediate stocks that the supply chain has in distributor centers, in storage. I think that it will not really finally affect the end consumer, but it's true that the situation is going to be the tightest situation ever in the olive oil compound.
What is it going to mean for prices, though, that will affect the consumer?
Unfortunately, it will be affected if prices reflected the current pricing at the mill today. The prices will be much higher than they are currently on the shelves. So yes, unfortunately, until a new crop is on the shelves, we may see a further price increase on shelves.
I just want to ask you, as you said that this is the fourth drought in a row, what is the industry doing to become more resilient to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen?
Well, that's a very tough question. It's not the industry, the only player that needs to adapt to this situation. Is also we need a kind of a general agreement in order to survive this situation. You know, climate change is really affecting the south of Europe, and we need to find a strategic approach in order to find solutions long term, so we do not depend so much on the rain we have every year. There's possible solutions like desalination plants, like building reservoirs, like moving water from one areas to other areas, like utilizing underground waters. These are the long-term solution that we should all work together in order to find a global long-term solution for this situation.
Alvaro Diaz-Lope, thank you very much for joining us, and we wish you well with the rest of the season. Thank you. Now, as the world economies struggle with sluggish growth post-pandemic and the turmoil of the Ukraine crisis, the continent of Africa faces its own unique challenges in achieving sustainable growth and development. Investment and trade are key, the potential huge. So could one answer lie in the newly created African Continental Free Trade Bloc, or AfCFTA, the world's largest? My colleague Lukwesa Burak sat down with one of the most respected financial leaders on the continent, the president of Afreximbank, Professor Benedict Oramah, and asked him whether African nations and the rest of the world were taking the free trade area and its potential seriously.
I think Africans are taking it seriously. This agreement, the AfCFTA, is the only agreement that has moved with the kind of speed that, I would say breathtaking speed. Signed in 2018, ratified just a year after. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, we started operations in 2021, January. This kind of speed, we've never seen it in the continent. But I agree with you that it is one thing to sign an agreement, it's another thing to see the results you are looking for. It's that other thing that Afreximbank is stepping up to help the continent do.
I can't not ask you about climate change, because not only is it impacting people's lives, potentially it could impact on business, which means it would impact on the earnings of the bank. And you've done very well. So how seriously does a bank like yourself take climate change?
Very, very seriously. Very, very serious, because the only difference is that we recognize that we do not contribute to the damage, but we suffer from it. So what we are doing is to fill in the gap where others are not paying attention. Because what we see globally is we talk of climate change only on mitigation. Talk of climate change only on telling us not to use fossil fuels, not to do this. They do not talk about the drought that we see everywhere in the Sahel. They do not talk about the flooding we see all across Africa, in coastal countries of Africa, in East Africa, and so on. The issue of mitigation is there, the problems are where they are, and we hope people who are causing the damage will spend the money. We would work with those who will help us cope with the damage that the climate is causing to our people, and also to enable our people to adapt to the new conditions or the current conditions.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
BBC News bringing you different stories from across the UK.
Well, the estate provides a stunning backdrop for this four-day festival. It's the first time it's been held here at Castle Howard. Around 25,000 people are expected here. 40 hot air balloons from around Europe will arrive later this afternoon and fly over the next 4 days, obviously weather dependent. I've been speaking to the flight director to find out what we can expect of the next few days.
There's so much going on. It's, we're going to have up to 40 hot air balloons here this weekend. Fingers crossed we get the weather and we get some spectacular flights, but it's just the most magnificent scene you could ever imagine, seeing all those huge hot air balloons taking off in this field and flying up high above the Castle Howard buildings and beyond into the countryside. Quite amazing. It's the most peaceful, relaxing flight you will ever do. In an aeroplane it's so noisy, in a balloon it's really calm, it's really serene, it's lovely and relaxing.
For more stories from across the UK, head to the BBC News website.
Welcome back. You're live with BBC News. The US Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo has opened talks with Chinese government officials in Beijing, saying it is profoundly important that the world's two largest economies have a stable economic relationship. The three-day visit comes amid fraught relations between the US and China over the so-called microchip wars. Let's get more on this with Monica Miller, who's in our Asia Business Hub in Singapore. Hi, Monica, bring us up to date.
Well, Secretary Raimondo had told reporters even before she got on the plane, if you're looking for a tagline for this trip and mission, it is that the U.S. needs to protect what they must and promote where they can. And that is a very delicate dance to strike. Now, one of the first meetings she is going to have later today will be with China's Minister of Commerce, Wang Wentao. And one of the main topics of discussion will be the tech war that we've been hearing so much about. Now, relations continue to be tense as the United States works with its allies to block China's access to these advanced semiconductor chips with export controls that are in place. With the U.S., it says they are worried that this technology is going to be used by China's military at a time when geopolitical tensions between the two are incredibly fraught. Now, in retaliation to that move, Beijing restricted shipments from the prominent chip company maker Micron Technology. It also raided and fined American consulting firm MIDS Group about $1.5 million for doing what they called unapproved statistical work. They also detained 5 Chinese nationals who are working for the company back in April. Now, Secretary Raimondo has said that the world's two top economies need to have some sort of stable relationship, and many big American companies that are doing business there are also asking for the same. And the key to this is really regular communication to avoid conflict, which has been really hard for these two to come by. She is the fourth senior U.S. official to head to China in less than 3 months, and that is to try to reset this relationship between the two countries. I mean, China is in a tricky spot right now at the moment because its economy is showing signs of slowing down, and they are desperately trying to draw foreign investment back onto its shores.
Okay, Monica, thank you. Now, in other news from China, shares in the embattled Chinese developer Evergrande have plunged by over 80% as they started trading in Hong Kong for the first time in a year and a half. On Sunday, the firm posted a 33 billion yen loss for the first 6 months of the year. However, that was an improvement on the 66.4 billion yen loss it reported for the same period a year earlier. Evergrande is at the center of a real estate market crisis threatening the world's second largest economy. China has halved the tax on purchases made on the stock market in an effort to revitalise share trading. The existing stamp duty is 0.1%. The Chinese Finance Ministry said it hoped the reduction would boost investor confidence. China's stock markets have slumped over recent months, a reflection of general difficulties in the economy. Problems in the property sector have also affected stock trading. Earlier this month, San Francisco voted to allow robo or driverless taxis to operate 24 hours a day. Passengers have to book and pay for the journey via an app. But after a high-profile accident, there are renewed safety concerns, and some people are determined to get them off the roads. Here's James Clayton.
One of the things that surprises many visitors when they arrive in San Francisco are these things: driverless robo-taxis. They're all over the city. This is me ordering one on my phone. 1 minute away, there's a cab that's around the corner. But before I could even get in, a member of the public approached us with a warning.
I think that you're unsafe because I saw a guy that was in the crosswalk at night, almost got hit by it.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Cheers. Not exactly the ideal thing to hear just before you get into a cab with no driver.
I've been in these cars a few times now, and it never changes. It's always totally surreal. It always feels nerve-wracking when you first start, and it's really surprising how quickly it just becomes totally normal. But the first few sort of roads you come across, T-junctions, you're kind of always slightly apprehensive. Let's see how this does.
Our ride was perfectly uneventful, but the city itself is divided over these cabs, run by two companies, Waymo and Cruise. Earlier this month, San Francisco officials green-lighted the use of robo-taxis for 24-hour use, only to then restrict their use after an accident between a driverless cab and a fire engine. Authorities are investigating. The flip-flopping is emblematic of a city unsure about whether to embrace these robo-taxis, and some have even taken to the streets in protest. A group called Safe Streets Rebel has been disabling the cars by putting cones on their bonnets. A video they put out in July has gone viral.
First, find the cone, make sure their car is empty, and repeat.
It's not entirely clear whether what they're doing is legal, so a spokesperson for the group agreed to be interviewed under the condition of anonymity.
How would you describe your group? Are you vigilantes? Are you a campaigning group? What are you?
We're definitely not vigilantes. I think we're just a group of people. We don't like cars, and we're doing what we can about it.
However, driverless car companies have hit back, saying what the group is doing is bad for road users and is vandalism.
Waymo says what you're doing is vandalism.
Yeah.
How do you respond to that?
It's not vandalism because that requires property damage, and we're not damaging anything. As soon as you take the cone off, the cars are right back to working condition and on their way.
They hope to expand across America and beyond, but others here in the city hope they ultimately fail to convince authorities the technology is ready. James Clayton, BBC News, San Francisco.
Now, you may or may not have heard of the term woke capitalism. It's where major corporations publicly and financially support political causes normally associated with the progressive left. The hashtag #MeToo movement, Black Lives Matter, same-sex marriage, climate activism and animal rights are just a few of the hot topics embraced by the corporate world in recent years. But is woke capitalism something we should fear or embrace? Well, let's talk to Carl Rhodes, author of the book Woke Capitalism and professor of organisation studies at the University of Technology in Sydney. Welcome to you. Thanks very much for being with us. So just in simple terms, just define what woke capitalism really means.
I mean, you kind of got to the heart of it in your introduction. It's a case where big corporations start associating themselves with so-called progressive political movements, often through their branding activities and kind of public profiles. So it's often retail companies. And it's also generally a case where what really are genuine and important political movements tend to get co-opted by corporations who use them for their own commercial benefit.
Yeah, to what extent have these issues been co-opted by big companies? How important has it become for them to be seen to be associated with them?
Well, I mean, they seem to think it's quite important, and many times it's also quite controversial. But many companies now have been embracing this, and they see that it's important, whether it's about attracting customers as a kind of marketing strategy, but also identifying with potential employees who might want to work with them. So it's about creating a particular kind of identity for an organization that's attractive, or that they deem attractive to customers and employees.
How can people be sure that it's genuine when a company does kind of embrace one of these issues? And because I'm sure a lot of people have heard the word virtue signaling, where you're just being seen to be doing or look like you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, that is actually, I don't know if it's like virtue signaling to that extent. I mean, these are trends that are in broader society that exist, and corporations are picking up on these. I think what we have to remember is that businesses are always going to respond in ways that are aligned with their own commercial interests. So it could be virtue signaling in the sense that it's opportunistic or lacks sincerity or long-term commitment. And if that's the case, what's really unfortunate is that important political movements can become watered down and simplified as business gets involved. So, you know, if we get concerned about this, it can be a real issue for the important politics that's at play.
What role does identity politics play in the 21st century workplace?
Well, it plays a significant and important role, both in ensuring equality of opportunity for people at work as well as equality of outcomes. Now, we have to remember there's a long history of inequality and discrimination at work against women, against racial minorities, against people with disability because of people's sexuality, and the various intersections of all of those things. And so that's important work that identity politics can do in terms of driving real change. It becomes a problem if it becomes sensationalized or exploited for commercial benefit, which we often see with examples of what we're calling woke capitalism. In those cases, rather than really being concerned with improving equality and the democratic promise of equality, you know, the debates can kind of get dumbed down, oversimplified, and often then become divisive and kind of populist caricatures of what are really important political matters.
Professor Carl Rhodes, thanks very much for joining us from Sydney and telling us a bit more about woke capitalism and what it means in the workplace. That is it from me for the moment. You can reach me on social media. I'm at Samantha TV News. If you're watching on BBC World News, you'll see me in 2 more minutes.
Hello there. Do you know, over the weekend, I've seen quite a lot of these funnel clouds. The latest one was spotted between Boroughbridge and Harrogate around the North Yorkshire area, but I've seen quite a few over the weekend. That particular one formed along this convergence line. That's where the winds bashed together, and those opposing winds would have helped create some of the spin that created that funnel cloud in the first place. Right now, though, those showers have long since cleared out of the way. We do have just a few patches of rain working from west to east, but many of us will have a dry start to the day on Monday, with temperatures holding up into double figures. Overall, the bank holiday Monday that it will be for many of you is a better, drier kind of day. The reason, well, we've got this little weak ridge of high pressure building in. Now, it won't be completely dry. There'll be just a few isolated showers around, but nowhere near as many as we've had over the course of the weekend. And probably the greatest risk of seeing an odd shower will be across the northwest of both England and Wales. The emphasis, though, is on drier weather with spells of sunshine. Temperatures high teens to low 20s, feeling warm in that August sunshine. Heading into Tuesday, another area of low pressure starts to move in from the north, and so we're going to get outbreaks of rain moving its way into Scotland. Just a few patches of rain, showers really, on this weather front, this cold front, as they work southwards across England and Wales, but many of you will still have some spells of sunshine around as well. And overall, the temperature is similar for most, about 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, warm in the sun, but starting to feel perhaps a little bit cooler across the north of Scotland. Well, from Tuesday into Wednesday, that same area of low pressure works into the North Sea whilst weakening. And really, we're looking at a day of sunny spells and showers again. This time, probably the heaviest showers, big thunderstorms affecting northern and eastern Scotland and down this eastern side of England. Again, there'll be some convergent winds, so who knows, you might see another funnel cloud if you're lucky. Western areas should stay dry with some sunshine for Wales, southwest England, probably bright for Northern Ireland as well. That won't last though. Thursday and Friday, another area of low pressure moving in. This time the rain's going to be affecting areas a bit further southward. So particularly for Wales, southwest England and Northern Ireland, we've got a spell of rain to come through. That clears, and then we're back to rather showery conditions as we head off into September. Bye-bye.
This
I know what you're thinking. Chaos. I haven't been to the toilet in 3 days.
Your eyes are very puffy.
It's an allergy.
Oh, allergic to what?
Unavoided guess.
Brand new Mrs. Brown's Boys starts Friday, 8th of September on BBC One and iPlayer.
I've wanted to visit for so long. Hello, Cuddy.
Your
did. Cynthia always did have a way of putting the wool over people's eyes. It's different there. She creates unhappiness and confusion everywhere she goes.
Someone's hoping back in Watford. There's like I'm coming home.
EastEnders, tonight at 7:30 on BBC One and iPlayer.
He ruined my life and he's walking around a free man.
What if letting him do whatever he's going to do to her is how we catch him?
You won't drop it. Why won't you?
The following events are based on a pack of lies. Starts tomorrow at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Monday here on BBC One.
Hello there. Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Sarah Campbell and John Kay.
Our headlines today: the cost of driving anywhere in London goes up for many drivers from tonight as the whole city becomes the world's largest ultra-low emission zone.
I'm in Eltham in southeast London, right on the edge of the existing zone with just one day to go before it expands to cover all London boroughs. I'll have the details on what that means for drivers.
2 people die after becoming trapped in their car on a flooded road in Liverpool.
Good morning. The World Athletics Championships comes to an end with Keely Hodgkinson missing out on gold again as she wins silver in the 800 metres final.
Good morning. Today is a day of sunshine and showers, but fewer showers than we saw over the weekend. And if you're in the sunshine, it will feel pleasantly warm. I'll have all the details later in the programme.
It is Monday, the 28th of August. Our main story from midnight tonight: the cost of driving anywhere in London will increase as the whole city becomes the world's largest ultra-low emission zone.
Yes, owners of the most polluting vehicles will have to pay a daily charge of £12.50 for driving in the zone, as Tom Edwards explains.
The ultra-low emission zone, or ULEZ, expands out to cover all of London tonight at midnight. It means your vehicle has to comply with emission standards, or you have to pay £12.50 a day. It will operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year, apart from Christmas Day. The changes have made life difficult at this car dealership in Windsor.
We're struggling. One, we can't find the stock at the prices we're used to paying. Prices are just escalating so fast. And then what we're finding is if we do secure vehicles at a higher cost, the additional cost gets pushed onto the customer, which they're not happy to pay. So it's not viable.
The principle behind the ultra-low emission zone, or ULEZ, is that the polluter pays, and the aim is to get drivers to switch away from older, more polluting vehicles. Broadly, what that means is if you've got a petrol vehicle that was first registered before 2005, or a diesel first registered before 2015, you'll have to pay the £12.50 a day charge. You can check if your vehicle is compliant on the TfL website. City Hall says the scheme will bring cleaner air to millions.
Improving the air is an incredibly important thing for us to be doing, and any increase in air quality is to be welcomed because it leads to a corresponding reduction in the number of premature deaths. That's the responsible thing to be doing.
But opponents say the 9-month lead-in time was too quick and the costs are too high. 5 councils failed to get it stopped in court, and many councils in the home counties aren't allowing advance warning signs on their land. Nonetheless, from midnight tonight, the largest pollution charging zone in the world begins. Tom Edwards, BBC News.
We will be getting all the information you need to prepare for that big change for millions of drivers in the next 24 hours here on Breakfast this morning. But first, at 6:03, Sarah has more of today's news.
Thanks, John. Police forces in England and Wales have committed to pursuing all reasonable lines of inquiry in an effort to solve more crimes. Ministers want to crack down on offences like phone thefts and shoplifting as part of an effort to restore confidence in policing. Our Home Editor, Mark Easton, reports.
Smart doorbells, dash cams, mobile phones, and the power of Google mean more crime victims believe they've obtained good evidence to identify the culprit. But there's been rising frustration that officers are not going after offenders of lower-level crimes such as shoplifting, vandalism, and theft. Now the Home Office says it's got agreement from police chiefs that they will pursue all reasonable lines of inquiry if a perpetrator could be apprehended. Since 2015, forces have had to say how many of the offences they record result in someone being charged. Back then, it was 16%, but now it's just under 6%. Political pressure to improve that number is coming from all sides.
I think the key is in the use of the word reasonable. Now, what's reasonable for one force won't necessarily be reasonable for another, given the types of crime that they're investigating. And it's absolutely right that police will always base it on threat, harm and risk. But certainly in my own force and other forces, I do think that there are times when we should be investigating further, and it's absolutely reasonable, and the public and the government are right to expect us to do so.
But police chiefs point out there are reasons for the fall in detections. Although overall crime is at historically low levels, improved recording of offences means their caseload is rising, and more of the crimes being reported are complex offences to investigate, notably rape and abuse cases.
On the one hand, this does sound like a no-brainer. Anybody who's had their car stolen or their phone stolen wants the police to pursue every line of inquiry. At the same time, we also know that, for example, rape and sexual assaults, the prosecution and conviction rate for those are incredibly low. We have a tsunami of male sexual violence towards women and girls as it is. If the police are being told you've just got to put even more resources into tackling, say, car and phone crime, that means there's going to be less time and less focus on those really serious violent offences that quite rightly the public are concerned about.
So what does reasonable mean? That's the question which lies behind today's announcement. Some officers might ask if it would be reasonable to downgrade a complex sexual abuse case to pursue more shoplifters. Mark Easton, BBC News.
A man and a woman have died after being trapped in a car on a flooded road in Liverpool. Police say it's thought the vehicle was submerged under a bridge and are appealing for witnesses. Flood warnings remain in place for parts of Merseyside. Spain's Football Federation is set to hold an urgent meeting today to discuss the crisis which has engulfed the sport in the country. President Luis Rubiales has been suspended by FIFA for kissing player Jenni Hermoso on the lips following Spain's World Cup victory last week. He has insisted the kiss was consensual. Aston Villa's team bus was hit by a brick after the club's win against Burnley in the Premier League yesterday. The brick was thrown at the windscreen from a footbridge on the M65 motorway. Burnley say it's saddened and dismayed by the incident. Lancashire Police are appealing for any information. The Scottish COVID-19 inquiry will hold its first preliminary hearing today. The review, which will complement the nationwide UK inquiry, will focus on the effect of the pandemic in Scotland and how the government in Holyrood responded. Europe's biggest street party, the Notting Hill Carnival, has brought the streets of West London alive this bank holiday. The annual celebration is in its 55th year, with more than 2 million people expected to attend. John Donnison reports.
Musical Youth, Europe's biggest street festival, kicked off over the weekend with the traditional children's parade. Feathers and a whistle, the order of the day.
I love it! Why do you love it? It's just fun, everyone's vibing, and it's chill. Are you guys agree? Yeah.
Ahead of today's main event, Sunday at the Carnival has more of a family focus.
I love the vibe, I love the dance, and I love the food. You know, I just thought I'd bring the kids out here to the experience, the good vibe, absolutely love it, it's so amazing, honestly.
Important to show our children the Caribbean history from our parents coming over here, what they used to do, so it's carrying on the tradition of coming to Carnival.
And of course, part of that tradition is the music, some of it up-tempo, some a little more laid back. This group comes to Carnival every year on roller skates. And and by the end of the bank holiday weekend, more than 2 million people are expected to have attended. John Donnison, BBC News.
Oh, it looks like fun, doesn't it?
It does.
It does look like fun, but kind of weather dependent a little bit. Yeah, so hopefully, fingers crossed, okay for the weather this morning.
Indeed. Well, it's bank holiday, England, Wales and Northern Ireland today, isn't it, Carol? Do the damage.
There's no snow, so some good news.
Okay, good.
But if you are going to the Notting Hill Carnival today, there is the chance you might just catch a shower. And in fact, the forecast for us all today is one of sunny spells and a few showers. By no means will we all see one. There'll be fewer and further between than there were during the course of the weekend. Now, what we have at the moment is a weak weather front sinking south. It's producing this band of cloud, the odd spot coming out of that, and a few showers dotted around behind in Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales. We're starting with a few too in southwest England. But there'll be a lot of dry weather, and if anything, a bit more sunshine across central and eastern Scotland through the afternoon. But the clouds could thicken up out towards the west later, heralding the arrival of a weather front, which will bring in some rain. These are our temperatures. 14 in Lerwick, we're looking at about 19 in Belfast, a high of 21 or 22 as we push down towards the south of England. Now, through this evening and overnight, the weather front continues to advance across Scotland and Northern Ireland, heading down in the direction of Northern England and weakening. Some clearer skies follow on behind, a few showers in the northwest, and as we push farther south, there'll be a wee bit more cloud, but nonetheless, there will still be some clear skies as well. And these are our temperatures, 9 to about 13 degrees. If you're out and about early doors, it will feel a little bit on the chilly side. Now, as we head on through the course of tomorrow, here's our front continuing to journey further south. Still is a fairly weak affair, not much more than a band of cloud, some spots of rain. And we also have another front moving southwards across Scotland. That's also going to bring in some showery outbreaks of rain. But in between, a lot of dry weather and also a fair bit of sunshine. Temperature-wise, we're looking at 14 in the north to about 22 as we push down towards the far southeast. Then during the course of Wednesday, still a lot of dry weather around. There'll still be some showers dotted across the north of Scotland in through Wales, but it looks like we could see some sharper ones developing across eastern Scotland and eastern England as we go through the course of the day. And don't be surprised if you hear the odd rumble of thunder. We also have another weather front just waiting in the wings in the southwest. But aside from this, there will be some sunshine around and temperatures ranging from 14 in the north to highs of around about 20 as we push down towards the south. So, John and Sarah, it could be an awful lot worse.
It could be an awful lot worse. Thank you, Carol. I think that's about as good as we can expect at this time of year. And am I right in saying that we're very nearly at the end of the meteorological summer already?
Top of the class, Sarah, yes.
SWAT.
On the 1st of September, it's the start of the meteorological autumn. Can you believe it? Where has this year gone?
Oh, you're so right. You're so right. But nice to end with a nice, sort of yellowy, orangey, positive outlook there. Thank you, Carol.
Thanks.
It's 12 minutes past 6. Now, a few weeks ago, we told you that officials in San Francisco had voted to allow driverless taxis to operate 24 hours a day. But just 8 days after it began, one of the cars has collided with a fire engine.
The crash has reopened concerns about the vehicle's safety, and some people have resorted to placing traffic cones on the cars to stop them from working. James Clayton has this.
One of the things that surprises many visitors when they arrive in San Francisco are these things: driverless robo-taxis. They're all over the city. This is me ordering one on my phone. 1 minute away, there's a cab that's around the corner. But before I could even get in, a member of the public approached us with a warning.
I think you're unsafe because I saw a guy that was in the crosswalk at night, almost got hit by it.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Cheers. Not exactly the ideal thing to hear just before you get into a cab with no driver. I've been in these cars a few times now, and it never changes. It's always totally surreal. It always feels nerve-wracking when you first start, and it's really surprising how quickly it just becomes totally normal. But the first few sort of roads you come across, T-junctions, you're kind of always slightly apprehensive. Let's see how this does. Our ride was perfectly uneventful, but the city itself is divided over these cabs, run by two companies, Waymo and Cruise. Earlier this month, San Francisco officials green-lighted the use of robo-taxis for 24-hour use, only to then restrict their use after an accident between a driverless cab and a fire engine. Authorities are investigating. The flip-flopping is emblematic of a city unsure about whether to embrace these robo-taxis, and some have even taken to the streets in protest. A group called Safe Streets Rebel has been disabling the cars by putting cones on their bonnets. A video they put out in July has gone viral.
First, find the cone, make sure their car is empty, and repeat.
It's not entirely clear whether what they're doing is legal, so a spokesperson for the group agreed to be interviewed under the condition of anonymity.
How would you describe your group? Are you vigilantes? Are you a campaigning group? What are you?
We're definitely not vigilantes. I think we're just a group of people. We don't like cars, and we're doing what we can about it.
However, driverless car companies have hit back, saying what the group is doing is bad for road users and is vandalism.
Waymo says what you're doing is vandalism.
Yeah.
How do you respond to that?
It's not vandalism, because that requires property damage, and we're not damaging anything. As soon as you take the cone off, the cars are right back to working condition and on their way.
They hope to expand across America and beyond, but others here in the city hope they ultimately fail to convince authorities the technology is ready. James Clayton, BBC News, San Francisco.
6:15. Let's have a look at the Monday morning papers, shall we? And the Daily Telegraph says that the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has told police officers that they've got to investigate every theft and that ignoring even low-level crime is completely unacceptable. It's part of her plan to drive down overall crime rates. We're going to speak to the Home Secretary live here on Breakfast at 7:30 about that.
Moving on to the Times, it leads with plans by the Home Office to fit GPS tags on people arriving in the UK illegally to prevent them absconding. The paper says it's to deal with the lack of detention spaces for illegal migrants.
Something else to talk to Suella Braverman about, isn't it? The Guardian this morning leading on new research that's found that more than half the British diet is now made up of what are called UPFs, ultra-processed foods, which of course have been linked to heart attacks and strokes. Its lead calls for urgent action on those foods from governments.
Are we going to have a look at some of these stories in the papers?
Let's have a look. There's a range of kind of surveys this morning, lifestyle surveys.
Lifestyle surveys. I mean, that off the back of the story we've just read, laughter is good for the heart as well as the soul.
So if you eat lots of ultra-processed foods, you just need to watch some TV comedies or something and give yourselves a chuckle. Yeah, this is research that's been done by scientists in Brazil who say that laughter therapy, actually making people laugh, means that they actually cut their risk of heart attack and stroke significantly just by watching comedy and having a giggle.
Is there any particular comedy that they mentioned that's particularly good?
I don't know if it's only Brazilian comedies. My knowledge of Brazilian comedies are limited. Mr. Bean is always very popular
Anywhere,
internationally, yeah,
anywhere around the world. I've got some. I'm interested to know whether you agree with this, John. Apparently, men are more nostalgic than women and believe more strongly that things just aren't what they used to be. There's lots of things here. So the poll was conducted by Schweppes, the drinks company. 51% of men of all generations think that music from the past is better than today, compared with 41% of women.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, and 31% of men believe that film and TV from their youth is better than today's, but just 22% of women think the same. I don't know what does that tell us?
I don't know, but it's quite a stark difference, isn't it?
I don't know. Maybe it just means men are a bit stuck in the past and need to get out more.
We're too busy inside watching comedy shows from 1970s Brazilian TV to keep our hearts in order. Right, it's 17 minutes past 6, and the idea of snorkeling is probably conjuring up images of warm, crystal clear waters, coral reefs, exotic fish.
Oh, lovely. But how about getting underwater in your local river, which may not be quite so exotic? Mike Liggins has been to meet one woman who's been exploring her local waterways near Suffolk.
I'm Nicola Crockford, and during lockdown, I discovered the complete joy of snorkeling in rivers.
Nicola Crockford is a project officer with the RSPB, and she loves river snorkeling. Most people snorkel in the sea on holiday, but no, Nicola likes to stay closer to home, and today she was in the River Lark.
When you're in that water, there's nothing else that exists, no phones, nothing. You're just completely absorbed by this world. And the wildlife, you have an intimacy of relationship that you just don't have anywhere else. You know, the birds fly away, you know, you can't really have a relationship with an invertebrate, but the fish, they come and they look at you eye to eye through your mask, and it's just fantastic.
River snorkeling sounded slightly, how can I put this politely, slightly unhinged. So I actually asked if I could join in, and off we went. There's a bit of swimming involved, but it's more scrambling really.
Often I'm in very shallow rivers, so it's too shallow for proper swimming. So essentially what you're doing is you're just crawling along on you, but basically it's your arms that are doing most of the work, maybe a little bit your knees. But then, you know, when you're in faster flows and deeper, then you'll be using your fins more.
Does it take you to another world? Yes, I would say river snorkeling does. Water quality is an issue for Nicola. She's one of a growing number of citizen scientists taking samples and reporting problems, but it's really the peace and solitude, the connection with nature, which really matters to her. Mike Liggins, BBC News.
Now, he was found in a cage with dozens of other dogs living without food or water, but now one lucky pup has seen his fortunes totally turn around.
Yeah, Bo the Spaniel was rescued by RSPCA inspectors several years ago. There he is. After years of love and recuperation, he's now been selected to compete in next year's Crofts. Just have a look at his journey.
I'm Bronya Macmillan, and this is Bo. Okay, go! Run! Run! Go! Go! Also known as Captain Bobosa. That is his kennel club name that he competes under. Okay, go! 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 Go tunnel! Go tunnel!
My name's Tom Hutton, I'm an RSPCA inspector.
You're a mummy's boy, aren't you?
We came across Bo in the worst sort of circumstances. We executed a warrant in 2019. He was one of 36 dogs living in horrendous conditions. Once he was in our care, myself and Bronya already had 2 spaniels and we kind of took a liking to him, so we decided what difference would a third make.
Oh, good Lord. He had been in such terrible conditions, so when he came, it was very much a case of getting him used to life and getting him enjoying just being with us and having human contact, because he'd clearly never had a cuddle before. So when I started doing agility with him, it was started just for fun and just to get him doing new things. And so then it very quickly was a case of, oh, he really enjoyed it. Actually, he could do really well if we took this more seriously. So we did, and we've trained hard. And from there, he's just gone on in leaps and bounds.
Well, it's the story we all like to see, and it's certainly why I do the job. You know, Bronya's put in so much work with him over the last 2 years, and to go from poor little raggedy puppy Bo to competing at Crufts in a final, it's unbelievable.
Okay, go, run. It's going to be such a thrilling experience, and I'm so excited. And to say that this little rescue dog got there is just incredible.
It's a big moment for Bronya to go out onto that green carpet at Crufts. I think that will be the ultimate moment for us both, from where he's come from to now where he is, walking out there on national television, competing with some really high up dogs. You couldn't make it up.
Even if we go wrong, even if we get eliminated, if he runs really happy and he is excited to be there, then I will come away feeling like I won the lottery. Because with all of his confidence issues, he can come out there and just fly and just love it. Then that's all I really ever want to do with him. It's just to have fun playing at this game. Yeah.
Oh, Bo.
That was sweet, wasn't it?
Very gorgeous.
Well
What a
done, Bo,
journey.
and good luck. We need to keep following that and make sure that he gets best in show.
Best in show, best everywhere, anywhere. It's 23 minutes past 6. We're getting lots of fresh air this morning, aren't we? We've been
So much.
running around with Bo. We've been out and about river snorkeling, and now we're going to take you out to one of those historic chalk horses that you can see on hillsides from miles around. But it seems that the oldest of them all is actually getting smaller.
Yeah, and Geeta for the morning is in Uffington for us. And oh my goodness, it looks absolutely beautiful where you are, Geeta. Tell us where you are and what's going on behind you.
Yes, it's stunning. It's not a bad place to be, is it, first thing on a bank holiday Monday? This is the Uffington White Horse in Oxfordshire. It is considered to be the oldest chalk figure in Britain, dating back to the Bronze Age, so almost 3,000 years old. And you ask me what they're doing behind me. Well, they're part of a tradition that dates back centuries. Every year, people flock here to help with the annual rechalking of the White Horse. But as you said, it has been shrinking. It's been losing weight. So I'll be telling you a bit about why that's been happening and also why this horse is so special. But first, let's get the news, travel and weather where you are.
Good morning, I'm Alan Sinclair. Part of a popular coastal footpath in Bournemouth is being cordoned off following the discovery of human remains on Saturday. A murder investigation has been launched, focused near the Manor Steps zigzag off Boscombe Overcliff Drive. Dorset police are appealing for anyone who saw any suspicious activity to contact them. The Firefighters Union is warning it may take legal action to try to prevent the government from using the Bibby Stockholm barge to house asylum seekers. The FBU has accused ministers of repeatedly ignoring safety concerns, something the Home Office says is not the case. The vessel at Portland is currently empty as efforts continue to clean Legionella bacteria from its water systems. Hundreds of people across 17 teams will be pulling a 35-ton aeroplane this morning to raise money for a range of charities. The event is hosted annually by Bournemouth Airport and requires participants in groups of 20 to drag a Boeing 737 a distance of 50 metres. Since the challenge was first held in 2009, it's helped raise £285,000. A number of water skiers from the south have come away with medals from the national championships held in Oxfordshire. Will Shanahan from Worthing in West Sussex claimed a bronze in the under-21 men's jump at the Oxford Wakeboard and Ski Club in Berrensfield. Harley Costa from Camberley in Surrey is just 13. He took silver in the under-14 boys jump and was crowned overall British champion.
I could describe it in one word and that'd be perfect, but there's little answers like, well, my sister's just started skiing in competition and it's their first nationals. She's really chuffed with herself. And yeah, it's been one of the best competitions so far.
A man who spent 4 months sailing solo around the UK in a tiny dinghy should arrive this morning back where he set off from in April, Stokes Bay near Gosport. Andrew Hill-Smith's taken a break from a career in mental health to fundraise for charities dear to his heart in children's mental health, motor neurone disease and water sports for young people. Okay, let's get the bank holiday weather now with B. Tucker.
Hi, good morning. We've got plenty of sunshine today across the south. There will be the risk of 1 or 2 isolated showers. A lot of dry weather, though, with some decent spells of sunshine developing. We have got a fair amount of cloud in places, a lot of low cloud along the coast over the high ground. That should break up quite nicely as the day goes on. A lot of sunshine, the risk of some showers developing, particularly through the middle part of the day, but a lot of dry weather to be had with light winds and slightly warmer than yesterday, 1 or 2 spots hitting 21 degrees. Through tonight, we'll see the cloud come and go. Again, the risk of a shower, a little bit of fog developing and low cloud, particularly again down towards the coast. Temperatures for most holding in double figures. So tomorrow, more cloud than today. There will be some sunshine coming and going. I think a greater risk of a shower, particularly as the day goes on, and generally more cloud than today. Still some decent spells of sunshine and still fairly warm.
No travel problems to report so far, and that's it for now. I'll hand you back to Sarah and John. Bye-bye.
Hello there, welcome back to breakfast this Monday morning. And from midnight tonight, the cost of driving anywhere in London is going to increase for motorists with older vehicles as the whole city becomes the world's largest ultra-low emission zone, or ULEZ. You will get used to those signs. That was the original ULEZ area, marked in red, was only the very central part of London, only applied there. But then 2.5 years later, in 2021, it expanded to what was called Inner London. That's the area around the north and south circular ring roads. But from midnight tonight, it expands again. Have a look at this, to cover the whole of Outer London. That means all 32 London boroughs are now inside the zone. Not just geographically bigger, but people bigger as well. An extra 5 million people will now live in the ULEZ, which is 72 times bigger than the original area. And what does that mean? Well, generally, if you drive a petrol vehicle first registered before 2006, or a diesel vehicle first registered before 2016, you will now be charged £12.50 to enter the zone. Well, our transport correspondent, Katie Austin, joins us now from the very edge of the zone in Eltham. Good morning, Katie. It all kicks in at midnight then.
That's right, and yes, welcome to Eltham in southeast London. You can see the sign just there that warns drivers they are entering the current ultra-low emission zone. We are right on the boundary here, just a few meters, a few minutes drive behind the camera. You get onto the South Circular and you're out of the existing zone. But from tomorrow, as you say, that zone expands to cover a much bigger area, all London boroughs. And some big destinations that people outside of London might go to are inside the area as well. For example, Heathrow Airport, Chessington World of Adventures, to name just a couple there. And as you say, the rules are that if you drive into that zone after tomorrow, then there's a £12.50 charge to pay if your vehicle doesn't meet certain emissions standards. So it's not all vehicles that are liable to pay that charge, only the older, more polluting ones. And it has led a lot of people who either live in London or drive into the city regularly to think about switching their cars to one that does comply with the emissions standards. And actually for Londoners, there is some help towards that. People can apply for grants of up to £2,000 for cars to scrap their existing car and get one that doesn't have to pay the charge. About 13,000 grants have been approved so far. What's it all about? Well, the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, and clean air campaigners, they insist it's an important step to try and reduce air pollution, clean up the air and improve public health. But it has had its fair share of criticism, including for the financial impact on people and businesses at a time when the cost of living pressures have been pretty high. There was even a legal challenge launched by 5 Conservative-run councils. That failed, but some neighbouring county councils are still unhappy as well, and they're refusing to put up signs on the boundary warning drivers they're going to be entering the new expanded ULEZ. And there has been some vandalism as well of the cameras. But the Mayor of London has insisted and has carried on with his plan, and preparations have continued for it to go live tomorrow. So after all the debate and the discussion we've had over the past couple of months about what is the right way to try and clean up the air without hitting people too hard in the pocket, it's happening from tomorrow.
Katie, thank you very much indeed. Katie, there with that explanation. We'll talk about it later in the programme as well. And of course, cities right across the country are watching very closely and might well follow.
Sport now. It's been a really interesting week, hasn't it, with the World Athletics Championships?
It has, and I think overall positivity for Team GB. 3 more medals last night, the final night in Budapest. So 10 in total. That is the best for 30 years. It matches what they did back in 1993. So real positivity. We were hoping for gold for Great Britain on the final night. Didn't quite happen.
Still not bad.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good going. We've got 2 bronze in the relays, men's and women's. And for Keely Hodgkinson, it was the same old story because she's won silver at the Commonwealth Games, silver at the Olympic Games, silver at the Worlds last year. And it was silver again, I'm afraid, in the end for her in that women's 800 metres finals. But it was really, really close, as our sports correspondent Natalie Perks now reports.
A leap for glory. Kenya's joy was Keely's pain yet again. Keely Hodgkinson's been the world leader this year, but there were plenty of threats in the 800 metres, not least the woman who beat her to Commonwealth gold, Kenya's Mary Moraa.
Keely looks pretty relaxed at the moment, but has she got anything in her legs?
Moraa has some finish on her, and in the battle for the line, it was Hodgkinson who ran out of track.
Mary Moraa's going to take the gold for Kenya. Keely Hodgkinson takes the silver again.
Orphaned as a toddler, using her mother's memory as motivation, Hurrah's victory jig comes straight from the heart, but Hodgkinson believes she'll be dancing soon enough.
I really did believe I was going to win. One of these days I will get the top spot. Today's just not meant to be.
The 4x400 metre relays were the last event. World champions, the US, were miles ahead of the pack, but the European champions, Britain, brought home the bronze.
Brilliant performance for the British quartet.
And in a showdown worthy of the finale, the Dutch women turned orange to gold on the line.
She's done it!
Relegating Jamaica to silver.
Femke Bol is amazing!
Britain's battle in third place was their 10th medal.
Well, those two bronzes mean they've smashed last year's medal haul. The relays bringing the curtain down on a successful championships for both Budapest and Britain. Natalie Perks, BBC News, Hungary.
So, an eventful night there. It was eventful to say the least at St James's Park, where Liverpool produced a stunning fight back to maintain their unbeaten start to the new season. When Trent Alexander-Arnold had a moment to forget here, it didn't feel like it was going to be Liverpool's day. Former Evertonian Anthony Gordon putting Newcastle in front. And moments later, it went from bad to worse. Liverpool reduced to 10 men. Captain Virgil van Dijk sent off a straight red for that, but they stayed in the game, snatching victory with 2 late goals, both from substitute Darwin Núñez, Liverpool's hero, with a 93rd minute run.
I'm really happy that they properly and that Darwin got this reward, because last year, third match day, I'm not sure was it, or second match day when he got his red card. So this year, obviously, the season starts now a bit later, but with a super positive thing, and really happy for him.
You won't tell me, but does he start next week?
We will see.
I think we've got a lot to look forward to. We've got a team that is very strong, but we're going to have a little few bumps on the road. Today's a bump, a disappointment, but we have to be strong enough to take it and bounce back. But that's the beauty of this game. You can never say for certainty what's going to happen.
Well, Manchester City are the only team left in the Premier League with a 100% record, but they left it late to extend their perfect start to the season to 3 matches. They were leading 1-0 at Sheffield United, but the newly promoted side thought they grabbed a shot point. Jayden Bogle scored 5 minutes from time, but they were only level for 3 minutes. City not down for long. A Rodri rocket that sends them back to the top of the league.
I think we did a great effort, even though football is like this. You try, you find the score, and not a good, how do you say in English, situation for us. Next day we concede the goal in the 88th. Difficult, but the mentality of the team. We overcome the situations, and finally we win. I think we deserve today. But football doesn't understand about this. You have to score, and this sure that you make mistakes. So, but yeah, happy because the work was great.
99.5% of the time we were getting things perfect, and that's what you've got to do to get the points against them, because that wasn't a below par City performance. It was a good City performance, and we produced almost as good performance.
So Sheffield United's wait for their first points of the season goes on, just as it does for Burnley for a second successive
North-East.
She actually put it behind a paywall to start with, didn't she? In Downing Street, I mean, I heard that Downing Street officials were having to read it off of the paywall. There was actually a bit of a scramble. Does anyone have a membership? Does anyone have a login for this? Because the letter hadn't actually gone to the Prime Minister, which is fascinating.
I mean, that's not loving it just for the chutzpah, aren't you?
Chutzpah is exactly the word.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about its impact? Does it? I mean, given that she's, I mean, I've heard nothing but sort of attacks on her from independent commentators. LBC did a huge number about 3 weeks ago. Where's Nadine? We did a Where's Wally thing the other day. Finally, she's come good on her pledge to resign. She's kind of lost credibility.
Well, sure, but, let's also remember that this whole, longing out the resignation, it was all out of spite, wasn't it? Because she wanted to be made a peer and, she wasn't allowed to be put on the list, and she was sort of clinging on and sort of making this defiant, stomping her feet on the ground.
Why was she clinging on?
Because, well, if she were to resign, then there'd be no way that she'd be allowed to enter the Lords. So she was sort of clinging on and hoping that perhaps someone would change their mind and put her in there. And the worry is now that she's actually sort of vindicated eradicated Sunak because she's looked so stroppy and like a little teenager that actually, well, are you sensible enough to be in the House of Lords? I don't think you are.
Mind you, she has got this book coming out, which, regardless of whether what you think about it, will create a frenzy of publicity just before the Tory party conference. That's not going to be welcome to Rishi Sunak. And when she uses phrases, it's a zombie government. I think it's not particularly what you want from your own party. Plus, now a by-election.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't want it, you know.
The by-election does not look like it's going to be great news for the Conservatives. It looks likely to be a Lib Dem target, and there'll be a lot of angry constituents who watch the saga of Nadine's extended resignation, who might use that by-election. They might not be punishing Rishi Sunak. They may be punishing, ironically, Nadine Dorries by voting for another political party. But the point is that although I don't think our arguments will move a single voter, you are right that a divided political party, or a party that appears to be divided, the Tories are massively divided, doesn't win elections. I mean, it's just you don't go into an election with your own side forming a circular firing squad and taking pot shots.
Well, what do you make of this poll in the Eye this morning, saying that basically, I mean, it's funny, isn't it? You look back to the coronation just a few weeks, and it was kind of Penny Mordaunt for Prime Minister. You know, look at her. Everybody loves her. She's fantastic. She could run the party. She'd lose her seat at the next election if there was one tomorrow.
Yeah, well, this is a big concern for MPs up and down the country, Conservative MPs, because, you know, a lot of them were elected off of promises made by Boris Johnson, and now you've got Rishi Sunak in there. None of those promises have been met, and yet they're going to lose their seats. I mean, it'd be fascinating if they do win Mid Bedfordshire, because Nadine Dorries won that on a 20,000 vote majority. I mean, can you imagine that swing? That is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah. Well, do you think they'll be reduced to a rump?
Well, it's hard. It's very hard to read what the outcome of the next election. The polls do show a kind of comprehensive Labour victory. I've always thought that Keir Starmer hadn't sealed the deal with the electorate. I think he's a kind of anyone but the Tories, as it were, if at the next election. But I still think it will be closer than people think. But I was probably saying that in 1996, before the Tories got wiped off the face of the earth in 1997. But it just doesn't feel like 1997 at the moment. And you know, things like, for example, in London, where Sadiq Khan contributed to the Tories holding on to Uxbridge because of this pollution tax.
It's a little bit disingenuous, but okay.
As well, why do you think that Tories?
Bit, you know,
the Tories held Uxbridge because of the merit.
Well, you know,
of the
that was
government.
a campaign that was really put. A lot of misinformation was pushed during that
yeah,
campaign. And actually, the majority of Londoners are in favour of ULEZ, and you know, actually, it's quite a popular policy around the capital.
Yeah, well, I support ULEZ. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that the Labour are not so far ahead in the polls that an issue like ULEZ cannot trip them up at the polls. You know, they need to make gains in Scotland. Will they make gains in
and
Scotland?
Also, who's running
So
as well.
there will be all sorts of issues that could contribute to the Tories not losing as badly as some people predict.
We have Suella Braverman on the programme a little bit later.
The words that come into my head.
After 8 o'clock. Now, what about this idea that we've seen in several of the papers this morning, particularly the Times, which seems to have some kind of insight into what's going on, if you look at other stories that have later come to pass, electronic tagging to stop migrants fleeing. Now, so the idea would be that people who are here, they don't want them to disappear. You can see the thinking of it, but who is going to fix those tags? We know there's a huge backlog to finding people that might be able to stay anyway. So who's going to process that in order to get to the point of fixing the tags? How would it be policed? Is it just a ridiculous kite fly? Or do you think this actually could hit home with people who would think, why not? If it's cheaper than putting them in hotels, why not tag people that come here?
Well, I'd like to see who, you know, what nationalities they would like to put these tags onto, because are they going to put them on the 100,000 Ukrainians who came here, or the people who came here from Hong Kong? Or, you know, who are you going to allocate it to? Is this just going to become another racist policy that's been dished out by the Home Office? Probably. And look, you know, I think campaigners and charities have been talking about this for some time now. If you want to track people who have migrated here or who are seeking asylum here, give them a national insurance number, allow them to work on a temporary visa for a couple of years while they're having their claim processed. That would be a more sensible way of doing it, rather than making them criminals.
Could one go hand in hand with the other? That you could give them a national insurance number, allow them to work while their claims are being processed, but also tag them to make sure they didn't disappear into an untraceable source.
So do you like the idea that perhaps a translator who worked with the British Army in Afghanistan would come here and then have some kind of criminal tag attached to their leg?
I don't like the idea of it, but
Yeah,
it isn't
on a
my
moral-
policy. And also, would somebody who came in mind that?
I'm just wondering if we'd have
Rather
if
than
we'd
not
have enough
have to
tags.
silence.
Well,
If-
exactly.
if-
I mean,
if-
tags
if-
are
it's
not,
huge.
they're not something you can pick up at your local Argos for a fiver. I mean, they are actually quite expensive and you need
And the
people
policing
to
on
monitor
this, yeah.
them.
Well,
in theory.
let's look at numbers. I mean, currently, the migrants coming in on the boats is approaching 19,000. It's probably going to be over 20,000 by the time the year's out. If they were all tagged, that's 20,000 plus tags. How do you monitor all them? I mean, you need hundreds of people sitting in front of the screen.
I mean, that is the fun, leaving aside the merits or not of tagging people. What is not great is that one constantly has policies being announced in the newspapers where there appears to be very little thinking about how it would actually work in practice, whether it's going to be policy. I mean, we had Ascension Island. Do you remember Ascension Island? That was 2 weeks ago. Everyone was going to be flown to Ascension Island. That policy lasted 24 hours. You can't do it this way. There are lots of countries in Europe that are facing the same issues. Italy had 2,500 people crossing from North Africa over the weekend. I say this every time this issue comes up. At some point, it may never happen. Europe as a whole, including the UK, has to have a comprehensive policy to cope with the numbers of people who are crossing onto Europe, and a humane policy, but a sensible policy that deals with what is becoming a very serious issue for many different countries.
What do you think Labour would do about it, seriously? If Labour were to win the next election, let's say we're a year into a new Labour administration, what do you think we'd be talking about in terms of the immigration issue, the asylum issue?
I don't think they know. I think it's really divided, actually. I think you've got Yvette Cooper, who is their Shadow Home Secretary, and she's very pro, welcoming people who want to seek asylum. And you've got Keir Starmer, who's trying to hold up this sort of quite Tory front and, trying to convince the public that he's not going to have open borders or whatever the tabloids are saying that day. I really don't think they know. And I think it will be a huge clash because all of the backbenchers will fight a front bench that want to throw people out the country.
Do you agree?
Well, I think they'll put more money into processing. I think their public line is they'll put more money into processing asylum claims. That one way to deal with this issue, echoing a bit what Ava was saying earlier, is to process claims as fast as possible so that people who can have a right to stay here can stay here and start to work and contribute to our economy and put down roots. I would hope as well, again, because although Rishi Sunak is slightly changing the image of this government, we would at least have a government that would be able to cooperate more effectively with its European neighbours. Because as I say, until we get a comprehensive policy across Europe, we're not going to really make an impact.
And you were talking about stories being, trailed and lined, government policy trailed in newspapers. This is one.
Well, I was going to say, just a reminder, if you're joining us, that the way the figures stand in terms of what you would call commonplace, typical crime, that most of us are at risk from in this country, the chances of a criminal being charged with offences against us, normal citizens, are incredibly low now. They've sunk to record lows. For example, if you're a burglar, if you're a mugger, if you're a car thief or a bike thief, you have a well over 90% chance of not having your collar felt, not being charged, certainly never going to court and not being punished. It's virtually become decriminalised to be a burglar, to be a car thief, to be a mugger. Virtually decriminalised. So the Home Secretary is promising, as of today, to get much tougher on those kinds of crimes. She's saying that the police force in England and Wales, that's what we're talking about, not Scotland, must pursue all leads where there is a reasonable chance of solving the crime. What we're talking about is videos from the home, cam footage from the car. Thank you. In the hope that if the police do that and criminals know that follow-up will take place, then we'll all start to get a bit more confident in policing.
But why is this not happening already? You might be wondering. We're now joined by Metropolitan Police Federation Vice Chair Rick Pryor. Good to speak to you this morning.
Right.
Why does it take the Home Secretary to tell you to investigate crimes? Why has it not been happening before?
Well, I think it has been happening before. I think that what the Home Secretary has put out, what was that put out, it's welcomed by the Metropolitan Police and its officers. Obviously, with the command that we currently have and the amount of officers that we've got to deal with crime, We're in very much a demand-led business. So you know, we have to spread our resources.
Mr. Pryor, does that mean in simple terms that you're saying that the reason why these figures are so low, 2% for car theft, 4% for charging and burglaries, the reason why that charge rate is so low is simple in your view? You haven't got the time because you haven't got the resources. Is that right?
Well, the officers I represent work very hard on a daily basis. They're rushing from call to call to call. They're chasing their tail. They barely get time to stop for their refreshment breaks or even to use the toilet. I was contacted by a journalist from Romford very recently who spent a day out with my colleagues. And what struck her was that very point, that the officers literally don't have time to breathe. They're going from call to call to call, and you know, it's a very difficult thing to balance.
So what
and,
so with respect, what are they doing with their time? I mean, if we're only seeing, and we're not talking about convictions here, we're just talking about charges, which don't necessarily lead to a court case. 2% of vehicle thefts and bike thefts, 4% of residential burglaries, not business burglaries, 4% of criminal damage, just over 6% of muggings. What are they doing with their time if they're not? They're clearly not solving those crimes at all. So what are they doing?
Well, the role of a police officer is a very varied one. A lot of what police do is you know, they deal with the public in terms of road traffic accidents. They're dealing with public order. They're dealing with demonstrations. They're dealing with a whole variety, an array of different things, of which you know, obviously crime is our primary priority, but you know, there's a whole load of other things that police do on a daily basis.
Just to be clear, because you know, we have got the Home Secretary on, what would you say to her? She has said, I'm issuing a new set of directions, pursue these crimes. So if somebody had car stolen from outside their home and they happen to have CCTV cameras, she wants you to now go and look at that and see if there is a chance that you can catch that person. Is that something that your members, who you represent, feel is possible with the resources at the moment, or not?
No, it's something that I'm sure I welcome, and I'm sure you know, our members, my colleagues, also welcome. The only slight caveat I'm putting on that is that you know, the amount of police officers that we've got, you know, over the last since 2010, it dropped. It's come back up again now, but it's still only just about above what it was in 2010. So I believe.
I'm sorry, I'm completely mystified. But honestly, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm really not. And we appreciate you getting up early and coming on the show and talking about this. But I just don't understand. I can't connect what you're saying with the reality of what we're talking about. If these conviction rates are so incredibly low, let alone the charging rates, and you're saying that the police would actually welcome what the Home Secretary is saying, well, what would you do differently? All right, of course you want more police officers. Everybody wants more police officers, but you're not really going to get them. So what would you do differently to significantly up detection rates of everyday bog standard crime that all of us kind of live in apprehension, if not fear of? How would things change in the police to respond to this call by the Home Secretary? What would you do differently?
Well, I think that's going to be a matter for the senior leaders within the Metropolitan Police to get a strategy for. You know, from a police federation point of view, from our members' point of view, I think that our membership would probably welcome what the Home Secretary has set out.
Well, why would they rush off their feet? You're saying they're rushed off their feet, going from A to B to C, back to A again. Why would they welcome this if they don't have the time, let alone the energy at the end of a hard day, to deal with it? I can't see the connection with what you're saying and what the Home Secretary is saying.
Well, because the leadership within the Metropolitan Police will need to strategise and
So you want them to redirect resources? Is that the nub of it? The people in charge need to direct resources to empower your members. Is that the nub of it?
That's the nub of it. Yes,
yeah.
Exactly that.
Okay.
They will have to, you know, get put strategies in place.
All right. So what are they doing? So what are your members doing now then? What are your members doing now that they would be taken off duties so they could redirect to chase up these basic crimes? What would they stop doing that they're doing at the moment? How are they wasting their time at the moment?
Well, I'm not in a position to speculate about that because we've only just had sight of what's being asked for, and I really don't know how the Mets leadership will deal with this.
All right, let's come to our panel.
Thank you.
Well, okay, I'm still at a loss.
So essentially, the Home Secretary's asked them to do what I think people know isn't happening.
Exactly.
These things aren't being followed up. But she is saying back to basics, let's start doing it.
Well,
but without announcing more money and resources.
Exactly. Everyone knows the stories, and everyone knows, for example, if you have a bike in a city, you might as well. It's got a shelf life of maybe 3 months if you're lucky before somebody nicks it. And everybody knows the story, particularly when they lose an expensive bike. They go on eBay, they see their bike for sale, they know where it is, and the police won't do anything. At least that's the stories you read in the media. Now, to a certain extent, I understand the police have to prioritise. If there's a murder or an assault, that should obviously take priority to the theft of property. But we know as well there's a shoplifting epidemic happening. It's beginning to actually affect, companies are now talking about it. It's something that's affecting their bottom line. And again, you were saying this earlier, you announce this policy, police can investigate every crime. We know that's not going to happen. So why announce it? There's nothing to back it up. There's no more money. There's no more combat strategy. In theory, we should be able to combat crime much more effectively today than we could 10 years ago. CCTV, facial recognition, social media. If you're a member of these kind of social networks for your neighborhood, people are always putting, this bloke came up and nicked my parcel. Here's a picture of him from my video camera and so on.
What do you
there's
think,
all these things.
Well, I just think it's the ramifications of 13 years of defunding the police, isn't it, and closing police stations. This is obviously what was going to happen. I think, not to back him up entirely, but I do think there is a question over priority, which is, a lot of, especially the Met, they spend a lot of time looking at young boys who might be smoking marijuana on a street corner, and actually would that time be better spent looking at someone who's just had their £1,000 phone stolen? I would argue it does,
Well, it's easier to nick a kid doing dope on the street corner than it is to actually track down a burglar.
Sure, but is that how we should be thinking? Is it really like a tick box target exercise, or would the public actually rather get their phone back, rather than looking at antisocial behaviour? We've also heard as well that...
Well, that sort of antisocial behaviour isn't just that, though, is it? It then is linked to gangs, it's linked to crime, it's linked to other sorts of crime, and in fact, very often the burglaries and the theft of cars are linked to drugs as well. So that's where it becomes complicated. But I think it's the simplicity of saying they should do that. People think, well, we know they should do that. It seems like quite a popular policy that she's announcing, because most people would describe what you did, Ed, and say, yes, I've experienced that. Why don't they? But it doesn't seem very clear how the police might change their behaviour to do it.
Well, we did hear a couple of weeks ago that the police won't be answering mental health calls anymore, which is obviously a huge concern to the NHS. But however, that could free up officers' time, and perhaps they might be able to reinvest that time in looking into burglaries. Who knows?
Well, look, we are going to be talking, as we said, to Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary. She's coming on live at about 8:30 this morning. So if you've got a story or a question for her, based on the fact that you were burgled and basically nothing happened afterwards, your car was nicked from your drive, or you're outside your house and nothing happened, you've got a crime number, ditto bike, etc. If you've got a story to tell us on email, text us, tweet us, whatever you like, and we'll pick the best, and we'll by the best, I mean the most interesting and salient, and we'll put them to the Home Secretary herself on your behalf at 8:30 this morning.
If you're a member of the police force as well, you don't have to give your name. Tell us your side of the story as well, because I think it'd be very interesting to hear how you.
Because I'm still vague after that interview with the guy from the Federation. He did his best, but I couldn't really get to the bottom of what he was saying from his perspective, from his members' perspective, what the problem is. I just don't get it. What are they doing?
And therefore, the Home Secretary was saying something he could agree with, because they do investigate every crime, but we know that is not true. But as I say, policing is much more sophisticated than we give it credit for. I mean, I do trust, as it were, the police leadership, although obviously there's been a massive crisis in the police, particularly the Met Police. But, politicians opining about how the police doesn't always work. there is constantly, we need more Bobbies on the beat. Well, what do you know about policing, dear politician, when you say that? There may be better ways to catch criminals.
All right, thank you both very much. See you both tomorrow. It's 6:58 now. That means it's competition time. There's a two-part prize.
You without your consent.
And I think that's all the details. Andy, over to you.
Morning,
Well done,
you
thank you.
guys. An amazing two-part prize. Part one, £60,000 in totally tax-free cash. Just imagine getting 60 grand delivered to your bank account. And we're also going to deliver a brand new BMW. It's a BMW X3 worth over £63,000. You can win the lot, and here's how.
For another chance to win the cash and the car, text prize to 62525. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or go to the website, entries cost to create. You can call 09068 782525. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and phone number to BK33, PO Box 7558, Derby, DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 2 p.m. on Friday the 15th of September. You got to be in it to win it. Good luck.
That warm feeling inside. Box Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
Good morning to you. It is a new week. It is the last full week of summer holidays for most of us away from Scotland. We went back a while ago. And the weather is the same as it's been all summer, fairly mixed. Low pressure close by, and that's what brings the more unsettled conditions, but high pressure trying its hardest to influence our weather as we head through the week, and it actually has some success. So this week for many is the story of sunny spells and scattered showers. I'll have the detail for you in just a moment, but for today it is sunny spells, just isolated showers. But today's weather much better than yesterday after some of those torrential thunderstorms we had through eastern areas of England. Here's how it looks this morning on the satellite and radar. Largely fine and dry, a fresher start than we've been used to. But as we head through the day, we'll start to see isolated showers developing, and where they do, they'll be light and few and further between. Chiefly through western areas of England, Wales and Northern Ireland. Eastern areas getting the driest and brightest conditions. And temperature-wise, we're between around about 18 and 22 degrees, which is pretty much where we should be for the time of year. So how do things pan out as we head through the next 7 days? We'll take a look at our outlook. So we start off across the north. So this is Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern areas of England, and we look at our temperatures compared to average. The average temperature for the time of year in the north, about 19 degrees. So we're sitting maybe a little below, but maybe climbing a little as we head towards the end of the week, but fairly average for the rest of the week. Percentage chance of rainfall across the north of the UK over the next few days, largely dry today and tomorrow. Wednesday looks like it's set to be the wettest day with frequent showers, but actually the rest of the week doesn't look too bad, and it lasts into the weekend. Fortunes further south for England and Wales for the next 7 days. Well, again, temperatures last week were fairly above average. This week they're sitting around about, but still we have the sunshine and light winds. It will feel very pleasant indeed. Today, again, largely dry with some decent sunshine, a few more showers through the week. Thursday, Friday, particularly Friday, a greater chance of seeing some wet weather around, but it looks though it turns drier as we head in towards the weekend, but temperatures still no great shakes. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Yes! Good morning, Britain. Cracking down on crime. The police have told they must investigate every theft. Officers will be compelled to follow up all leads and no longer ignore so-called low-level crimes such as shoplifting, burglaries and criminal damage. We're going to be speaking to the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, herself, and finding out if the police have sufficient resources to meet her new targets.
They say every picture tells a story. What does this tell us? As Prince Andrew is photographed travelling to church at Balmoral yesterday with the Prince and Princess of Wales, is the Duke back in the royal fold?
Madonna, George Best, Lauren Bacall, Muhammad Ali, Michael Parkinson's interviewed the biggest names around. And his son Mike will tell us this morning that actually he didn't think he was worth it. He's revealing his dad had imposter syndrome.
And what do you think of grey squirrels? Do you think they're cute and cuddly, or lean and tasty, a pest that is deserving of being eaten? Well, a Welsh farmer has found himself in hot water over his plans to serve squirrel burgers. He said the meat is cheap and ethical and very nutritious, but opponents say it's completely wrong morally. We are going to taste some squirrel burger on the show. What about you? Would you throw another squirrel on the barbie?
Monday, 28th of August, 2023, live from Television Centre in London. This is Good Morning Britain with Kate Garraway and Richard Madeley.
Good morning. Our main news is that the government says police forces in England and Wales must follow all leads in cases where there is a reasonable, as they put it, chance it could result in solving a crime. The Home Secretary hopes this so-called back to basics approach will bring more low-level offenders like thieves and shoplifters to justice.
Well, our chief correspondent Richard Gaisford is in South London for us this morning. Richard, why aren't police, this is the question I'm sure most of our viewers are asking themselves, why aren't police already trying to follow up stuff like this?
Well, the police would say it's because they have limited resources. The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, wanted to reinstill confidence, public confidence in the police in areas like this. This is London's SE1. It is the postcode in the UK that has the highest crime rate, despite being just down the road from New Scotland Yard and from Parliament. And it's from Westminster that Suella Braverman's put the pressure on the police to follow every reasonable lead, and that would include looking at CCTV footage from homes and businesses, from doorbell cams, from dash cams, from tracking information from stolen phones and from stolen cars. The police, though, or we've been hearing this morning from the Metropolitan Police Federation, would say that they just don't have the numbers, they don't have the time and the resources to pursue all of these kind of leads in the perhaps more minor crimes.
The officers I represent work very hard on a daily basis. They're rushing from call to call to call. They're chasing their tail. They barely get time to stop for their refreshment breaks or even to use the toilet. You know, the amount of police officers that we've got, it's still only just about above what it was in 2010.
Well, many people feel, of course, that perhaps it's not even worth ringing the police to tell them when a crime is committed. That was certainly the case for Hayley Tully in Merseyside this summer, when she went out to effectively take the law into her own hands, to do her own police work. When her daughter's boyfriend's bike was stolen, she went out to recover that bike and believes that the police just don't have the time and the resources to deal with those sorts of crimes.
It's not that I haven't got faith in the police. I just think they're understaffed. The resources aren't there. So they're not going to be coming out to where we live just to try and get a bike back. It wasn't that they were going to handle it. I just knew they wouldn't be around. I knew they just wouldn't put that on the priority list.
Well, Labour says that it's an abject failure of 13 years of Tory rule that we're even having this discussion about police doing the basic work that most people would think that they should be up to. At this point in time, many campaigning groups are concerned that if they are focusing more on minor crimes, getting involved with all of that kind of detective work, some of the more major crimes like rape might not get the level of investigation they require.
Thank you, Richard.
Richard, thank you very much indeed. Well, that is our top story. After 8 o'clock, we're going to be joined by the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman. But first, here's Marbury with the rest of the day's news. Morning.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning. Labour and the Liberal Democrats have begun campaigning in mid-Bedfordshire, hours after a by-election was triggered when Nadine Dorries resigned. The exit came 11 weeks after the former Culture Secretary vowed to go, and it was delivered with a scathing attack on Rishi Sunak. Our political correspondent Louisa James is in Westminster. Good morning to you, Louisa. Do you think that the Prime Minister will be feeling the pressure now as this next electoral test makes its way towards him?
Yeah, I think it's the last thing that he probably wants, especially now when he is supposed to be getting ready for a so-called reset of his government as the summer comes to an end and really would begin the long countdown to the general election. But I think today is quite a good example, really, of a familiar problem for the Conservatives, which is that while they are trying to put out what they hope is a positive vote-winning message on policing today, for example, at the same time, they're having to deal with a rather less positive message from within their own party about the government. And that is coming today from Nadine Dorries, who not only has written that scathing resignation letter, but has also done an interview in which the former cabinet minister couldn't even say whether she would vote Conservative.
Can the Tories win the next election with Rishi Sunak as leader?
I have to say my answer to that question is no. I don't think so. I think it's very, very unlikely.
And would you vote for Rishi Sunak's Conservatives at the next election?
You're asking me a question I don't know the answer.
Look, I don't think there's a lot of love lost for Nadine Dorries among Conservative MPs, and she isn't the kind of prominent figure whose resignation in itself is a problem for Rishi Sunak, but it is the by-election that she has created that could cause damage if the Tories do lose a very safe seat right in the middle of conference season, just as Rishi Sunak marks a year as Prime Minister. So yes, I think his holiday probably feels a very long way away now.
Louisa, thank you. Prince Andrew has attended a church service with senior royals, marking an apparent show of unity. The Duke of York was pictured in a car with the Prince and Princess of Wales as part of the family's first summer holiday in Balmoral since the late Queen's death. Jonathan Swain is outside Buckingham Palace for us this morning. Good morning, Jonathan. So how much can we read into this appearance by Prince Andrew yesterday?
Morning, Stu. Well, it's been reported by many royal commentators this morning that is this an olive branch that's been extended by the King towards Prince Andrew. As you say, many of the royal family have been invited to Balmoral, the Scottish estate, for the summer. Yesterday, they were seen attending a church service on the church just outside the estate, and that's where Prince Andrew was spotted sitting in the front seat of a car being driven by Prince William, the Prince of Wales. His wife, Catherine, the Princess of Wales, was also in the car as well. They were followed in a separate vehicle by the King and Queen as well. Well, in 2019, Prince Andrew, of course, was stripped of his royal titles, told to step away from working royal duties, and that was all because of his relationship with or friendship with the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, and also the allegations made against Prince Andrew. And there's a payout, of course, to Virginia Giuffre, all allegations that he denies. So no longer a working member of the royal family, but royal watchers say he's still very much a member of the family. And this display of harmony comes just a few days, doesn't it, as the family prepare to mark the death of the Queen, the first anniversary on September the 8th. And Buckingham Palace this morning tell us that the King will mark that day in a private and in a quiet way.
Thanks for that update, Jonathan. Also this morning, 2 people have died after they drove a car into a flooded street in Liverpool. Passers-by fought to help the man and woman who was stuck inside a black Mercedes after flash flooding in Mossley Hill on Saturday evening. Police are appealing for witnesses to what they say was a tragic accident. Flood alerts and warnings remain in place for areas of Merseyside due to the heavy rainfall. A small number of people on a P&O cruise liner have been injured in a weather-related incident in Mallorca, the company's confirmed. It's been reported the ship broke free from its moorings in the port of Palma and collided with a freight vessel during severe storms. P&O Britannia, which left from Southampton 10 days ago, is thought to be carrying over 3,000 passengers. A second last-minute bid to rescue Wilko has reportedly been launched. The budget retailer went into administration 2 weeks ago, putting 12,500 jobs at risk. Nick Dixon is in Redhill in Surrey for us this morning. Good morning to you, Nick. It sounds like promising news for loyal Wilko customers. So what exactly do we know about the deal?
It could be promising, Maureen. Yeah, it's a deal that administrators are being urged to accept. It's a £90 million rescue package, essentially, from a private equity firm called M2 Capital. Now, if this deal was to go ahead, it's understood that it would ultimately safeguard the entire retail operation. So that's 400 stores up and down the country, 12,500 jobs as well, which are at risk. Now, retail experts, of course, feel that's the priority, the jobs and the stores, but they also feel that the brand needs longevity and a lot of investment as well, because it is a brand, you have to remember, that a lot of shoppers have a real loyalty and attachment to.
It's good value, and there's lots of variety there as well. So yeah, we find it useful.
Everything at the moment comes from China, and I think people are trying to avoid buying stuff from China at the moment.
This is part of the community. It's been here a long time. Staff, very good.
It's going to be a ghost town. That's all it'll be.
Just coffee shops and the charity shops. That's all they left.
So the future for Wilko is still uncertain. There are a number of deals on the table that administrators are looking at, Marvin, but they say it's got to be the right deal and a solid deal in place for them to pursue it.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed. The Spanish Football Federation is set to hold an extraordinary and urgent meeting today after its president was suspended by FIFA for kissing a player on the lips. Luis Rubiales sparked controversy over his actions towards Jennifer Hermoso after Spain won the World Cup, but the 46-year-old has refused to step down. Liz Summers has this report.
A show of strength and solidarity. Atletico Madrid and AC Milan players at the Women's Cup final at the weekend, unveiling a banner that reads, "With you, Jennifer Hermoso," as the athlete looks on amid applause. It came after the controversial kiss at the Women's World Cup final last Sunday. Jenny Hermoso says she did not give consent to Luis Rubiales, but he disagrees and refuses to step down.
No voy a dimitir. I'm not going to resign. I'm not going to resign. I'm not going to resign.
Coaching staff resigned en masse, with the exception of head coach Jorge Vilda. He's now spoken out, calling the kiss inappropriate and unacceptable. Rubiales has been provisionally suspended by FIFA, and Spain's Football Federation has launched an internal investigation. Later today, they'll hold an emergency meeting.
I don't think they're going to vote him out. All they've been doing is doubling down and insisting that Rubiales is telling the truth and that they are supporting him and backing him.
Meanwhile, support for Jenny Hermoso continues. The spotlight no longer on Spain's World Cup win, but potentially the start of its Me Too movement. Liz Summers, Good Morning Britain.
And in Wales, hardy competitors wore snorkels, diving masks and flippers for one of Britain's quirkiest sporting events, the Bog Snorkeling Championships. The charity fundraising games has been going since the 1980s in Clonturted, Wales, where swimmers take to the murky waters of the Wainwreath Peat Bog to try to complete the 60-metre course. Fancy dress is encouraged, with one competitor carrying a giant plastic toad on their head.
Also, somebody dressed in a Barbie box.
There was Barbie and Ken. Yeah, on the
I love it.
I love this country. You just know, don't you, that you said that started in the 80s. You just know it started in a pub, don't you? No, 9, half past 9 in the pub.
Finishes in a pub as well.
Bog snorkeling.
Really big charity as well, so people raising a lot of money.
Exactly. It's all good. I was going to say good, clean fun, but it doesn't look very clean at all, does it? Now, still ahead on Good Morning Britain. What do you think of this? Would you eat a squirrel burger? Some think they're vermin, others say they're cute. But could the bushy-tailed rodent become a cheap dinner? One farmer has received online abuse for selling them, but says they could be a cost of living savior. We're going to be talking to him and animal rights group Peter later.
Okay, but now we're going to get the news, the travel and the weather wherever you're watching. We're back, it's 7:16 at about 7:18. See you in a minute.
Hello, your Good Morning Britain headlines now in the south. There's an increased police presence in Bournemouth as investigations continue into the discovery of partial human remains on a cliff path. A member of the public raised the alarm on Saturday, leading to officers setting up a cordon on Manor Step Zigzag in the Boscombe area, where they say they are treating it as a potential murder. As investigations continue into reports of an attempted rape on Brighton Beach, a man has been arrested. It's believed a woman was attacked around 3 o'clock yesterday morning. Around 2 million people are expected to travel home today from bank holiday getaways. The RAC warns major routes will be busy, highlighting the M4 and the M25 as being particularly congested. And tomorrow we'll see the expansion of London's ultra-low emission zone to include Heathrow Airport, as well as the M4 boundary with the M25. Anyone with a more polluting car heading into the capital faces paying £12.50. A new technical college could be built in Southampton. The university is backing plans which would see more opportunity for 14 to 19-year-olds, with 600 spaces created for A and T levels. Now, a buzzard found shot near Haywards Heath has been released back into the wild. East Sussex Wildlife Rescue nursed the bird of prey back to full health before it could be set free. The charity said it was pleased how well it recovered. It is stunning. Time now for Monday's weather. All eyes on the weather. Veriteer's dry or tired eye drops sponsors the GMB local weather.
Morning. Some big improvements for the third day of this long weekend because we're going to see a lot more sunshine pushing through. There might be an occasional shower across parts of Sussex later on, but for most, a lot more blue sky, slightly lighter winds, slightly higher temperatures, so it should also just feel that little bit warmer as well.
Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, next it's Kate and Rich, and I'll be back with you just after 8 o'clock. See you then.
Hi again, all together again. A lot of you getting in touch about your experiences of Commonweal Garden crime. Sean on email says,
It's awful to call them that, and I know that you're right in saying that, but they're all very, very upsetting.
Oh,
when they have to. I know.
Typical. Sean on email says, my daughter's family car was stolen on Saturday night, bad luck, Sean, along with her work diary. She was given a crime number on Saturday night. Case dismissed yesterday, no car back, no update.
David says we're paying for the police through our tax and council tax, and we would like to think they investigate all crimes that are reported.
Carter on email says, my car was reversed into, caused a lot of damage. It was videoed by the neighbour and pictures were taken of the damage. It was all reported to the police as the car that hit mine had no tax. To date, I've heard nothing. And this was 3 months ago. These are typical, these are not unusual stories. I mean, we could go on all morning.
Can I just do a quick one on Sophie's, just very quickly? My partner and I finished our shifts. We're on our way home at around 12 a.m. We drove past what looked like a van robbery. We phoned the police. Their response was, could you walk back and have a look and check it is actually a robbery? I mean, you know.
That would compound things dramatically.
Okay, well, let's see what's actually going on here. We're going to be talking about that this morning and still to come as well. We have the Home Secretary on later as well. We're also talking Spain's Football Federation. They've got an urgent meeting today after their president, you'll remember it, it's caused such a lot of fuss, kissed the Spanish player Jenny Hermoso on the lips after the World Cup final.
She says that kiss, she keeps saying this, it was not consensual. She's adamant about it. He says it was. He says he asked and she said yes. So you've got two completely different stories on this. And now the players are in support of her. They're refusing to take to the pitch. Coaches are resigning left, right and centre. The guy at the centre of the storm is refusing adamantly to quit. He says he's there for keeps. Well, up next, we're talking to Olympic swimmer Sharon Davis about why she thinks we have a long way to go before sexism in sport, that kind of automatic, unthinking sexism, she says, is finally stamped out.
Well, you're watching Good Morning Britain on ITV1.
Back in a minute.
If you're the type that likes room for everything and everyone, yeah, even Mr. Octopus, the type that likes intelligent, flexible design and ingenious technology, no matter the activity or whatever the weather throws at you. The type that loves space, calm and comfort, then the Citroen range is perfect for you. Now available with 0% APR, 40% deposit required.
What makes a Tempur mattress so special? Is it the NASA technology that we developed into our unique Tempur material? Or that it helps you get that true, restful sleep? Tempur, a mattress like no other. Available at stores nationwide.
Stomach rumbling? Cook. Can't cure a cold? Cook. Crying from a broken heart? Cook, cook, cook. Head in a spin, you don't know what to do, or you feel like shouting, I love you. When in doubt, grab the Lurpak and just cook.
Hey guys, Sergio, Surgemeister. Oh, there you are. Isn't it great we get to do this every Tuesday or Wednesday? Every week, every month, all year long.
Get 2-for-1 cinema tickets every Tuesday or Wednesday.
Bye. Bye.
Right. Excuse me. Oh, you're getting your tea? Hey, hope you saved a few quid on that lot with co-op member prices. Loads of tasty stuff cheaper Just by being a co-op member. Come on, it'd be tough not to.
Even a proper donut knows co-op members save more.
Bit rude.
Sign up and save more.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
This Saturday's Lotto jackpot is £20 million and it must be won. It could be you.
Meet the Ninja Foodie Jewel Zone. Cook 2 foods, 2 ways, and finish at the same time. Match and sync to air fry in one drawer, roast in another, and enjoy the 2 together. Save up to 75% on your oven energy bill from Ninja. Make yours in Ninja Kitchen.
As a vet, I know that you want the best care possible for your animal companion. When choosing pet insurance, it can be difficult to know whether the policy will cover the veterinary bills you need it to. Pet Plan aim to pay claims quickly and without a fuss, and that's one reason why so many vets work with them.
There is a goddess in all of us, strong as a lioness. Embrace the power within. Burberry Goddess, the new fragrance.
I just want to give love and be loved.
I would love that to have someone.
Are you worried about whether you're ready?
Yeah.
It's just so nice to see.
It's been 37 years since we've been on a date.
We're a bit rusty.
An unmissable 2-week event. My Mum, Your Dad. This autumn on ITV1 and ITVX.
You're watching Good Morning Britain. The Spanish Football Federation will hold an emergency meeting today to discuss the future of its president, Luis Rubiales, following growing pressure for him to resign. Now, Luis Rubiales has been suspended by FIFA because of this incident. He kissed Spanish player Jenny Hermoso on the lips following the team's World Cup win. Now, Hermoso maintains it was not consensual.
He says he asked and received her explicit permission. So we got completely opposing stories on this. Now all eyes are on the treatment of sportswomen globally. It's spreading outwards now, these ripples. And joining us from Barcelona to talk about it is sports journalist Semra Hunter. We saw her in the bulletin earlier. Morning, Semra. And former Olympic swimmer Sharon Davis. Now Sharon, of course, wrote a fascinating book, Unfair Play, which was all about women's struggles for equality in sport generally. It's a really, really good piece of writing. Sharon, something's happening here, isn't it? This is more than just a news story that's kind of, echoing on. This isn't just kind of like Kissgate. There's an issue here. And it feels like a lot of people, mostly men, are kind of running to catch up. Where are we on what is turning out to be maybe a pivotal moment in the relationship of women to sport? What's your take on it?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, you're right. This isn't something that happened just in the last 2 weeks. This is something that happened a year ago at the Euros. There were 15 young women that wrote a letter saying that they weren't prepared to carry on playing with the manager. They had unfair treatment. The environment was hostile. They weren't being returned to their clubs in the right shape. They were being put on long bus journeys instead of being put on planes. And they were put into cities, host cities too late. So this is about the way that they were being treated generally. There's only 6 women, I think, that sit on a panel inside of Spanish Federation Football amongst 140, right? 6. So it's about this misrepresentation by women to have a voice inside of their own sport, really. And it generally happens in sort of what are called traditionally male sports, football, rugby, cricket, even cycling, quite a misogynistic environment. So yeah, let's hope that it is. I mean, this is the tip of the iceberg. This is the moment that maybe has turned people's attention. These are young women that are standing up for themselves. And in fact, young men too. There's 81 Spanish players now that said that they won't carry on and play. Their next game is due to be, I think, September the 22nd against Sweden. And I think 11 members of staff have also resign. So, you know, there's some serious problems going on in the background. It's not just about Kisco.
All right, okay, Sharon, thanks for putting it in context for us there, particularly with the Spanish side. How would you describe that kiss?
A lack of respect. You know, it was just, he felt that he could just do that. And she obviously was extremely unhappy. I know people are saying at the moment, in the moment, she didn't look as if she was unhappy, but it was a euphoric moment. And when things like that happen to young women, they don't really know how to respond. You've got the world cameras on you. What was she actually supposed to do in that moment? So when she reflected on it, almost immediately afterwards, she said, this was not correct. I did not give consent. It wasn't respect. And I have a problem with it. You know, I think it could have been sorted out right there and then if he apologized. It's the fact that he's doubling down that's becoming the massive problem.
It's always about the cover-up, isn't it? It's always about the aftermath.
Well,
Yeah.
And maybe
Absolutely. It's
it
about the cover-up. Spot on.
reveals something else. So, Semra, this, should be the moment when all eyes are on Spain, celebrating the fact they're the world champions. But instead, the celebrations are, of course, there. But we're talking about this. Now, is that good for women's football there? Is that good for women in sport because maybe a lid has been lifted? Or is it rather sad? What's your take?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's sad that a man in a position of power has abused that power, according to Janine Moss, with the fact that she did not give consent. It was unsolicited. So it has really lifted the lids on what these very women themselves for years have been talking about in relation to a patriarchal setup within the federation and how on a daily basis, according to them, they have received terrible mistreatment and terrible abuse, and it ranges anywhere from humiliation, from ridicule to being silenced, to being manipulated, and so on. So there is that aspect of this. But is it a good thing? I think in some ways we can make it a good thing. It's very unfortunate that this happened. It never should have happened to begin with. But now that it has, in Spain at the very least, it really has opened up a very healthy debate around sexism, misogyny, sexual abuse and sexual violence towards women in a wider context in society and within culture. And people are starting to wake up to the fact that maybe they didn't realize how normalized it actually was, and how we have to really look at these overt and subtle forms of sexual abuse or sexual violence or sexism, misogyny, and so on. And we have to talk about it, even if it is uncomfortable. We do have to, because it's the only way that we can find a means of going forward together collectively as a society, making things better, making improvements, allowing women to feel safe enough that they can come forward and talk about these things when it happens, because that hasn't been the case here in this country. And men and women on both
say that, for instance, it has been the case. It feels almost like a Me Too movement has sprung out of this kiss, doesn't it? In Spain, obviously, we've seen it around the world. How then do you think Luis Rubiales' reaction should be seen in that context? He's doubling down, as you say. He apologized in the moment and then later has doubled down and said he did ask for consent and she says he didn't. Should his reaction be seen as basically symptomatic of a complete lack of understanding, or is it something that you feel he needs to be, if you like, taken down? He has to go. What is the next stage?
Well, the next stage, obviously, there are legal proceedings that are opened up here in Spain. There's going to be another meeting in parallel to the Federation today by the Administrative Court, which is the highest court as it relates to sport. And they will, based on the evidence and based on any further explanations that he gives, they will determine whether there was an abuse of power or if there was a lack of decorum within a sporting realm. And based on that, they can decide whether they want to continue to him or ban him. But yes, I think a lot of people here are very much angered by his behavior and his reaction, and do see it as a very symptomatic issue of this wider problem, that this is a man who's completely unaware of how damaging his actions, his words and behaviors actually are.
Sure.
Many people use the word deluded to describe
All right, let's go back to
a completely different reality.
Let's come back to Sharon. How much of this do you think is specifically an issue for Spanish culture? I mean, earlier we saw, after the victory, we've seen shots of this guy grabbing himself by the crotch, which is a very machismo gesture, he was basically saying to the coach of the team, you've got BALLS. That's a sort of a fairly common piece of sign language which you see in Spanish culture. How much of what happened after the game is to do with Spain and its machismo culture? And it does have a machismo culture. And how much of it is a broader problem for women in sport generally?
I think here in the UK, you know, we have quite a lot of good movement with regards to supporting our female athletes, and women's football, I mean, is doing a fantastic job. There's still an awful long way to go. You know, we need to make sure that the women's game is very much supported by the success of the men's game. I don't know whether you know your history, but after the First World War, women were banned from football in this country for 50 years because we were told we didn't have the right anatomy to be able to play the game. I mean, how utterly ridiculous. So we're playing catch up at the moment, and I think it's important that, you know, the FA understand that and they support and grow that game, and that they work with the women. But simple things like ACL injuries, knee injuries on women are nearly 5 or 6 times worse in women than they are in men because of our anatomy, because of the Q angle from the hips to the knee, because of, you know, more flexible ligaments. So we need to understand that we have to support more medical intervention, we have to support more medical research, that, you know, women are not smaller men, and that even if it means making sure that we create more female goalkeeping shirts, you know, we have to actually understand that we're not a subspecies, we are a totally different sex.
And just finishing with that kiss, this is where we came in really. Would you see, I'll ask you the same question in Spain, do you think that it was more sexist than sexual? What was it about it in particular which you found offensive, Sharon?
I think it was just the lack of respect,
yeah.
And that's the word that the Lionesses have used as well, just lack of respect.
And what about you, Semra? Do you feel, I mean, obviously, kiss by definition is sexual, but do you feel it was more an abuse of power and sexist in that sense than purely sexual?
Yes, I do. And I think it was also, for him, a display of, once again, this idea that he can get away with anything that he wants. And this is the tip of the iceberg, not just in terms of how it relates to this conversation that we're having with sexism and misogyny, but it also relates to a long-running history of scandals that he has as a person and as a person in charge. And so he has consistently been able to swerve a lot of these allegations against him. So it's only made him feel as though he can do whatever he wants and get away with it. And I think part of it is also a way of saying, together with Jorge Vilda, look, we did it. We're the men. We're the ones who made them win a World Cup in the end, even of course if they didn't play. So yes, I think it is very much an act of a man who is in a position of power, who really did abuse it in a moment, and it was very, very inappropriate indeed.
Do you think that the Spanish FA are going to read the, just very quickly, do you think the Spanish FA, speaking as a sports journalist now, are going to read the room today and cut him loose, or do you think they'll continue to dig in?
Well, considering that up until now they've dug in, I would be very surprised if they decided to push him out in the end. There are still supporters of him within the federation. And I think that's actually another, according to Spanish media, that's another aspect they're going to look at today. Are they also going to try and cut loose the people within the federation that still support him? So it's going to be very interesting to see what comes out of this meeting today. But I'm not entirely sure that they are going to push him out as of today. They may actually wait for the government to do that instead.
Semra, I just want interested in terms of Spanish culture, not being Spanish myself. I think for the people that saw that kiss, even in the moment it happened, we were all celebrating, or actually being English, commiserating ourselves about the result. It was the fact that he had his hands on the back of her head when he kissed it. That was the thing that felt a bit, really forcing rather than leaning in for kiss on each cheek or whatever else. Is that something that is common in Spain? Is that a cultural thing, or did that jar even with you?
It very much jarred with me, and it jarred with just about everybody in Spain. That is not common at all. And I think it is important that people understand that, because they just think, oh, the Spanish, we're so warm and friendly and we kiss each other all the time. Well, no, we don't. I mean, we hug each other, sure, but usually that's when we know people really well, or we kiss each other on the cheeks, but again, in a very non-sexual way. But we never, ever, ever cross that line of kissing each other on the lips. So Spanish people were also very taken aback by that. And I think a lot of people really took offense that so many people abroad actually thought that that was normal behavior on our part, and it very much isn't. And as you say, he forcefully grabbed her head. And again, that's also not normal either.
Okay, well, good to clarify that. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to both of you. Yeah.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
All right, it's 7:37. Should we have a look at the weather? in Spain as elsewhere.
The temperature's rising. Box Solar, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
Well, across Spain, they had a heat wave just a week or so ago, and yesterday they had torrential storms. Low pressure moved through. The storm is heading its way through Eastern Europe, pushing away the heat, but bringing torrential rain and some flash flooding. Closer to home, our weather's a lot more settled. We've got high pressure close by, low pressure trying to make some influence. And so really for many of us this week, it continues to be sunshine and showers, but not quite as warm as it was last week. Today, though, actually probably the driest day of the week for most of us, and that's great news if for you. It is a bank holiday, which it is for many of us. So outdoor plans, that is good. At the moment, the latest satellite and radar largely dry, just a few isolated showers through western areas, and any showers that develop today, particularly through more western and central areas of the UK, will be very light, very isolated, few and far between, sunshine either side, nothing like some of those torrential thunderstorms we had yesterday. And in the sunshine today, temperatures 18 to 22 degrees, that's around about average, but in the sunshine with the light winds, it'll feel very nice indeed. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Thank you, Laura. Coming up to 22 now, still to come. Well, obviously, he was the master of the set-piece interview. All the best out of fantastic stars, the biggest names of all, really. But all along, Michael Parkinson apparently didn't think he was really up to the job. He thought he had, well, he did have, imposter syndrome. We'll hear about that when his son, Mike, joins us next, a couple of weeks after his dad passed.
Good to see him this morning. You're watching Good Morning Britain on ITV1.
Uh-oh, someone's in trouble. Or perhaps not. You see, Gorilla Superglue fixes all kinds of bricks quickly, and Mum stays none the wiser for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Pay attention. Hyaluronic acid for your hair.
Elvive Hydrohyaluronic from L'Oreal Paris. Hair feels hydrated for up to 72 hours.
We're worth it.
This bank holiday weekend, there's still time to catch the sun. As this is your very last chance to enter the Omaze £1 Million House Draw Norfolk, supporting the RNLI. Enter now and you could win this house on the Norfolk coast, worth £4.5 million, plus an incredible £100,000 in cash. So enter by midnight tonight at omaze.co.uk. And soon you could win the house that has it all, where the countryside meets the coast, and where big skies inspire big dreams. But only if you enter by midnight tonight. Last month, we changed the lives of Eliza and her family.
Wow.
When she won a dream house in Yorkshire.
If it can happen to me, it can happen to anyone.
What's your dream? Because our next grand prize winner really could be you.
And the best part, you'll be supporting the RNLI.
So for your very last chance to win this coastal property in Norfolk, plus £100,000, you must enter by midnight tonight at omaze.co.uk.
Shop Etsy's end of summer sale for big savings on home, style, and gifts on etsy.co.uk. Etsy has it.
Vauxhall Astra Electric. 0% APR with 30% minimum deposit.
At Button-Up Box, we're putting the food back into dog food. Because kibble's been around for decades, and it never really resembled food. But we do things differently. Our meals are made with fresh, human quality ingredients that you can see and say. Gently cooked and served from the fridge. Because at Button-Up Box, we believe dogs deserve better. Fetch a box now at buttonupbox.com.
it, boy? Billy's in the well Ripton Farm.
With Tesco Mobile, you get a lot more help than you'd expect from a network. Like Tesco Club Card points to put towards your weekly shop. Because we rarely give a sausage.
Guys, we are on the Costa del Sol. Okay, and I've organized a lazy sofa.
Are you serious?
You're gonna have to trust me, everybody does that here. This is what you put on your heads.
What do I look like?
Gordon, Gino and Fred Viva España starts Sunday at 9 on ITV1 and ITVX.
You're watching Good Morning Britain. We're remembering the king of the chat show, Michael Parkinson, with his son Mike, who's here with us in a few moments.
Well, I'll be asking how the family's doing 2 weeks after the great man passed on. But first, it's time for our competition, and you could win a brand new car and a bit of money. Andy has all the details. Andy.
Morning, how do you fancy getting your hands on one of these and getting your hands on all of this? Well, today's a lucky day because you can win both.
We've this fabulous BMW X3 worth over £63,000. This hybrid car comes with sat-nav, parking assist, 20-inch alloy wheels, and so much more. Imagine the adventures you could go on with this brand new family car.
Just when you thought this price couldn't get any better, we then go and throw in £60,000 in totally tax-free cash. Yep, that's right. You're welcome.
With that much cash to splash, you could treat yourself to a fabulous getaway, save some for a rainy day, or spend.
So, for your chance to win that £60,000 in tax-free cash and that brand new car, remember, there's a guaranteed winner, and it could be you. Good luck.
For another chance to win the cash and the car, text prize to 62525. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or go to the website. Entries cost £2. You can call 09068 782525. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and phone number to BK33, PO Box 7558, Derby, DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close to 2 p.m. on Friday the 15th of September. You've got to be in it to win it. Good luck.
Now, when I joined Granada Television back in the very early 1980s, there was a kind of a Michael Parkinson-shaped hole in the newsroom because he'd been a huge figure at Granada Television and in the Northwest, very much a Mr. Manchester figure for years, but he's obviously long gone to the BBC. But his reputation very much lived on, and Granada was kind of very proud of him. And the late Sir Michael was, of course, eventually the king, the unchallenged king of the chat show, famous for these extraordinary interviews at the time. They were with global superstars, a legendary broadcaster, and a kind of national treasure.
He's a national treasure, he absolutely was. But to Mike Parkinson, of course, he was just dad. Behind the camera, Parky's children saw a different side to him, a parent who wouldn't miss a game of cricket and loved playing football in the garden. And I'm pleased to say that Mike joins us now. How are you doing? Because there's you talk about a big hole in the newsroom. There's a big hole in your life, isn't there?
Yes, there is. I mean, it's a very strange experience to lose a man who's a public figure, because you spend the first few days in his passing reading this extraordinary outpouring of love and affection. And you almost feel as a family you don't need to want to step on people's toes, because you want to allow them to grieve. Because they're grieving a very different man. They're grieving a public figure, a man that they love because of who represented to them, either in print or radio or television. But for us, obviously, it's a different experience. And for me, it's a very strange experience, because for the last 20 years, he's been my business partner and co-presenter and co-creator of various things that we've done together.
Gosh,
So
so you've lost your working life and a big part of your family life in one.
Well, I hope I haven't lost my working life.
No, I don't think forever, but the pattern of your
I know it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
absolutely. I mean, it's a strange experience to go through, and it's a very interesting experience to see what other people thought of my father, because I know you use words like national treasure and legend and icon. He would have been laughing. He's laughing now when people say that about him, because in no way, shape, or form did he ever think that anything that he ever did would live beyond what he did at the time. He never did. He viewed himself very much as a kind of jobbing broadcaster, jobbing journalist, and he just kept going forward.
And that was probably the secret of his success, that he didn't take it. Where was the moment? I think this is interesting with people who have famous mums or dads. When was the moment when you realised he wasn't just dad and he had a job that made him something to other people?
Well, I tell you what's very interesting, because when I was growing up, there wasn't the internet, there wasn't mobile phones. Therefore,
Right.
fame was something you had to be earned,
Mhm.
not just got hold of. So I wasn't aware of it at all. My friends were totally disinterested in what my father had to do. The parents were kind of, but again, he enjoyed the best of fame because he could go and have the trappings of fame at the same time as being a normal man. He could go to the pub, he could do what he wanted to do. I think the moment I realised was in 1998 when he came back to do the show. And he had Anthony Hopkins and he had Barry Manilow on, and they had Paul Merton. And I was in the studio at the time because I was working at the BBC. And the frisson when he walked on stage for the first time was quite extraordinary. It was like someone had come back that people had missed for too long.
Oh.
And at the end of the show, it's the only time I've really seen him, he was slightly overcome with the emotion of what had just happened. And it was very interesting to see. And I suddenly thought, that's how important he is.
What about his own view of himself? You see, I always regarded Michael Parkinson as being super confident.
Yeah.
Not to the point of arrogance, but not that far back from it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
A huge amount of self-belief.
Sure.
And yet, since his death, you've shared with us the fact that not all the time, but for quite a lot of the time, he had what is in modern terms called imposter syndrome. In other words, he didn't think he was good enough.
Yeah.
What am I, Michael Parkinson from Barnsley, doing on the telly? That kind of
There's two aspects to it, which is very interesting from my point of view. One that people are surprised that he is lack of confidence. He's a human being. I mean, one of the things that he did when his interview show was to reveal the man and the woman behind the fame. Everyone imagines that famous people, talented people, have these wonderful gilded lives. Well, they don't. Actually, they are subject to the same frailties and insecurities as we all are, which is what my dad revealed. And he was subject to them as well, and mainly because he came from a very working class background in a mining village. And he was expected, because of, at the time, the class-ridden society he was born in, to become a miner and to go down there and to actually, know his place, stay in his place. Because of his two extraordinary parents, he was set free. Because of his talent, he exploded onto the scene. Because of the Cultural Revolution, he became the man the BBC wanted. All the way along, he was haunted by the idea, what am I doing here? I shouldn't be here, really. There are better educated people. People talk nicer than me. People are better brought up than me. And he ran all his life with this fear behind him that someone's going to tap on the shoulder and go, come on.
Did he share that with you as a family?
Yeah, absolutely. Not as a family, no. That's interesting. When we were growing up, the only aspect you got of it was how bad-tempered he was on a show day, or how bad-tempered he was when he had to do a script.
Was that nerves or
That's
anxiety
nerves.
or press? Yeah,
Nerves, total nerves.
Yeah.
Total utter nerves of I'm going to fail this time. I'm not going to do it, and they're going to tell me I can't do it. But as I began to work with him, I realised he'd do a show like this, and he'd go back in the car with me and go, "You know that anecdote I told you? So I got that wrong. I didn't tell that very well." And he would absolutely forensically go through what happened. He was totally and utterly urbanity was a carapace, which he knew he had to give. He knew that if he was nervous, the audience wouldn't relax, and the person sitting next to him wouldn't relax.
Right.
So he had to. Well, you're there to make it.
Totally.
But he did interview some extraordinary people. In 2004, he had a memorable encounter with Lauren Bacall. Should we have a little look?
Absolutely.
Here it comes.
It will be there, Colin.
When I sat in that back row in Barnsley and watched Tom Gundog, I wore their kiss Lauren Bacall.
He was very funny about his own dad.
Well, just before,
that kiss was consensual.
I was going to say, because we're talking all morning.
That kiss was totally consensual. Before anyone started, she initiated it.
She initiated it and said, "Come on, I know you're a man."
Rapist flirtatious relationship since about the 1970s onwards. That was the fourth time they met. So before anyone starts getting on like, what's the difference?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, quite. But the start, was it just him? Sorry, was it just him that drew these stars in, or was there in a way a different time when unavailable stars like Lauren Bacall, massive legends of so many people's lives, and youngsters might not know of her, but will go back and learn just how big she was. you know, they came onto shows like this in a different way than
Yes,
now.
they did. I mean, in the 1970s, when he first started, Hollywood was opening up. The studio system had stopped, and Hollywood began to open up, and these stars were available for the first time. And what my father did was introduce these people to an unfiltered, without the kind of protection of the PR. So that's in a sense, he was lucky. The timing was correct. When he came back in '98, it had become a cachet to go on the show. There was a generation of kids. Robbie Williams is a prime example. He came on the show and actually took a picture saying, "Look, Mum, I'm on Parky," because to them, to their mums, they were like, you know, go on the show. Hugh Jackman was hilarious. He went on the show. He had his hair for a Wolverine, and he couldn't say he was on Wolverine. And his father was absolutely furious because he'd gone on the show looking like a hobo. Go on the show, but dress properly because your grand's watching. So it became a cachet.
Which is a lovely thing.
I was just quickly going to ask, just going back a generation to his own father, who, let's put it this way, was sparing with his praise of his son. He really didn't want any of it to go to his head. How would you define their relationship? Because to me, it seems quite old-fashioned.
It was old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, I mean, my grandfather did a horrible, dirty, dangerous job for 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. He didn't see his son. The only time he saw his son was on the cricket pitch or when he watched him play football, and that's where they had their relationship. They communed and conversed through a love of sport. It wasn't a relationship which was full of hugs and connection. They stood opposite each other, and between them was a gulf of misunderstanding because my father couldn't understand what my granddad did for a living, and my granddad didn't understand what my father did for a living, but they loved each other.
And was he consciously different with you because of that?
No, because he was not consciously different. I mean, I can't sit here and start saying he was the father of the year because he wasn't the father of the year, but not in a bad way. He was very much a man of his time. He very much was. Strict and do as I say, not as I do. I think it does go back to the fact that in the end, what defined him as a man is what he did. And it drove him forward. And behind every single story, there is a great woman. And behind him was my mother. And she was the one that held the family together, reminded him that he needed to come home and be with us.
Well, that's a lovely way to end.
It is a good way to
Talk to
end.
you all morning, but thank you very much.
And
indeed.
it's
Thank
great that
you,
you can
Mike.
come on talking about him. You know, it's only a couple of weeks since we lost him.
It's important for the family that we also give our perspective about what he was.
I hear that, and it's very good to see you. Thanks a lot for coming. All right, in a couple of minutes, we're talking about this latest news about Prince Andrew, photographed at Balmoral with the royals yesterday. Is that some kind of signal that he's back in the royal film? We'll talk about that. You're watching Good Morning Britain. All right.
Breakfast is always included at Holiday Inn Express.
You don't never need help from nobody else. All you got to do now.
Brilliant, Fab. With breakfast always included, you can start the day off any way you like at Holiday Inn Express by IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Stratos from Shark. Anti-odor technology transforms bad odors into fresh-smelling air. Anti-hair wrap Plus captures and removes all the hair types, while CleanSense IQ adjusts power for the mess above and below the surface. Recommended by 9 out of 10 pet owners. Stratos, Shark's most advanced range.
The DFS summer sale is on, and if stretching out is your thing, try the San Antonio. The Flex Connector Studio for £1,379, or the House Beautiful Layla for just £999. Hurry, these savings end Wednesday. DFS, what's your thing?
Great taste in 100 calories or less. Walker's multi-packs. Yeah.
Promotional products say a lot about you and your brand. That's why you need a guarantee. That's why you need 4imprint. To know for certain it'll be right first time, on time, every time, or your money back. Because when something has your logo on it, it matters. To you, your customers, your team, and to us. For thousands of promotional products, there's 4imprint.co.uk. For imprint, for certain.
At Button-Up Box, we're putting the food back into dog food. Because kibble's been around for decades. And it never really resembled food. But we do things differently. Our meals are made with fresh, human quality ingredients that you can see and say. Gently cooked and served from the fridge. Because at Button-Up Box, we believe dogs deserve better. Fetch a box now at buttonupbox.com.
Take your first step in investing from just £50 a month. Lloyds Bank, by your side.
Get bye. Bye. Right. Excuse me. Oh, you're getting your tea? Hey, hope you saved a few quid on that lot with co-op member prices. Loads of tasty stuff cheaper. Just stop being a co-op member. Come on. It'd be daft not to.
Even a proper donut knows co-op members save more.
Bit rude.
Sign up and save more.
Uh-oh. Oh,
I just want to give love and be loved.
I would love that to have someone.
Are you worried about whether you're ready?
Yeah.
It's just so nice to see.
It's been 37 years since I've been on a date.
We're a bit rusty.
An unmissable 2-week event. My Mum, Your Dad. This autumn on ITV1 and ITVX.
Looks like things are heating up. Box Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
Welcome back to Good Morning Britain. For many, it is Bank Holiday Monday and the weather doesn't look too bad. Amazing. Plenty of sunshine around. It's largely dry. Thankfully, particularly compared to those torrential thunderstorms eastern areas had yesterday. But the latest satellite radar picks out just a few light showers, and that's pretty much the way it stays as we head through the day. Plenty of sunshine this morning, a little more cloud bubbling up by this afternoon. Very isolated showers. If you catch one, it'll be light and soon move through. But in between, in the sunshine, temperatures of 18 to 22 is average for the time of year, but it should feel very nice indeed in the sunshine. Tonight we see a band of rain moving into the north that slips southwards, some mist and fog, and a fresher start tomorrow compared to what we've been used to. And tomorrow is a day of sunny spells, seeing more in the way of showers later. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Monday, 28th of August, 2023, live from Television Centre in London. This is Good Morning Britain with Kate Garraway and Richard Madeley.
Good morning. Our main news. The government says police forces in England and Wales must follow all leads in cases where there is a reasonable, that's how they phrase it, a reasonable chance it could result in solving a crime. Well, the Home Secretary hopes this so-called back to basics approach will bring more low-level offenders like thieves and shoplifters to justice.
Well, we say low level. I mean, currently burglars and muggers and car thieves and bike thieves all have a much better than 90% chance of completely getting away with it. There are many who are saying that these crimes, which affect everyday people, all of us out here in the real world, are virtually decriminalised. Our chief correspondent, Richard Gaisford, is in South London. The other question that people are asking this morning, and they're asking us in their droves on the programme, Richard, is why aren't the police already trying to follow up on these crimes which affect real people in real time, in real places?
Yeah, we're hearing a lot from people on our social media channels this morning who have offered evidence to the police, and those crimes haven't been investigated. We're broadcasting this morning from London's SE1 postcode, Richard and Kate, and that is the postcode with the highest crime rate in the UK, and that is despite being just down the road from New Scotland Yard and from the decision makers in Parliament. And it is from Westminster that the pressure is coming from Suella Braverman on police across the country to do more, to reinstill the confidence in the policing service. She's asking them, and they have agreed now, to look at all CCTV offered from people's homes and businesses, from dash cam footage and doorbell footage, from tracking services offered on stolen mobile phones and cars. The police, though, the rank and file, well, they're not convinced that they have yet the numbers, resources, or time to pursue that level of investigation.
As I represent, work very hard on a daily basis. They're rushing from call to call to call. They're chasing their tail. They barely get time to stop for their refreshment breaks or even to use the toilet. You know, the amount of police officers that we got, it's still only just about above what it was in 2010.
Well, many people, of course, have the view that police just aren't interested. Now, that was certainly the case for Hayley Tully on Merseyside this summer. She took the law into her own hands, did her own police work to recover the bike that had been stolen from her boyfriend, her daughter's boyfriend. She believed that the police just wouldn't have the ability to persecute and pursue that kind of crime.
It's not that I haven't got faith in the police. I just think they're understaffed. The resources aren't there. So they're not going to be coming out to where we live just to try and get a bike back. It wasn't that they were going to handle it. I just knew they wouldn't be around. I knew they just wouldn't put that on the priority list.
Well, Labour saying this morning that this really is the fact that we're having this conversation, highlighting the failure of Tory policing policy over the last 13 years. And there is some concern, and I'm sure this will be addressed to Willa Braverman later, that some serious crimes, the more serious crimes like rape, perhaps might not now get the level of investigation required if officers' attention is diverted elsewhere.
Richard, thank you very much indeed. Well, Willa Braverman will be here to answer those points. But first of all, Marvin's got the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thanks, Kate. Thanks, Richard. Good morning. Labour and the Liberal Democrats have begun campaigning in mid-Bedfordshire, hours after a by-election was triggered when Nadine Dorries resigned as an MP. The exit came 11 weeks after the former Culture Secretary vowed to go, and it was delivered with a scathing attack on Rishi Sunak.
Which has also since given an interview saying Rishi Sunak is going to lose the general election, and she wouldn't even commit to voting Conservative herself. Now, while there is perhaps not too much love lost for Nadine Dorries within the Conservative Party, it is the by-election she has now triggered which has the potential to cause serious damage if the Conservatives lose an ultra-safe seat, just as Rishi Sunak starts to mark a year in office.
Prince Andrew has attended a church service with senior royals marking an apparent
It's 8
show
o'clock.
of unity.
I can put
Duke
radio
York
on
was
the radio
pictured
now
in
and
a car
I'm
with the
quite
Prince and
music.
Princess of Wales as part of the family's first summer holiday in Balmoral since the late Queen's death.
Well, is this an olive branch that's been extended by the King to Prince Andrew? Since he was stripped of his royal titles back in 2019, he hasn't been a working member of the royal family, but this appears to show he is very much part of the private family. Well, all of this happens just days ahead of the first anniversary of the Queen's death, and Buckingham Palace this morning tell us that the King will mark that occasion in a private way up in Bath.
2 people have died after they drove a car into a flooded street in Liverpool. Passers-by fought to help the man and woman who was stuck inside a black Mercedes after flash flooding in Mossley Hill on Saturday evening. Police are appealing for witnesses to what they say was a tragic accident. Flood alerts and warnings remain in place for areas of Merseyside due to the heavy rainfall. A second last-minute bid to rescue Wilko has reportedly been launched. The budget retailer went into administration 2 weeks ago, putting 12,500 jobs at risk.
Yeah, this is a deal that administrators are being urged to accept a rescue package worth around £90 million from a private equity firm called M2 Capital. Now, if this deal goes ahead, it's believed that the deal ultimately would rescue the entire retail operation. So 12,500 jobs that are at risk in 400 stores. But retail experts really feel a lot of investment will be required as well to ensure a new generation of shoppers are headed to Wilko.
The Spanish Football Federation is set to hold an extraordinary and urgent meeting today after its president was suspended by FIFA for kissing a player on the lips. Luis Rubiales sparked controversy over his actions towards Jennifer Hermoso after Spain won the World Cup, but the 46-year-old has refused to step down.
That's it. That's you.
Thank you very much indeed. Can you slot something a bit gamey?
I can. Let's have a look under here, shall we? We've got some squirrel burgers in the studio. So some people think this is a horrible idea, and they call squirrel burgers, well, and other people think squirrels are vermin, and actually it's a good thing to do with them. So could squirrels become a cheap dinner? These squirrel burgers could be a cost of living crisis saviour. Well, you know, there's one farmer who says this is the way forward, but he's getting online abuse for it. We're going to be talking to him and animal rights group Pete a bit later on.
Well, Peter Better are against meat full stop, you know, eating meat full stop, so you'd expect them to be against squirrel burgers. But I have to say, I expected them to smell a bit chickeny from everything I've read, but that smells quite unpleasant.
For me, it's a completely unscientific and emotional. I just don't want to eat squirrel napkin. I just find it a hard issue, but I will do for the purposes of you. We're talking royals, aren't we?
We are indeed. Are the royals, do you think, maybe on the road to some kind of family harmony? This is based on the fact that yesterday Prince Andrew was photographed, and they would have known that he was going to be photographed, driven to church at Balmoral with the Prince and Princess of Wales, both there and back again. Was that a signal that he's back in the fold? Has he been forgiven for all his transgressions of late? We'll be talking about that next. But now, at coming up to 8:10, we're going to get the news, the travel, and the weather wherever you're watching. I don't like it.
Hello, your headlines now in the south. Police in Dorset are treating the discovery of partial human remains on a cliff path as a murder. An investigation was launched when the discovery was made on Manor Step Zigzag in Boston at the weekend. A cordon was set up. Well, drivers heading into any part of Greater London face a charge from tomorrow. The capital's ultra-low emission zone is expanding. It'll cost £12.50 for more polluting vehicles. The zone will include Heathrow Airport. The University of Southampton is backing plans for a new technical college in the city, creating 600 spaces for 14 to 19-year-olds. Discussions into the next stage of the restoration of Brighton Superdrone are underway. The council says the process is very complex. And East Sussex Wildlife Rescue, which nursed a buzzard found shot near Haywards Heath back to health, has released the bird of prey back into the wild. Beautiful pictures there. Now it's Charlie Powell.
All eyes on the weather. Veriteer's dry or tired eye drops sponsors the GMB local weather.
Morning. Some big improvements for the third day of this long weekend because we're going to see a lot more sunshine pushing through. There might be an occasional shower across parts of Sussex later on, but for most, a lot more blue sky, slightly lighter winds, slightly higher temperatures, so it should also just feel that a little bit warmer as well.
I like the sound of that. Well, Chloe will have your lunchtime news just before 2. I'll be back with you tomorrow. Have a good day.
Well, over the weekend, Prince Andrew joined senior royal family members at Balmoral in what marks the first summer holiday the family have taken since the death of the Queen.
Well, the Duke was pictured, as we said, with the Prince and Princess of Wales, just about make him out there in the front of the car, in what does seem, and what is being interpreted by many royal watchers, as an apparent show of welcome home, unity. Andrew, of course, stepped down from public life following his civil sex assault case brought by Virginia Giuffre. Joining us now is Newsweek's chief royal correspondent, Jack Royston. So what's your take on this morning, Jack? I mean, are we being deliberately sent a signal here, or were they just giving him a lift to the church?
I think that they would have known that there was a very high probability that he would have been photographed in the car with Prince William. I think one possible, just to play devil's advocate, one possible aspect might be that Andrew doesn't actually have police protection at the moment, but by being in the car with Prince William, he would be shielded effectively by William's police team. So there might have been that dimension.
Way around that, though, don't you think? It feels.
Well, exactly.
You know, because the Prince and Princess of Wales have, I think, generally been considered to be doing very well since the Queen's passing and the King was crowned. They've come over very well, and we know they're passionate about modernising and the image of the monarchy. So I was surprised to see that public statement. Do you read it as that?
I do read it as a public statement. I think it does suggest some foreign relations. I think it's a mistake on William's part. I think that he needs to know that Prince Andrew is radioactive and hated by a very large percentage of British society. I wonder whether maybe William and Kate, having survived Prince Harry's bombshells, maybe start to think that they're perhaps a little bit invulnerable, which they're not. And Prince Andrew's reputation is so far in the mud that he could cause reputational damage to them by this association. It's one thing to have him be present at church in Balmoral or to be present at, a family event, but it is another thing to be for William to actually be driving him there and have him in the car. I think it looks very bad on the man who's going to be our next king. So I think they need to realise that Andrew is a different kettle of fish. People do dislike Harry very strongly, but the allegations against Andrew are on a much more serious level, and he had the opportunity to try to prove his innocence in court, and he turned it down. So the jury of public opinion went out on Andrew a long time ago. He obviously denies the allegations, but I think the public have made up their minds.
Do you think that, what's your analysis of Andrew's extraordinary fall from grace? Because once upon a time, he was incredibly popular, particularly in the period just after the Falklands War, when he came home with a rose between his teeth and all the rest of it. He was definitely flavour of the month. It can't just be the Epstein thing. It can't just be that car crash Newsnight interview. What are the other factors in Andrew's personality, his character, his behaviour, which have made him fall out so spectacularly with the British people?
Well, I think he's a very arrogant man, and he caused lots of problems when he was a trade envoy, when he was going abroad representing Britain, representing the Foreign Office, and people were nicknaming him His Buffoon Highness because he went and offended everybody. He is a man who, he really believes in himself and his own needs, and he wants to do whatever he wants, basically. And then Epstein was the ultimate kind of moment when that turned around and ultimately destroyed him. But there were serious reservations about Andrew before any of those allegations came out, and in the early stages. He also could have handled that whole scandal a lot better than he did. I mean, it ultimately culminated with his legal team arguing in court that the New York Child Victims Act was unconstitutional. After it had been used by thousands of child abuse victims to try and seek justice through the civil courts. He now accepts it. When he settled the case, he accepted that Virginia Giuffre was a Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking victim. But in court, his lawyers put into evidence old news articles suggesting she was a money-hungry hussy and all of these kinds of things. So it got really ugly and really messy. And obviously, all of that fallout makes him radioactive. He is radioactive to the royal family, and they do need to keep some distance.
Okay, so on that, following him stepping down because of the Virginia Giuffre case, we understood, we're not party to the actual conversations, that William, that the Prince of Wales, was very active in ensuring that his military titles were removed. Which is, I guess, why people are thinking, well, why would he be the first royal to be so publicly pictured in this way?
Well, I wonder whether maybe there was a family decision about this, and William, he might well have been nominated to be slightly less protected from the risk of this operation than the king, so slightly more protected. So in other words, Charles has not done it. He could have. They could have arranged a moment when he could be seen in public with Charles. But Charles, obviously, as the king, any reputational damage is going to be felt even more intensely by the king than by the Prince of Wales. So perhaps William, being one rung down pecking order, was viewed as a more appropriate person.
In the meantime, of course, though, they are a family having their first time, which is always a family time in Balmoral since the passing of the Queen. And is there any element that there might be sort of wanting to heal as a family, if not as an institution, that could be part of it? Because we do always hear, don't we, that Andrew was the Queen's favourite and all of those things. Is there any sense of that?
You've got to think that this period, and it will have brought the family back together. I mean, it will stir a lot of memories, not only of the days when the Queen passed away, but also that whole summer. They will have been reminiscing together about that whole summer when they shared the Queen's last weeks with her. So I'm sure that will have stirred a huge amount of emotion among the whole family, and it probably, in all honesty, has brought Andrew closer together with William and Charles, and perhaps that has softened attitudes. And they may well feel an obligation because, as you say, the Queen was, I think, more protective of Andrew than Charles and William were. So perhaps they feel that they've got to honour her wishes. And, you know, Charles he's obviously spending his accession day privately in Balmoral, the place where he lost his mother, which is the same way that the Queen spent her accession day. She spent them in Sandringham, the place where she lost her father. And I think it would almost be inhuman not to feel some greater warmth and connection with the family members who you shared those experiences with.
But just to finish with, you started off by saying you thought that this was a misreading of the room, basically, by the Prince and Princess of Wales. Do you think, just on the flip side of that, setting aside family loyalties, etc., do you think maybe they were just testing the waters yesterday, and then that photograph was basically pushed out to see what we'd all say? And what the public would say, and they'll get their fingers burned and they'll pull back again.
The waters have been tested so many times before, but I suppose you could argue. I mean, he was at Christmas. You know, he was at the royal family's Christmas at Sandringham, but he wasn't pictured in the car. I mean, you can argue that they've tested the waters many times before. He walked the Queen to her seat at Prince Philip's memorial, and then it wound up on the front pages, overshadowing the event. So I think if that is what's happening, I think they need to understand that the waters have been tested so many times that maybe now they just know what the answer actually is, and they don't need to do that again in future. You only have to look at the polling. Like Andrew I think you could probably pick Vladimir Putin as being more unpopular than him, but you'd struggle to find anybody else. Like he is really at rock bottom in UK public opinion.
Okay, Newsweek's chief royal correspondent, Jack Royston, thank you very much for your time this morning and immediate overnight reaction. Right, coming up to 8 o'clock on a bank holiday Monday, everywhere except Scotland. Sorry, Scotland, but you've got your own. It's competition time now, and your chance to win a BMW and a bit of tax-free cash, and it's all courtesy of Andy. Morning, Andy.
Morning, here's your chance to win an amazing two-part prize. Part one, £60,000 in totally tax-free cash. Just imagine getting 60 grand delivered to your bank account. And we're also going to deliver a brand new BMW. It's a BMW X3 worth over £63,000. You can win the lot, and here's how. For another chance to win the cash and the car, text prize to 62525. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or go to the website. Entries cost £2. You can call 09068 782525. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and phone number to BK33, PO Box 7558, Derby, DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 2 p.m. on Friday the 15th of September. You've got to be in it to win it. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Now, still to come, the Home Secretary is promising to be tough on crime, going back to basics, meaning the force will pursue all leads with a reasonable chance of solving the crime, including car robberies and burglaries. That's what she's saying. You might say, though, why don't they do this already? And can we ever restore trust in our officers? Suella Craven joins us shortly.
Will you put your questions and your experiences to her? You're watching Good Morning Britain on ITV1.
What is it, boy? Billy is in the well on Ripton Farm.
With Tesco Mobile, you get a lot more help than you'd expect from a network. Like Tesco Club Card points to put towards your weekly shop. Because we really give a sausage.
We thought goodness would last forever, but now it's in danger. The Baby Bell snack heroes are here to save the day. They will need all their strength to restore the goodness for good. Baby Bell, join the goodness.
It's your very last chance to win this coastal house in Norfolk, plus £100,000 in cash. But you must enter the Omaze £1 Million House Draw Norfolk by midnight tonight at omaze.co.uk.
And the best part, you'll be supporting the RNLI.
So for your very last chance to win this coastal house worth £4.5 million, you must enter by midnight tonight at domaze.co.uk.
At Butternut Box, we're putting the food back into dog food. Because kibble's been around for decades. And it never really resembled food. But we do things differently. Our meals are made with fresh, human quality ingredients that you can see and say. Gently cooked and served from the fridge. Because at Butternut Box, we believe dogs deserve better. Fetch a box now at butternutbox.com.
In the world of Ninja, kitchen tools never take a day off, because neither do you. Surfaces won't stick, peel or flake, thanks to Zero Stick technology. Knives stay sharp for over 10 years with the Stay Sharp system. In the world of Ninja, a kitchen that never stops deserves cookware that never compromises. Meal after meal, use after use, time after time after time. Ninja kitchenware, zero stick, zero fuss.
Leaving a gift in your will to Cancer Research UK is a pledge that helps fund vital research. Research to save the ones we love. Research in memory of those we've lost. Research that creates moments like this.
You don't need any further treatment.
At Cancer Research UK, gifts and wills fund a third of our research. So every pledge today helps secure life-saving research for future generations. Thousands have made their pledge. Find out how to make yours by requesting a free Gifts and Wills guide at cruk.org/pledge or call 0800 035 6000. And together, we will beat cancer.
Guys, we are on the Costa del Sol. Okay, and I've organized a lazy sofa.
Are you serious?
You're gonna have to trust me, everybody does that here. This is what you put on your heads.
What do I look like?
I'll tell you what, I needed that chicken roll.
Gino and Fred for
Don't
Euro
go.
Saturday starts Sunday at 9 on ITV1 and
I
ITV.
keep falling asleep. I'm like, oh my God.
Ranveer is here for Lorraine this morning. Morning, Rabba. Now, I got a missed call from you about 20 minutes ago, which panicked me slightly. I thought, is she ringing to say I'm not going to make it in? But you're there, which is good.
No, I'll tell you what happened, Kate. I
Yeah.
walked into the building and everyone's in a panic because they couldn't find your phone. Apparently you'd lost it. So they said to me, has anybody got Kate's phone? Yes, and Helen in the dressing room said, Ranveer, you've got Kate's number, ring it. I thought, all right, well, I've got anything else to do.
I know. I don't like to let slip the fact that I'm quite high maintenance, but you've just
Listen,
revealed
we
it.
are all here in service of you. And we love it. We love it. And let me tell you what's coming up at 9. Coming up, Meghan Markle's big money comeback. We have the latest on her secret $1 million post Instagram account. Ahead of playing a mansplaining posh boy, actor Greg Wise will be telling me how his wife Emma Thompson knew that he was instantly perfect for the role. And we're live in LA as Adele reveals she collapsed backstage at her Las Vegas show. And why? You've only got 48 days to read this book. We'll reveal all at 9.
I can't read the title even. For
Is
this.
that it? I read it over the summer, Lessons in Chemistry.
Oh,
Massive
I've heard about this.
Yes.
It's really good. Yeah,
is.
I will look forward to that later. Thanks,
In a
Ranveer.
bit.
So look, we're going to check out the weather now with Laura.
A bright outlook. Box Solar, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
Good morning to you. For many people, it's the bank holiday Monday, and for many, it is the last week of the summer holidays away from Scotland. We've had heat and humidity through central areas of Europe, heat waves for most of summer. They've come crashing to an end this weekend thanks to a huge storm that moved through. And these are some of the scenes from yesterday in Mallorca. They have seen some areas over a month's worth of rainfall in just 24 hours, flying debris from this storm, as well as fallen trees and flooding. And this whole system is tracking eastwards as we head through the next few days. And it's that theme that will be mimicked through many central and then the eastern parts of Europe. And it's down to this area of low pressure right here. To the east of that is where we've had the heat and humidity. We got to 40 degrees yesterday in Hungary, which is exceptionally rare. But this low pressure is moving eastwards. It'll bring torrential rainfall to alpine regions of Italy over the coming days, but pushing away the heat. Welcome news if you've had that heat, but if you're heading off on your holidays, this is not good news. Closer to home, high pressure holds on, and it's high pressure that keeps weather fronts at bay. It tries its hardest. And actually, for this week, it doesn't look too bad, but it certainly could be better. But for today, Bank Holiday Monday is not too bad, actually, particularly compared to yesterday. Yesterday, we saw torrential thunderstorms through eastern areas of the UK. Today, we start off fine and dry. Isolated showers developing through western areas, in between some decent spells of sunshine, and temperatures may be just around about where they should be for the time of year, 18 to 22 degrees, but with light winds and sunshine, feeling very nice indeed. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Thank you. Now then, Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary, is today announcing a major crackdown on what you would call common or garden crime. In other words, the crime that affects us, the people. She's insisting that police forces in England and Wales must now pursue all leads offered when there's a reasonable chance of solving a particular crime.
Well, Suella Braverman says
Yeah,
that
truly,
no crime
beyond me,
is
right?
too
She's gone
trivial
now.
to investigate.
But I'll tell you what, she
and
stole
urges
my
forces
tents
to
and my
improve
chairs.
their performance in dealing with theft, shoplifting, and criminal damage. But you might ask, why the force not investigating these crimes already? I think the Home Secretary Suella Braverman is there now. Are you mic'd up and ready to speak to us? Wonderful. So let's start with
Yes,
that.
I am.
then.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. So, if this is so important to you, as it clearly is, why has it not been achieved under the 13 years of Tory government that the police are doing that already?
Well, since I became Home Secretary last year, I've been working on a huge programme of police reform. It's about reducing the time that the police are spending on needless bureaucracy or non-policing jobs, such as mental health call-outs. It's about recruiting a record number of police officers, 20,000 new police officers. And it's also about diverting those new and freed up resources to what the public really cares about. So it's about back to basics, or common sense policing, as I call it. No crime is minor. Far too often in my time as Home Secretary, I've heard accounts from victims where their phone has been stolen, their car has been stolen, their watch has been stolen. They've been a victim of robbery, and they've just felt that the police have merely dished out a crime reference number for insurance purposes and taken no further action. That's unacceptable. It changes today. I've challenged the police to follow every reasonable line of inquiry. I've worked with them, with the policing minister, for several months on this. They've agreed to take up my challenge, and it's now over to them to deliver this on the ground so that victims have greater confidence in the police.
Well, it's quite extraordinary, isn't it, that we're at a state where the Home Secretary has to challenge her police to do the basics. I mean, if you just look at the figures, they are jaw-droppingly dreadful. I mean, in the year to March, you'll know this, but I just want to summarise it. In the year to March, only 2% of car and bike thefts ended in charges, let alone a successful prosecution. Only 4% of home burglaries ended in a charge, not necessarily a prosecution. Ditto 6% of muggings. The UK, certainly England and Wales, are now in a position where burglary, property theft, muggings on the street are in effect decriminalised. It's that bad. It's not just that the figures aren't that good. They are shocking.
Well, there's two elements to that. On the one hand, we've also got to recognise that overall crime has been falling over the last 10 years.
Please, no,
Robbery,
don't
burglary,
generalise it.
neighbourhood crime
No, I
have
want
fallen.
I want you to deal with those figures. 2%, 4% and 6%, car and bike thefts, burglaries, only 4% ending in a charge, 6% of mugging. Stick to them. Why are those fundamental crimes against individuals and homes so hopelessly undersolved? What's gone wrong?
I've heard it, and I will come back to that, but we've also got to remember the context. The overall crime has fallen, and the chief inspector himself, the independent examiner, the independent watchdog of policing, has said that England and Wales are arguably the safest that they've ever been today. So we've got
Oh,
to
that's
say
all right then. But would
police
you
have
please
been
answer
doing
that? No, I'm
good
sorry,
work
Madam
as well
Secretary. I
in
won't have you
reducing
I will
crime
not have you
and
generalising
catching
like
criminals.
this. I'm
But let
asking
me
the
deal with the
questions
point head on
not
that
on
you're
behalf
making.
of
Yes, I
myself, Home
acknowledge.
Secretary, but on
I
behalf of the
acknowledge.
viewers watching this programme who may have been burgled last night and, like many people who contacted us today, lost their vehicles at the weekend and got a crime number, as you say. Now, please stop generalising.
I'm still a bit pissed off, right? Because there's the nurse, right? She killed 6 babies, right? And she's in jail. That's it. You know, this is it for a long time. And the thing is, I remember when it was on the news about 45 babies dead in Kent. In Kent, in the hospitals. 45 babies dead. You know what I mean? No charges, no one was charged, nothing happened. But this one nurse like killed 6 babies and she's doing a life of fucking, she's in jail for life and all that, I think. I'm sure she is. Yeah, that's pretty sad, really. Well, I mean, maybe she shouldn't have killed babies. I mean, what happened? I mean, she don't look like the type of person to do that. Yeah, and who did kill the 45 babies in Kent? Yeah.
Practically, is it going to end today? You mentioned the increase in number of police officers. Well, you've reinstated what was lost. I think there's about 3,000 additional. And when you look at what that means per head, actually the number of police officers have gone down, haven't they? So, excuse me, the population is estimated around 60 million now, so 8.5% up on before, whereas actually police are only up 2.4%. So per head, the numbers are down. So if there aren't more police per person, how practically are you changing the dynamic so that the police do have the time to solve these crimes?
Well, as I said, we can't ignore the reality, and the facts are that overall crime has fallen. Burglary, vehicle theft, neighbourhood crime have fallen, violent crime, they've all fallen in the region of 40 to 50% in the last 10 years, despite population increase. We now have a...
Well, when I was helping that family next door to my mum's, right, Kim Dayton, 55 Matheson Road, Lordshill, next door to my mum's, right, there was Claire, Amy, Adam Clements, Robert Arthurs and Ian Arthurs. I was helping the family. I had custody of my daughter, and me and my daughter helped that family. And at some point, I had a Vauxhall Astra, and someone stole it and left it parked in Winchester, and they pissed in it. It stunk of pee and all that. Anyway, my brother Mark White, the drug dealer, he went to Winchester with me, and he picked up my car and he drove it back. But it smelled of piss and all that, and it was terrible. So I actually wrote it off and got a different car. Yeah, I remember that. Mark White, he's a good man, really. Yeah, he's all right. He helped me with that car. Yeah.
Spending 12 hours in A&E with a mental health patient who should be getting a health response, not a police response.
Indeed, but of course, you're entering another area of debate there, which is that we know that the mental health services are woefully underfunded. So if we're going to
mental health is fucking stupid. Look at NHS. I mean, they're shit. But they've been coming around my house and dominating me and locking me up and putting me in cages and putting me in section units and all that. They were doing that, and they had the police with them. Yeah, the police were actually coming around as well and just standing there, right, and putting me in cages. Yeah, NHS all shit. You're so rubbish. I can't believe it. Mental health. You don't know what you're doing. Mental well-being, right? PMA, positive mental attitude, and all that. You ain't got a clue.
Today, they're making that commitment. And what we're seeing now is the rollout of guidance and operational protocols to ensure that that is the case. So in the past, they've had a framework whereby they've had a discretion on following up every reasonable line of inquiry. We're changing that to make that mandatory for example. We're saying that if you have evidence, if you have CCTV footage of a burglary, of a robbery, if someone can provide GPS tracking evidence, if a victim of crime can provide evidence that their car or their watch is being resold online, if there's Ringo evidence of the smart evidence from the doorbell that someone's interfered with their property, all that kind of evidence that victims of crime can very often adduce themselves, that kind of evidential lead must be followed up by the police and must not be dismissed as minor or insignificant, where there's a prospect that a suspect can be identified.
So what then practically would you suggest to somebody watching the programme who a bit later on today opens the kitchen door or the front door and their car's gone, it's been stolen, there's a bit of broken glass on the curb, but they've got video, they've got doorbell video, they've got security cameras, and they can see that when they roll it back, yep, they can see the thief taking the car. They call the police and all they get is a crime number, which is happening a lot at the moment. What are you saying they say to the police? But the Home Secretary's said today that you've got to come round and look at the video. Should they be quoting you? Should individuals be quoting the Home Secretary in future crime reporting?
Well, that kind of scenario that it described should be unacceptable. If there's CCTV
No, I don't think it's acceptable. We're trying to get to practicals because people have been saying this for a long time. So if that happens today, which tragically it probably will, they can say to you that the Home Secretary said you've got to come.
Well, what they'll be able to refer to is the authorised professional practice, which is the guidance document which sets out how operationally the police should be approaching particular crime types. And that's what's changing. The College of Policing is amending that APP to ensure that it's clear on the ground at an operational level what the police should be doing, what kinds of evidence they should follow up on. And that kind of evidence.
The police go to college. How about that? The College of Policing. Can you imagine that? I mean, my boss, when I was buying silent pianos, right, he said, don't go to college. Do not go to college, right? And I didn't bother. I was great with families. It was amazing. Yeah. And I was good at buying and selling as well. My Vauxhall Astra that I bought, I paid £90 for it. That was all. It was great. It was a good car. Yeah. And someone stole it. I couldn't believe it.
Pudding is in the eating. We cross our fingers. We hope it happens because we speak for our viewers. They want it to happen as well, desperately. We should see the messages we've had this morning. All right, it's coming up to 22. Thank you, Home Secretary.
Good to speak to you this morning.
Strictly Legends, Ian Waits, Vincent Simone are back. Or is it Simone?
Well, I've always said Simone, but we'll see because they're coming and teach some dance moves to us. I think they've tried and failed with me. They'll have to go with you, Richard. You're watching Good Morning Britain on ITV1.
Good morning, Britain. You're watching the Real Stone Raver on YouTube. Oh my God. Yeah, actually, I'll tell you what, right? You've got 32 minutes and then it's going to be end of broadcast. Yeah. But I'll tell you something, right? I've not had no weed for probably maybe 2 months, 2 or 3 months. I've not bothered with weed because it's so expensive. It's crazy. Yeah, £110 for a half ounce. So I just don't bother. I just smoke tobacco. This tobacco cost me. This, I'll show you. Hang on a minute. This cost me £5.50, 50 grams. If you go in the shop and buy 50 grams of tobacco, it's bloody £33. £33. It's a rip-off.
Their support helped get my money in a good place. So I had enough to help him be his own boss.
At Butternut Box, we're putting the food back into dog food. Because kibble's been around for decades, and it never really resembled food. But we do things differently. Our meals are made with fresh, human quality ingredients that you can see and say, gently cooked and served from the fridge. Because at Butternut Box, we believe dogs deserve better. Fetch a box now at butternutbox.com.
Bacteria. We spray, we sponge, we wipe. But what about our carpets? They may look spotless, but there's potentially harmful stuff deep down. Bacteria that can't be removed by vacuuming alone. Well, the Vax Platinum Power Max cleans 5 times better than a high-performance vacuum cleaner. Just fill the tank with water and add Vax Platinum cleaning solution, then Automix does the rest. The mix is pumped into the carpet as our brush bar and spin scrub technology agitate the fibres. Then up to 93% of bacteria is sucked away to clean carpets better than the leading rental. The pre-treatment wand targets busy areas, while the spin scrub tool and hose give upholstery, car interiors and stairs a deep down clean. Then, when you're done, just remove the dirty water and tip it away. It's the easy way to leave your carpet fresh, clean and dry in as little as an hour. Get the award-winning Vax Platinum Power Max for just $199.99, saving £50, and receive a free stain and protect kit worth £40. Find out more about Vax Platinum at vax.co.uk. When life gets messy, get Vax.
Years ago, we used to just fall asleep with a face full of makeup.
Our poor dry faces.
Don't regret, just reverse. New number 7 Future Renew Damage Reversal Serum. Reverse visible signs of skin damage.
If only it was as easy to fix my other beauty mishaps.
Save £10 with your number 7 voucher in store or go to boots.com.
Sydney conwoman Melissa Kennick swindled friends and family before disappearing.
If you believe that story, you will believe anything. I found most people will believe anything. That's how I got rich in the first place.
New drama based on the shocking true story, Vanishing Act. Stream the full series on ITVX.
It's almost here. It's nearly September, which means Strictly Come Dancing begins next month. With the whole
The nights
new-
are drawing in.
Absolutely.
Strictly comes around.
Summer's almost gone. Well, a whole new roster of celebrities, of course, about to be whipped into shape by world-class pros.
And Strictly legends, Ian Waite and Vincent. Now I've checked, it can be Simone or Simone. You're happy with all of it, aren't you? Wonderful.
Flamboyant like this. Oh, yeah.
You've been around for a long time, right from the very beginning, and still here now. Great to see you both.
Thank you.
You
Well,
don't
it's nice
need
to be
bit,
back.
do you?
We don't
This
change a
is
bit.
sweet.
No.
No.
Thank you.
You
We have a
don't.
good doctor. We have a good doctor, don't we?
Well, you're proof that dancing keeps you fit, aren't you?
Oh,
Nothing else.
absolutely. Yeah, we've been dancing non-stop.
All the way through. So here we are, back again, new series of Strictly. Angela Rippon is on it. Now, I mean, there's going to be youngsters that haven't even heard of Angela Rippon, aren't there? But for me, that moment when she came out behind the desk as a newsreader and suddenly shone as a dancer is legend. And the idea of getting her back now, somewhat older, must be really exciting.
I think it's amazing because why can't we be slightly older and still be good at dancing? I mean, we're still doing it. We're not, but I mean, Angela, she's just so youthful, and I believe she can still do the splits. She can still do those kicks. So I think she's going to be phenomenal.
Now you have history with her, don't you?
Well, yes, I do.
I was at the Opera House in Bournemouth dancing on the stage, and a lady come up to me and give me a big kiss. It was crazy. Oh my God. Yeah.
Presenter teacher on the DVD, and she was basically my partner. And the day I filmed that, I got the call from the BBC to be on Strictly. So that was quite a big day.
Wow.
How do you think Strictly, has it changed much over the years? I mean, it's got, I suppose, a bit glossier, the sets have gone a bit bigger, but essentially it's still exactly the same show that Brucey launched all those years ago.
Yeah, I mean, and in our days, it was quite an intimate show.
It was more intimate, you're right.
We used to get a runner coming to us after the live show, giving us a CD, and for us to choreograph the new dance for the following week.
Right.
And then on stage, all you would see was us
And the
with a
dance.
dancer
And the dance, no
and
props.
dance,
And that
no
was it.
props and nothing else. So it was very intimate, but much harder to choreograph. Now these days they have special effects, they have props, animals, everything.
So it's your grandmother.
So much bigger.
Yeah, but do you think? I mean, I can't see it ever ending. I can't see the show running out of steam.
It shouldn't be. I mean, everybody loves dancing these days.
Yeah.
So I would make it even more popular. Dance schools are full of new people that want to learn how to dance.
So what is it you two are doing together at the moment?
So we are doing a tour called The Magic of Dance, and we've got 20 shows coming up in September all over the UK.
Right.
And it's just a celebration of dance, really.
Yeah.
But we have quite a special relationship, me and Vince. As you can see, we're very well matched.
Yeah.
Go on, stand up, stand up.
We didn't even know.
He's like down.
Wow.
So I'm 6'4", and Vincent's 5'4".
So we do have something. We do have something that none of the other Strictly Pros have.
Yeah, what's that?
The size.
What do you mean size?
You're the biggest ever. I'm the smallest ever.
That has been said before.
Yeah.
But we can never be the oldest, Vince. We can never be the oldest.
Well, who's the oldest?
Anton Jabet.
Is he still alive?
Oh, Vincent.
So what's actually on the show? What's the show about?
So it's a mixture of everything, actually. We do a bit of Rat Pack at the beginning of Act 1, and then we go into rock. So
South America.
A lot of more Latin dances. And also your Argentine tango.
Yes, look, I've got a brand new tattoo.
Wow.
I love this dance, and the dance loves me. So I'm doing 3 Argentine tangos, different ones.
But also comedy.
Lot
So
of
we
comedy.
do a lot of comedy on our show, and we always have a comedy dance during the show.
Now, talking of comedy dance,
Yes.
Richard has never done Strictly, and it's
With
most
good
people
reason.
on Good Morning Britain have dabbled with it. I don't know whether you
Only
can
the
show
women.
him a couple of moves. We've got a very
I
small
think
amount
it'd be
of time.
fabulous. Look at me.
We'll have to run.
Lovely
We'll have to run.
Okay,
Okay,
Go on, give him a go. Give him a go.
Okay, right. Next to me, we're gonna do a little.
this is what I'm
we're gonna
doing
do a little salsa. So forward on your left foot, forward and close, and then back on your right foot, right and close, and forward and close.
Tell you what.
Back and Vincent, come in.
Why
Come in.
don't
Come
you-
in.
Why don't you keep going?
So put your right
And
foot
for the
forward
moment,
and
we're going to be
close.
talking squirrel murders, but I think we have a competition first. Let's have a look. Here's Andy Sneakers. We'll let them get on with it.
Good morning. Now, if you're just sitting down to your breakfast, probably a bit smaller than mine, then listen up. I've got an amazing 2-part prize that starts with a massive £60,000 in totally tax-free cash. Just think of the difference that would make to your bank account every month and the things you could splash the cash on.
Come on, then,
Not
mate.
only will you
Pay
get the
me.
£60,000, you'll also get to drive off in this, a brand new BMW X3 worth over £63,000. This hybrid car comes with 20-inch alloy wheels, heated front seats, ready for those winter months, parking assist, and more. Your chance to win this incredible prize package worth over
I got 40 quid. That's all I got. I'm paid tomorrow. On Tuesday, I'm getting £430. And do you know what that is? That's severely disabled. That's why I get £430. And I also get £691 PIP, personal independent payment, because I'm severely disabled. I mean, do I look severely disabled? I've got a lower backache and I'm half blind here, this bit. Now, this is what I mean. NHS don't know what they're saying or doing. Social services are rubbish. Police is rubbish. NHS are rubbish. It's terrible. You know, my personality shines. And I'll tell you what, actually, I used to be quite funny. And I would say the word for real. For real. Wow, you were so for real. Yeah, I used to say that quite a lot. Now, why was I sectioned so much? I mean, what the hell? Yeah, a lady come around, she goes, "Oh, you're unwell. You know, got to lock you up." Yeah, because NHS is shit. You know, my mum went to Desborough House. I don't know why she did. She was quite jealous at times. You know, she didn't like the family next door. She didn't like Kim dating with her 5 children. Well, I was helping Carol Flood. I was helping Pam and Karen with their kids and everything. I got more Christmas presents. Yeah, my mum. Well, yeah, I wish she never went to Desborough House. The Desborough House should be closed down. Yeah. Well, let me run it. I'll tell you who's going to be losing out. I mean, my neighbour, right? I forget his name. He's at number 91. I'm at 61, and he's at 91. He cannot get a provisional licence. Can you believe that? Because Desborough House said no. Desborough House, wake up, will you? Give him a licence.
And 20% pork, because we needed the fat. It's a very lean meat.
Okay.
So you need.
Elisa, what's wrong with that? They're going to be culled anyway. They shouldn't be here in the first place. We would love our red squirrels
We do eat
population to flourish. And I know that you're probably anti-eating meat at all, but if you are going to eat meat, why not squirrels?
Well, here's the thing. Most of us, we love seeing squirrels in trees or at the park, not on a plate.
Squirrel. Why are they eating squirrel for? I mean, are they crazy or what? I mean, squirrels. It don't sound right, does it? I mean, you know, you like to see a squirrel and he runs up the tree and it's great. You love it. It's nature. It's great. What are the British people doing? They're turning it into animals. They're actually eating squirrels. I mean, Christ, it's crazy. Do you know what? I wish I could remember my neighbour's name. 91, right? Get his licence sorted out. A provisional licence. He wants a provisional licence. He wants to drive. You know, if he can get a provisional licence, right, he can drive me a place here and there. He can take me down to Eastleigh. Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah. What is his name? I can't remember his name. I don't know.
There is a humane solution to every perceived problem. In this instance, there's vaccinations for red squirrels. There's actually oral contraceptives. There's habitat modification.
You can do other than frying them up, is what he's saying.
That is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Look, we've got to protect our red squirrels. They're beautiful. You know, they're in danger. Come to Anglesey, come to see them. I've got 1 million people following me on my social media, so there is going to be people against it. But don't mislead people into saying that we're just blasting them out of the trees. You know, they're being caught as well in traps. Yes,
exactly, and then they're bludgeoned.
Yeah, you can call it what you want, but we have to take them out of that equation if we want to protect. They're carrying the pox, the greys, which are killing the reds.
And we can
let me just finish my point as well. These greys are killing a lot of little birds, songbirds, okay? They are chewing saplings in forestry.
Well, let me see burger that you prepared us out.
Off you go, Richard.
Okay.
It tastes not unlike a chicken burger, actually.
Okay. Thank you to both of you. Thank you to both of you. Ranveer, take over.
Good grief. Right, after the break, as Prince Andrew returns to the royal fold, we'll be revealing why Meghan Markle's also making a comeback with a new $1 million career move. Also from getting stuck in traffic to a bad day at work. Life coach Emma Pearce is here, answering your questions on how to help you de-stress. And returning to stage, Greg Wise reveals why his wife Emma Thompson thinks his new role is perfect for him. And he has advice for this year's Strictly Stars 2. As well as all that, we have the lovely Roz live from LA. Morning.
Morning, lovely Ranveer. Okay, Adele, nasty one in the health front. Plus, why Dolly didn't have a cuppa with Pink. Got it all ahead with Ranveer and Lorraine and ITV1.
Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living, getting by.
What's it like to walk on the famous cobbles? Find out for yourself at the Coronation Street Experience. Hear the stories from behind the scenes. Discover costumes and replica sets as you journey through our immersive exhibition. So, put yourself in the picture. Book your tickets for the Coronation Street Experience today.
We had a plan, 10-year plan.
10-year plan.
Now it's the next week plan.
With People's Postcode Lottery, you could win prizes every day. If you won, what would you spend it on?
Why stumble?
In 4 minutes' time, I'm going to phone up adult social care. And I'm going to see if they come round and see me, but they won't come round. they're not really too keen. You know what I mean? 3 minutes, yeah. This tobacco's not too bad. It does. Well, sometimes you get pissed off because you're trying to light it all the time. But sometimes it's all right. Febreze. Yeah, I've got Febreze somewhere. Oh, down there, yeah. Fairy.
Switch from normal to a short cycle.
New Fairy Platinum Plus capsules have a unique short cycle activator that starts to work the instant it hits the water, removing tough mess fast. And switching to short helps you save up to 33% energy per wash.
Happy days.
Fairy Platinum Plus, our best clean, even on a short cycle.
Happy days, happy days. What can I say? Oh my God.
Wash scent boosters. Simply add directly into the drum before every wash for mild freshness that lasts and lasts, cuddle after cuddle. They're dermatologically tested and suitable even next to sensitive skin. New Fairy scent boosters.
There are kids who want to grow carrots on the moon. Or become a celebrity chef for puffins. Or maybe become a spider vet. But to dream big, some children need a helping hand. That's why Tesco Stronger Starts is committing £5 million to fund healthy food and activities for over 5,000 children's groups this year. Pick up your blue token in store to help children thrive in your area.
I just want to give love and be loved.
I would love that to have someone.
Are you worried about whether you're ready?
Yeah.
It's just so nice to see.
It's been 37 years since we've been on a date.
We're a bit rusty.
An unmissable 2-week event. My Mum, Your Dad. This autumn on ITV1 and ITVX.
Enjoying your morning family time? Lorraine, sponsored by Nestle Cheerios.
Hi, oh, what are you doing? Can you leave me alone, please?
Yes!
Good morning. Never Cross Adele will be revealing why the star stopped her Las Vegas show mid-song over the weekend. She's a woman who knows what she wants, and that's why we love her. Also coming up on the show, how well do you handle stress? Life coach Emma Pears is right here answering your questions on how to help you de-stress. Back on stage, the Crown star Greg Wise reveals why the hit show's fake coronation was actually grander than the real one, and he'd know because he was at both of them. Also,
welcome viewers. My name is Elizabeth Stott, and this is Supper at 6.
as Lessons in Chemistry is turned into a TV show, we'll be revealing why the must-read book of the summer is loved by everyone, from Kate Hudson to Queen Camilla. A very good bank holiday morning to you. Now, let's talk about the royal family, shall we? They're making all the front pages this morning. Prince Andrew joins them to celebrate the bank holiday. And back in the fold is what many of the papers are saying. I'm joined by royal editor Russell Myers. And Ross is live in LA too. Russell, let's come to you first. Very good morning to you. Was this expected? And I mean, clearly they must have known that these photographs would be taken and would be, you know, all over the papers because it's controversial.
Well, it is. Good morning, Renvir. Well, I mean, we're normally talking about sort of front pages which the royal family wouldn't like, but I'm not too sure the public will like seeing this. And you think about the sort of PR aspect of Prince Andrew being seen in a car there next to the Prince and Princess of Wales. We knew he was staying at Balmoral. The King has had several conversations with him over recent weeks after more details about his relationship with the late paedophile Jeffrey Epstein emerged. Yeah, this is something that's been running for a couple of years, hasn't it? But we knew he was at Balmoral with Fergie and his daughters. We knew that there was obviously some relationship that he has with the family, sort of in a private sense. He flew up to Balmoral when the Queen passed away with Prince William and some other members of the family. But these images are still pretty striking, aren't they? And even though he's out in the cold from a professional aspect, he's very, very much within the family unit, it seems.
But Russell, look, I mean, those you don't even have to be a Harry and Meghan fan. We're going to talk about Meghan in a little bit, but sure, I just don't know how they think this is going to play out. Sure, Harry's out in the cold. Yes, he's mock raped over the family, but what Andrew? I mean, I know he hasn't been formally charged and nothing ever came of it, but he did pay £12 million to somebody for something that he may or may
well,
not
he
have
did,
done.
and you talk about the royal family careering from one PR crisis to another, and I'm a big fan that they are the masters of their own demise in a lot of these instances. I mean, Prince Andrew has been forced to step away from his role. This is very, very well documented why that occurred. I mean, he's always said that he had no wrongdoing, but the fact that he did pay £12 million to a sex abuse accuser, speaks for itself for a lot of people. And the very fact that he is there sitting next to the Prince and Princess of Wales, Prince William as heir to the throne.
Sorry.
I think it's...
I'd love to see more social workers. Oh, really? Maybe tomorrow? Yeah, so Julie Bursey, I've not seen her for a while. Yeah, okay. Can you put a message to her and just say I'd like her to come and see me at my home, and maybe go to Poppins restaurant? That's great. I'm Gordon White. Thank you, then. Bye-bye. I forgot it's Bank Holiday Monday. No one works on a Monday. If I was selling pianos, I would have been selling a piano Christmas Day, Bank Holiday, whatever. I would have sold a piano on Christmas Day. I remember Christmas Day, taking pianos as presents.
We've seen that Prince William is apparently taking over the barbecue mantle from Prince Philip. Prince Philip famously loved to cook the barbecue for all the family, and this is apparently Prince William's job now. We've got a bit of a mock-up about how he looks, I think. Not that we have any pictures, but feast your eyes on this. This is possibly how he did look. But it's a busy, busy period coming up for the royal family after the summer holiday. We've obviously got the anniversary of Her late Majesty the Queen. Coming up on September 8th, we're going to see William and Kate out in Wales leading those tributes. I understand that the King and Queen are going to remain in Balmoral for the anniversary, but a busy, busy September to come.
And Harry's back, isn't he, at some point?
Well, he is. I mean, he is going to be in the UK, London specifically, over the anniversary because it is the Well Child Awards, the charity that he's been involved with for many, many years. He is going to be jetting into London for those awards on September the 7th. Of course, the anniversary of the Queen's passing on September the 8th, but no chance for reconciliation, no chance for a meeting of his father or his brother, it would seem. Relations still very, very much strained, and he will be jetting off to Germany for the Invictus Games on September the 9th. So again, a lot of moving parts, I think. And you talk about Harry being out in the cold. I'm sure he won't like to see these images as much as the next man of Prince Andrew, rubbing shoulders with the rest of the family.
Yeah, I'm sure many people who are looking at that juxtaposition of Harry not being spoken to at all, but Prince Andrew in the front seat of a car being driven by the future king will have some very strong questions, I think, to ask about the judgment there, perhaps. Let's talk to Ross. because we've been talking about Harry, of course. Now, Meghan Markle has been dropping hints, hasn't she, that she was going to come back to social media, and now there's been a sort of mysterious development.
Yeah, as you say, she talked about it a while ago, saying that she would go back to Instagram at some point, and why not? You know, the simple fact of the matter is, and interesting hearing Russell there talk about the PR spin of everything, you know, Meghan and Harry still need to be relevant. Of course, one great way for that is through social media. The word is that her handle is going to be @Meghan. It's already racked up over 100,000 followers. So obviously someone has planted this story, I would imagine. It's from Meghan's side of things, just to test the water. That's what I think this is. It's to see how popular or not popular she is, you know, and already got 100,000.
I've got Beatrice on my Instagram. It's crazy.
Not, but I think it's definitely been planted there just to see what people think.
Well, you say planted because the picture is of some flowers, isn't it, as well?
You got 5 minutes.
Peonies.
5 minutes on the end of the broadcast.
I'm Meghan's favourite. Well, of course, then that must mean that it's Meghan. So again, I think that story's been planted a little bit as well. Meghan is with WME out here, which is one of the biggest agents, the most powerful as well. Suits is doing incredibly well at the moment on Netflix. It's been shown on Netflix now for the first time. It's been one of their most watched shows as well. So that's got her some publicity as well. And the bottom line, as I said, is she's got this seem to be relevant. You know, she's meeting with influencers. They're just trying to keep her out there as well. But I think the simple thing is you do this, you just test the water. Even when we talked about the other week there about, you know, she was wearing the cam patch thing. I think all of that was just all put out there just to test the water, just to see what the popularity is. And of course, you've got things like Gwyneth Paltrow's, you know, doing so well on that lifestyle brand. There's a possibility that the TIG is going to come back. That was the website that she had that followed, you know, again, just the world of lifestyle, etc. like that. So that was shut down, obviously, when she got engaged to Harry. So that could all be coming back.
And there's these fabulous photographs of her mum in the papers here as well. So you've got Prince Andrew on the front, and then in the middle of the papers, you've got these pictures. Now, I knew who the person was in white. I had no idea who it was in black, because she's got a fringe now.
She has indeed. Now, remember they used to always say that thing, either have a fringe or get Botox. That's Kim Kardashian. That is actually Kim. That's her mum there, the momager herself, with Doria too. Yeah, nice glam pic of them all. And of course, Doria's out there, as we've said before. You've got Meghan out there as well. Up there, the laughingly called the Montecito Mafia. Nothing crime related at all. Just you've got all the rich and famous up there, the Ellen DeGenereses, the Oprahs, etc.
Yes.
So interesting times ahead. But as I said, I think it's a little litmus test just to see the popularity or not of how things shape up in the future for her. But again, she could go back to acting.
No, Russell, the thing is, of course, they've got to earn their money. So, you know, she can get, £1 million for doing some posts for, an advert or something. Of course she's going to do it now, isn't she?
Well, of course. I mean, they are literally able to do what they want now. So, I mean, if Harry's looking at those front page images, I mean, I imagine he'll think that some things never change. So we might as well crack on and earn the money while we can.
Absolutely. Right. Lovely stuff from both of you. Ross, we've got some fantastic LA stuff coming up, haven't we, later on in the show? I'm really intrigued to know what happened with Adele, because that clip of her shouting at somebody is really intriguing. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you. Thanks so much, Russell, for getting up on a bank holiday. We love it. Thank you. Now, in just a moment, stress-busting secrets to help you live a happier and healthier life. Life coach Emma Pears is here answering your questions. And an emotional onstage reunion. We're revealing why Robbie Williams and Mark Owen were back for good, but for only one night.
Whatever I said, whatever I did, I didn't mean it. I just want you back for good.
Lorraine, sponsored by Nestle Cheerios.
Who says wellness means acting our own age and we shouldn't do pizza before Pilates? We say get active without the
You got
active
1
work.
minute.
Centrum has a range of tailored multivitamins to suit your unique and essential nutritional needs. Centrum, do wellness.
You got 1 minute. 1 minute, and that's it. That's it. It's the end of it. 1 minute. You got 30 seconds. 30 seconds on the end of the broadcast. Yep. 15 seconds and I'm end the broadcast. You got 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Come on. 4, 3, 2, 1. See ya.